and the peak is 1 mile, but it's at a 45-degree angle, that surface, right, that is a longer distance if you're going to travel it. It's called, it's the hypotenuse of a triangle. So you can't just make a flat projection. It wouldn't be that simple.
Well, it turns out it's not simple, and that's why the people who do it get a lot of money.
It actually is simple. It is simple. In fact, it's so simple. Carl Gauss figured it out and published a book called The Theorem of Grigium in the 1600s. That's how simple it is. And they're not doing anything. The software is doing it for them anyway. There's a lot of software packages that do it. Like I said, I got a PDF that has 129 different types of projections. It's actually just a coordinate transformation. You're just changing one coordinate system into another. And when you do that, obviously they don't map perfectly to each other. So let me give you a little piece of information that you probably don't have. How did they make a globe in the first place? You think they measure the ground and like take survey points and then like measure that and it turns out it's a globe? See, that's not what they do. That is a projection. So they have something called a WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. So what they do is they map points on the ground through survey equipment and they project that onto their mathematical surface. But they have to distort it because since it's an oblate spheroid, and there's something called the geode, right? So you have like gravity points in all different directions. So in the globe model, did you know that plumb lines curve? In geodetic surveying, plumb lines are curved lines. You ever observed this in reality? You know what a plumb line is?
I do not.
Okay,
well, I mean,
plumb
like,
line. So,
generally,
well, if you want a wall to be straight,
I used to work in construction, and we'd drop a plumb bob was the tool we used.
Yeah, a plumb bob. Yeah, so a plumb line in geodetic surveying to make the math work, they have to use a mapping function that has a curved plumb line. Yeah, dude. Like, and what you know why they do this? It's because what you said, right? You can't map a globe to a flat surface, and you also can't map a flat surface to a globe without distortions. But you can hide the distortions by introducing little errors in between every point. So normally you would get distortions at the edge, like it would be normal in the center of the map, but as you get closer to the edges, you get more and more distortion. But you can interpolate the distortion throughout the whole map, so that every error, right? So say you have a 1 foot error in a mile, no one's ever going to notice.
Hey, let me ask you this, because I'm trying to get an idea of your understanding of how all this works. Let's, for the moment, just for fun, let's assume Earth is a globe, right? Can we do that?
Yeah.
We go to a different universe. In that universe, the Earth is a globe. If you walk far enough on that globe, you will at some point have the sensation of hanging upside down.
What? And where do you have to walk to for that?
I was at the bottom of the globe, I guess, right?
Oh, really? Well, I guess that proves it's not a globe because no one's ever hung upside down.
Again, I asked you what probably sounded like a somewhat insulting question, and it wasn't meant to be. I'm just trying to get a take on like where you are with this, because I have heard people say that was good evidence the Earth is not a ball. Hey, no matter how far I walk, I'm never hanging upside down. How can
I don't know what whoever said that. No one on this server ever said that. Do you want me to get you to defend every stupid statement every Gober ever said? So we've had a Gober come in here that gravity is caused by the rotation of the Earth. You want to defend
No, I'm not asking you to defend that. And I wasn't suggesting you believed it, nor that you should defend it. Yeah, no, of course not.
So I was just trying to get an idea
where you're. Like I said, I was trying to get an idea of where you're at with this idea of the flat Earth.
You should have got an idea when I told you more about map projections than you know, and you work for a company that does it. I should have gave you an idea where I'm at.
Did you though, or Or did
Yeah,
you?
I did.
Um,
You want
yeah, he did.
you want a Lambert conformal projection? Do you want me like I'm on a cell phone? I don't even have a piece of paper, nothing. I'm not looking on Google. I'm doing this from memory, dude.
Yeah.
I don't need to Google
I'll
shit.
do this one from memory as well. There's a 2-volume set with a lot of these transform equations in it of how to take data and convert it into a globe. And the quote from the author is, though we cannot access the entire Earth, we assume that these things wrap around based on the assumption of gravity. Now, in this,
Am I the only one he's
all
roboting for?
that
Because I can't really
information,
hear.
the curved plumb lines.
He's roboting a little bit.
I apologize.
What he's talking about is Helmert's higher, what is it? Higher mathematical theories. Like no, mathematical theories of higher geodesy. Geodesy is geodetic surveying. So it was invented by a guy named Halbert, and he admits in the first 4 paragraphs of his book that they can't actually do measurements and come out with a globe unless they assume that it's a globe using a theory of gravitation and rotation. And that's where this ellipsoid comes from, right? So you make measurements, and these aren't projections, it's a mapping function. So there's a difference between a projection and a mapping function. A projection is a mapping function, but it's not, they're not using rays, right? So a regular projection uses rays. A mapping function doesn't use rays, they use curved lines. So you're mapping one coordinate to another coordinate. It's not necessarily in a straight line between coordinate A and B. And that's what they do in geodesy. It's not a straight line between A and B, because you have to have that line that intersects the reference ellipsoid at a 90-degree angle, or the distances are wrong. So in order to do this without getting the distances wrong, they curve plumb lines. This is my opinion. You can look this up. Google geodetic surveying, curvature of a plumb line.
Would it be insulting if I said who's they? Or maybe I should
They,
start by saying
the
these,
field of the field of geodetic surveying.
and they're pretty open about how they have to do this.
Well, I mean, it's. What do you mean open? They're
Are they
not
keeping it
hiding
a
it.
secret? Like they
No, it's
obviously
not a
know the
secret.
shape of the Earth, and they're
It's not
keeping
a
that a
secret.
secret, right?
It's
Or
look.
maybe they
No,
just don't know.
no. We see. No. Listen, there's different levels to this shit. You got somebody that actually does surveying, right? He writes down numbers. He's basically just doing measurements, right? He'll reduce it. He'll reduce the measurements to coordinates based upon a formula that he learned. But that person doesn't know differential geometry, right? My friend, when he was 18 years old, he used to survey in the summer. So it doesn't take any brainiac to survey, right? These are just things that they do. They're not trying to hide it. Okay. They all assume the Earth's a ball. Okay. But you can map any surface to any other surface. You could map it to a pretzel. You could map it to a freaking diamond. You can map it to whatever you want. Any surface maps
But
to any other surface.
let me see if I can reflect what you're saying, because it does sound like you know a bit more than I do. But what you're saying is that because they made the assumption that there's a ball shape, they are massaging all their other data to make it work that way, or making other assumptions to fit that
No,
model. But it's
no, they
just
don't.
because that's the assumption they made in the first place.
Kind of in a way. No, they've just said, listen, they said, okay, Earth's a ball. Okay, so we're going to take measurements and we're going to map it to a ball. Because if they go out into the real world and measure it, they can't measure things like curvature. And the reason they can't measure it because the fundamental first operation you do when you're surveying is find plumb. Okay? Plumb is not 90 degrees from the fucking surface. You can't do measurements. Right? So what they do is, right, you get a theodolite, you level the instrument. Leveling an instrument is finding plumb. 90 degrees from plumb is horizontal, right? So I find horizontal. My surveying instrument is 6 feet off the ground. I look through the telescope. I look at a stick that's 6 feet off the ground. It's the same height. So now I know that that's flat in between them, right? But no, If I map those 2 points to a ball, now it's a curved surface between them. It's not hidden. It doesn't have to be hidden. What's to hide? Everybody runs around seeing a flat Earth, dude, but nobody believes it. So what needs to be hidden exactly? You've never experienced the Earth as a ball. You don't know anybody that's ever experienced the Earth as a ball, but you think it's a ball. Why is that?
That's a good question. I'm a person who thinks the Earth is a ball. As far as I can tell, I always thought the Earth was a ball, but I didn't demonstrate it to myself. I listened to what I was told.
Yeah, and that's, listen, other than the 23 people that claim to have went to the moon, everybody else is just a believer. Okay, because only 25 people. Only 25 people in human history have been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth as a ball. And contrary to popular belief, the International Space Station is nowhere near high enough.
I have so many lines of evidence that I'd love to present to you. But you're a person who believes the Earth is a flat surface, and we're being
I don't believe, I experienced that. What are you talking
misled, if not maybe
you're trying to project like all these conspiracy theory shit on me. It's not going to work.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. You're
trying to psychoanalyze me. Okay, that's what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work. I talk about evidence. I don't talk about people's motives and what they think and how they feel. That doesn't tell you what the shape of the Earth is. Look, if we experience a flat Earth, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I've made observations myself. The Earth is 72% water. You ever experience curving water? No. Okay. I go to the ocean. I look out. Everything looks flat. That's my experience, right? Now, there's other people that say, oh, that's not real. The Earth is just actually a big ball. You're too small to see it. Okay, prove it. Show us the measurements where that water that I'm looking at is actually curving by some amount. And guess what? No one can do it. And we've done our measurements. And you know what we find? We find that the Earth is flat. We've done laser tests 25 miles, right? Starting at 10 feet off the ground. Hits a target 4 feet off the ground. The globe Earth model predicts that laser isn't 4 feet off the ground. It's 440 feet off the ground. But guess what? When we go do the test, it's not. What are we supposed to do? Believe the TV or believe the experiment? I myself personally made observation, Revere Beach. Watch the boat go from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles. The globe Earth model predicts that boat is 425 feet under the horizon. Guess what? It wasn't. Never disappeared, never went over the horizon. And I know how far the boat away is because there's a website called marinetraffic.com and it'll tell you the coordinates of a boat. These boats are tracked by radar coming out of Boston Harbor. This is a personal observation. This is my experience. It's not a belief. You have a belief. You saw a TV set. Someone said, oh, there's a big ball. I know because I was there. You have to believe what they say. Globe Earthers are always trying to project the infirmities of their own model onto us. We don't have the problems you have. There's a reason everybody thought the Earth was flat because that's what everybody experienced initially. At some point in time, some other people came around and said, no, look at the sky, the Earth's a ball. As if that would make any sense in any reality.
Do you think human societies will ever be able to escape that bad idea and get to a point where our textbooks are teaching truth, or what you would say is truth?
Look, people don't need to be taught. The only thing people need to be taught is critical thinking. See, we're not here to try and convince you that the Earth is a ball or the Earth is flat or the Earth is anything. We're just here to give you information, right? And we're here to brainwash you to think for yourself. That's the only thing we're going to brainwash you to do.
If I tell you,
if you want to know what the shape of the Earth is, the best way to know is to go test it yourself, not to believe us. It's not to believe NASA. It's not to believe anybody. It's to go test it yourself. This is how science works, right? You have a model. It makes predictions, and you go test the predictions. If the experiment, measurement, whatever doesn't match the predictions, then it's wrong. It's as simple as that. There's no more complication than that.
Here's where my hands are a bit tied, because with my model of the Earth being a ball, the only way I could really demonstrate that to you would be to take you up into space and we could look at it together. But that's not achievable based on my current income. However, I feel like from your position, from your position that the Earth is flat, I feel like I could say to you, take me to the edge, and then we could just go there.
Yeah,
that seems more achievable.
So who said there's an edge? So you're straw man. Nobody here thinks there's an edge. No flat earther thinks there's an edge. No flat earther thinks the Earth is a distant space. And guess what? Going up in the air and looking at the Earth doesn't prove it's a ball. Right? How would that prove it's a ball? Maybe it's an egg. Maybe it's an elongated cylinder. Maybe it's concave. Maybe it's just a circle. That wouldn't prove anything. The only way to prove the shape of something is to measure it. Not to look at it, because looking at things is a projection. I can look at a table from one angle, it looks like a square. Another angle, it looks like a diamond. Another angle, it looks like a trapezoid, right? Because the 3D world is being projected onto a 2D plane, our retina. So seeing is inherently subjective. But guess what? Measuring things, well, and I should also add that this is why we don't build buildings by looking at the pieces, right? I don't go, oh, that looks 10 feet long and that looks 4 feet long. I'm going to just nail these together. No, I take a tape measure and I measure one piece and I measure the other piece, because I know just looking at something isn't going to tell me the exact dimensions. So thinking you can go in space and just look at the Earth and say, oh, there's the exact dimensions, that's fallacious reasoning.
You know what you would need
and this is the funny part. Well, hold on, Elijah. This is the funny part, is that you guys go, listen, you saw a ball, would you believe it? Well, here's my retort to that. If I took you outside and showed you the Earth is flat, would you believe it? Because I can do that, and you can't do what you think I would see. And it's also something you've never done. It's something you just believe would happen if you could do that. Go ahead, Elijah. Sorry.
I was just going to say, in order to reach escape velocity, you would have to know the radius of the Earth for the calculations to do that. So someone somewhere would have had to measure and confirm that the Earth is the dimensions that they claim. Pretty much. Have you even seen any high altitude footage of the Earth? All right then.
Yeah, but Elijah brings up a good point, which you failed to recognize when you so eloquently spoke so calmly about the edge of the Earth that you think is necessary to disprove the globe, is that a globe must have a radius, and that radius must be everywhere, not just in some places. So if you can disprove that the Earth is curving anywhere, right, sufficiently, you've disproven it everywhere. There's no necessity of an edge for the surface whatsoever. So you acted like you knew what you were talking about and that you were making a really cool logical gotcha, but you failed on every level. So for example, in your belief system, let's be clear, your belief system, you believe that water wraps around a floating magical space ball. Now, you believe that it's gravity causing that to happen. You understand, if you're not ignorant, that water conforms to the shape of its container or seeks equilibrium at the lowest possible level, which means it must be curving around the ball over 70% of the territory of the known Earth, according to your belief system. That means that if we can disprove that water is curving here, that means it's just curving everywhere. So your model is falsified in totality by one simple observation, disproving a logical necessity of a contingent necessity. Okay, that means without it, it cannot be so. If the water isn't curving, the earth cannot be a sphere, regardless of anything that comes out of your mouth. It's that simple. So if you shoot a laser over a body of water and it demonstrates that that clump of earth curved water isn't in between point A and point B, then the entire belief system which you hold to is destroyed by logical necessity. So you have two options. You either concede to logic or you be foolish.
Yep, you have a ball with an infinite flat spot.
Now,
Like the
my
TV,
friend,
man.
yeah, my friend, the only possible retort at this point that you can give that has any intellectual merit whatsoever is that the premises in the logic that I laid out are false. For example, oh, I don't believe or I think that that laser test is an error. That's a path of argumentation you could go. If you don't go that path, then you're essentially admitting the conclusion, which is if the water of the earth, which is supposed to be a big ball, isn't curving, it cannot be a sphere in principle, period. So you had all
Water
these lists of
boils.
evidences in your head that you wanted to present, but now you're realizing that none of them matter anymore. So now you're thumbing through to try to find the one that's going to counteract what I just said. So by all means, when you find it, present it for review and we'll discuss it.
So let me try to reflect what you're saying. I'm standing on the earth. If the earth is a ball, I should observe curvature where I'm standing. If I don't, the earth is not a ball.
Yes,
False.
we actually
False,
we actually
Elijah.
have a
You fell
logic.
for
And
it.
by observe, we mean
Well, let me
measurable.
time out,
Go ahead.
time out. He said if we were standing on the globe, right? So the curvature observed is the horizon if it's geometric. So if it's not that, then it's not a ball. Yes, that's pretty much a simplified version of the logical syllogism that we've tied to the black swan, essentially.
Fair, but he changed the parameters.
Hmm.
Okay, I said measured. He said observed. Now, his argument is obviously going to go to scale, which is I'm at such a small scale, in my observation, it would appear to be flat. Now, the problem is that he's admitting that he experiences the world as flat. So now, my friend, who just admitted you experience the world as flat, where's this measurements of this alleged curvature that you claim exists in your belief system?
It's not a problem at all. I'm happy to observe. I'm happy to acknowledge that the earth looks like it's flat from our perspective. Absolutely. That's why you guys exist, because the earth looks flat from our perspective. Come on.
No, wrong, false. Again, how about you stop gaslighting and strawmanning our positions and start being rationally intelligent like your timbre of voice pretends to exude?
The earth observes to be flat because it is flat.
That seemed like an attempt at
Very
insulting me
simple.
that I didn't even understand enough to be insulted by. But try again if you want.
Yeah,
Did you
you
understand
can't understand
what I
my
said
insults
about?
is correct.
Did you
You and Juju
understand?
head. How about that? You understand that one? I'm
Let's
only
be
fucking
clear.
around.
Let's be clear where we're at. Where we're at, okay, for everyone, before we go off tangents that take it away from the point proper, is this kid is in a trap where he realizes that there's no tangible, measurable evidence of the Earth's surface curvature.
I'm
He's going to avoid it at all instances.
I'm
So, my friend,
51 years old.
okay, cool story. Why don't you try acting like your age then?
Too young to be a boomer.
Okay, my friend, I went through excruciating detail, laying the premises that this is about measurement of the surface, and you want to take it away from that. So, my friend, where's your measurements of the surface, please?
No, I was already happy to freely acknowledge I believe the Earth is a ball because I believe what I was told. I haven't done any math. I've done math.
Perfect.
I haven't done any experiments. So.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that you were provided
Well, who
evidence to
has?
the contrary, and
Well,
you have any feasible reason to like
I would
what's the deal?
appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you guys could at least acknowledge that I have lived 51 years in a world where the Earth is a ball and people who say it's flat are crazy. If you guys manage to
You do
convince
not
me,
sound 51 years
well,
old.
thank you, I appreciate that. If you guys manage to convince me the Earth is indeed flat, it's going to be really paradigm shifting for me, and
But
it's
you're
not going to
right.
be
I
something
already
I'm going to.
told you we're
You're
not
right.
trying to convince
You,
you of that, though.
I can
I
help him.
already told you that.
I can help
Go
him.
ahead.
So you're right. In your 51 years of living, if you know, uh, then it would sound crazy that after 51 years of thinking or knowing that you're on a globe because of all of this science and math and everything else that is tied to our experiences with inventions and all of that. Somehow, the fact that gravity plays a role and all of the other fundamental parts of how we got here plays a role in the things that we do in life. I can understand why it would be hard not to see us as crazy. That being said, we can
Yeah,
just point you to what we've come across. It's not that. See, the problem is the people who run the media have preempted the conversation and they have put into people's minds that we're people who have these models and this other version of the earth, when actually it just so happened to be that one day we decided to look into certain aspects of what we already believe to be true. So all we're trying to do is show you what we've seen, and you would have to investigate and come to your own conclusion. When you have objectivity and empiricism or methods for that, you will come to understand that the earth is not what you've been told it is. For instance, the earth is a shape. Most people think that we think it's another shape and that shape is flat, but flat is not even a shape. So that's just it's just a fallacy just off the bat that people come here thinking that something that's not a shape that is a shape, and they only think that because they've heard somewhere that the shape of the earth isn't flat.
So
So
what
they go
you're saying
off.
now, like, really reminds me of the fact that if I want to do any mathematics that involves pi, for most of the things I'd be doing, 3.4, 3.14 would be good enough. Actually, probably 3.4 would be, but 3.14 would be good enough. That's not what pi is. But for anything I'm doing, going to 2 digits of precision would be plenty for anything I'm going to do. I think the Earth is flat. For anything we're going to, the vast majority of things we're going to do, if we assume flat Earth, all our math is still going to work. So I can see it. I can see it.
But we
That's
do,
false.
we work off of the understanding that we live on a flat plane. Um, and so even the globe is derived from angle measurements off of a flat plane. So that's the only way to do it. Um, so what I want you to understand is, first of all, flat Earth or flat plane is the elevation profile. Now, elevation can't both mean 8 inches per mile squared or whatever equation expression that you want to use, and an elevation of 0 when we're talking about uh, the difference between the heights of things and the lowest valley of things. It can't be both the case that the
8 inches
elevation is
per mile
curved
squared is an
and
excellent example of that, what I was talking about. Sorry to cut you off. 8 inches per mile squared is an excellent example of a model that will work for almost anything we do that
Do
isn't
you know
actually
what a
correct.
red herring is?
Well, hang on a second.
Do you know what
I
a
know.
do you know
I
what a
know.
do you know
Hang
what
on.
a red herring
Hang on.
is?
Let me tell you what I know. I know that 8 inches per mile squared, when graphed, gives you a parabola. No one is suggesting the Earth is shaped like a parabola.
Mhm.
Therefore, that is the wrong equation.
Right.
Okay.
For the
Do you
love
know
of
what a red
God, can
herring
we
is?
stop
Hold
going
on,
off the
AI.
derailments?
Hold on,
Okay.
AI. Do you know what a red herring is?
Fish.
Yeah. The red herring is what he had you chasing for the past 5 minutes.
Mm. Well, I'm trying to get to the point that I can just present him with documentation that pretty much is irrefutable.
Right. And what I'm
For
saying
me,
is,
that would be
if your
that.
equation
Listen,
for the
if
curvature of
you're
the Earth does
saying
not
something,
involve
I'm saying
x
I'm saying
equals
I'm
the
prepared
square
to
root of
present you something.
something, it is not
Oh
going
my
to
I
graph
God.
think
to a
I'm gonna have
circle.
to
It's
mute
going
you.
to
Yeah,
graph to a
it
Yeah,
parabola.
I
is
have to
going to
mute you.
graph to a circle up to about
Yeah,
1,500
hold on. I
miles.
muted him because that's irrelevant. Okay, so I'm trying to lay out something to where,
He left.
and he left.
Yeah, of
So
course he left.
He doesn't understand even why it's a red herring. He doesn't understand. He thinks the Earth is too big to measure. That really is his position. Was his position, I guess.
Well, I
He
mean,
He didn't
he
to
under.
be fair, we led him down a track to where the next logical conclusion to talk about was the validity of the laser test and the accuracy of the curvature formula at range, which he accurately said is not a spherical equation, but within the margin of error, which he was talking about, it's more than sufficient to make up for the 90 meters. I was about to say 400 meters, 90 meters of differential needed within the laser test. But rather than talk about that, we went off who knows where.
again.
Well,
He
I think Elijah was trying to make a connection to him, but I don't think he was. He wasn't amenable to that.
But he wasn't here
yeah,
for a connection, which you could tell in my adequately superfluous insult, which he recognized was an attempt to demean his appearance of intelligence.
Also, he was trying to feign like had some like integrity too. Like he was actually trying to
Yeah.
be. He was trying to feign reasonability. I'm being reasonable because I talk in a nice, soft voice. But I'll straw man you, use red herrings, use fallacious reasoning, and not answer any of your questions and pretend I'm being reasonable.
Yeah. But just for a logistical note, like once somebody's reasoned down to the axiomatic truth that the proper thing to do is to measure the Earth directly, and we've given forth the idea of a methodology that must be answered to, nothing else should be talked about. If they refuse to talk about that, you already know what the problem is.
he made the claim that the Earth is flat enough for nothing to matter, but that's not a valid claim from the standpoint of a sphere of 3959. It's just that's a misrepresentation of the globe position. Nobody
yeah,
Yeah.
seemed to want to address that, though. It's like, for all intents and
yeah,
purposes, it's flat. No, not according to the globe claim. You
Yeah.
you can't say it's
That's
flat
why
enough.
the first words out of someone's mouth in reply to that is false. What you just said is false. And then the next thing to do is to explain why it's false. So at the scales that we have accessible to us to measure, there's more than enough surface curvature with the instruments that we have to be able to determine whether it's present or not. For example, 25 miles. Sounds familiar.
Well, I think the moral of that story is he didn't really know his own model. He just had the superficial idea that the Earth's too big, right? That it just looks flat, and that like any measurement you do, you can use any approximation, and at our scale, it's good enough for practical purposes. But he's implying that the curvature is not measurable because he doesn't know. Like he even admitted, I haven't done the mathematics. That red herring with pi, though, that was just ugh.
Well, that's convenient. It's convenient coming off our discussion earlier this morning about professing Professor Dave basically admitting that the Earth is flat for all intents and purposes, and that the only way to know is by not measuring the Earth.
Oh my god! I tried 2 more times to listen to that, man. I only can get like a minute and a half, and I just have to. I have to give up. I can't take it, man. I didn't realize how ignorant he was. He just sounded like any run-of-the-mill Goldberg that comes in here. I thought he had more substance to him. I'm actually disappointed. He gets way too much notoriety as a Goldberg for his lack of knowledge.
Oh, because he haven't debated anybody of substance, right? So,
But he still he was still giving these like the wishy-washy answers. Goldbergs that don't know their own model come in here and say. So he was asked. He's like, "Do you think that the World Trade Center? Do you think that they're parallel lines or parallel sides, or do you think that the top is wider than the bottom?" And he kept doing this thing where he was like, "Nobody understands what you're saying." You're trying to. That is a weird tactic, man.
All right, Pat 92. Hello.
Hello.
Hey there. Are you
Hello.
new to the server?
Yes.
Oh, welcome.
Yes, I'm new.
Are you already aware that the Earth is not a ball?
It's an opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a question, right? I asked you a question. It has a question mark. Are you already aware that the Earth is not a ball? It's a question. That's a yes or no question.
No,
Okay.
I don't know why you'd ask something like that.
Oh, because when people are new and we like to find out whether or not they know that the Earth isn't a ball or not. It's a good thing to know.
First thing first, I was listening to the live stream on YouTube. Then I came here just to know what's going on. So I'm just a listener. So I'm not really a speaker.
Okay.
Spectator or viewer, whatever you like to call me, but I don't really speak, actually.
Okay.
Wait. Let's say Earth is flat. What do flat earthers think about what is surrounding it? Like, is it space?
Hey, what do you think about my yard?
Yeah.
No, my yard. What do you think about my yard?
I think it is your yard.
Yeah, but like, what can you describe it for me?
I think I need a photo.
Yeah, but I could send you a photo of anything, right? What do you think? But like, seriously, like, what do you think of my yard?
I cannot express any answer to this question.
Okay, I'll ask it in a different way. Have you been to my backyard or front yard?
Nope.
Okay. So could you describe my backyard or my front yard to me?
I don't think so.
Okay. So do you understand why I asked you that question now?
Yes, but the sky, you can watch it. Your yard, I can't watch it. You go out at night, you observe. I mean, what is all this?
Yeah, and what are the stars? Nobody knows the answer to that. No one's been to any star.
Everything is black except stars and the moon.
And planets, right?
What
Yeah.
is all this black
So let me ask you a
night?
question. Why do you think the Earth is within something?
Because I don't think it's infinite. It has a size, whatever it is, just a
Do you
size.
think the universe is infinite? Do you think the universe is infinite?
Maybe the universe is into something, which is into something, etc., etc.
Yeah, so that's infinite, right? So you know
The
that
universe is
if the
into
Earth is
something bigger, which is into something bigger, and you
okay,
go on into something bigger.
so let me explain something to you, right? You know there's no such thing as a vacuum, right? Absolute vacuum. No matter where you are in any particular space, there's always some amount of particles in it, even if it's one atom. There's no such thing as
Yes,
a
yes,
perfect
yes,
vacuum. So if
of
the
course.
universe is infinite, it has the same
I don't
amount of
think
matter as it.
it's
Listen, even if the universe is infinite, even if there's one atom per trillion light years, it has the same matter as an infinite Earth. Yeah, dude, because all
I
infinities are equal.
think it's infinite. You
Yeah,
know, you have something
infinite. It would
into
just have a
a bigger
different. It would
thing,
just have a
into a
different
bigger
density.
thing. You know, a box into a bigger box, into a bigger box.
Yeah, that's called the infinite regression fallacy. It's a logical fallacy called infinite regression.
You have a small object into a house, which is into something bigger, you know?
Yeah, but we're talking about all of reality, right? So there's either two possibilities, right? There's a bunch of empty space and there's things inside of it, or there's a thing and all the empty spaces are inside of that, right?
I think that
So there could be the Earth,
everything that we
right?
can
And
see
then
is into something
everything is
bigger, yes.
inside the Earth, right? So everything can be inside the Earth. The Earth doesn't have to be inside of a void. All the voids could be inside the Earth.
So maybe we are like inside. How do we say the Earth is not full? Hollow Earth? Our world is in.
I'm not. I'm not talking. I'm not talking about it like that. All of
If you say
physical
we are
reality,
into
there's only the Earth. That's it. That's all there
so
is. All
maybe the
physical
surface of
reality.
the Earth,
There's only the Earth. Oh my God,
only
Amir's
the Earth.
just like talking over me like crazy.
So all the things we see at night are into the Earth.
No, they could be within the Earth, right?
So can
Within our
we
realm of the Earth, right? Just because they're
can we
above us doesn't
go
mean we're
onto the
inside of it.
surface of we are inside the Earth, so can we go onto the surface of this big Earth?
No, no, no. The answer
We
is no.
live in an enclosed system. There is nowhere to go. You cannot leave the Earth. That's a quote from a NASA scientist, by the way.
I don't
Cannot
trust NASA.
cannot
I
leave
can't
the Earth. There's
I can
nowhere to
verify.
go.
Cannot verify what they say. I cannot trust.
So you adopted an idea without even knowing it from the Epicureans, which were Greeks, that from 325 BC, they came up with the idea that everything is a giant void and that there's matter inside of it, right? All this idea.
But
That's where this idea of outer space comes from. 325
but
BC, before Christ, right? So this idea of outer space came from them. Because space wasn't discovered.
Some
You
guy
know that, right?
measured
It was invented.
like that.
Who discovered outer space?
Some
What's his
people
name?
said in old book that what they see at night is not called space, but that called it something else. But they said it's not Earth. They see up there at night.
Yeah, that's awesome. They can say whatever they want, right? So, like,
So
Plato wrote down that there's Atlantis, right?
you can call that
He didn't,
space or
but
anything, but
nobody says that Plato discovered Atlantis, right? Did Plato discover Atlantis? No, right? So somebody writing that there's space is not discovering space. I ask you, who discovered space?
someone named it space, but you can name it something else.
So no. Who discovered it? Right? There's the Earth, right? And somebody said, look up there.
First
There's a big
person
infinite
who looked up
vacuum. Who discovered that shit?
the first human who looked up at night.
So the first human that
Really?
looked up at night discovered space. No. You can't
Maybe he
see
said
space,
it's
man.
not what I see up at night is not my Earth. He said it's something else, and something else can be named anything. So
Trying to
it's
figure out
not
this is
Earth.
a language barrier or a troll. Someone
Yeah.
want to help
No,
me
but
here?
you can name it space. It's just a name.
Yeah. And what is space? It's the essence of anything, right? There's nothing there. So it has
Super
no
vague.
properties. It has no properties. You can't see space. You see stars. And where there aren't stars, you're calling that space. But you're saying the places where the stars are not, it has some property. It has property that's a vacuum. Who discovered that?
I don't
Nobody.
know.
Nobody. Somebody
I
came
don't
up
have.
with the idea. I told you too. Epicurus, he was a Greek. He lived in 325 BC. He came up with this idea. People still hold this idea now, even though there's no evidence for it. So when you look in the sky, you see stars. You see little dots of light, right? How far away are
Yes,
they? How far away are they?
I don't know.
Neither does anybody else. And do you know how far away they look? They look like they're an infinite distance. Every single one of them look like they're the exact same distance away.
Be close.
An infinite distance.
They can be
Oh,
close.
so you say, hey, there's a space. Well, how do we tell if there's a space between two things? We measure it.
They can be
But we
far
can't
away or
measure the
close
space in
or
between it.
anywhere.
You can't measure the space in between where you and it's looking at a star. So that's a problem.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So you think that a star is a ball of gas, fucking very, very far away. There's no evidence for
Yes,
that.
we look it at night. They exist.
Yeah, and yeah, we can see them. They exist. All the other stuff is a story. Ball of gas,
Uh,
story. Fusion reaction, story. Trillion light years away, story. There's stories.
I mean, without fusion reaction, do you really think you had all this electricity?
I didn't understand that.
What? Electricity? What is...
Yeah, someone take over, man. I can't do this. I gotta go bonkers in about
I don't
5 seconds.
understand what you were trying to say. It makes no sense. Fusion reactor.
Can you repeat it again? Because I didn't understand what you said.
You talk about fusion reaction, and you say it's fake.
No, it's a story. Like Alice in Wonderland.
Look, I didn't say fusion reactions are fake, even though no one's ever created a fusion reaction, but I'm not going to get into that. So there's no evidence. The light from the star is created by a fusion reaction. You understand? So there's people, they say, look at that light in the sky. How is that light created? oh, there's a fusion reaction
I mean,
creating
just
light,
use it.
sending it to your eye. What's the evidence? I don't know.
I don't have the
Anybody.
evidence, but observe what is happening. I use a telescope.
So you can see fusion through a telescope.
No, I can see that it's here. The star.
Hey, you can. Yeah, I'm not disputing whether you can see a star or not. Disputing how far away it is, what it's made of, how old it is, and all
I
those
don't
things.
know. I said it can be small, close, far away, anywhere.
Okay, so what are we talking about? What's the point of like why are we talking about stars then? What does any of that have to do with the Earth?
But you say
How do I
every
look at it?
star is into Earth.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. No. I
How
didn't
do you
make any
explain
claim. I said, why do you have
stars?
this idea? Why
But you
do you have
say
this idea that the Earth is
Earth is
inside of
everything.
something?
Everything is inside Earth.
That's the alternative. Yes, that's the alternative.
So you have
There's
stars
no way to know one way
inside
or
Earth.
another because you would have to be outside of it all, right? There's no way to know which one is actually right. All
How
I
did
asked
they
you was,
appear?
I asked you,
Can you
why do you
explain
have
it?
this
They
idea?
appear inside Earth. How
Are
was
you
it
actually listening
created?
to my words? I asked you why you had this idea, okay? And then I said, the other alternative is everything could be inside Earth. I didn't say I believed that. I said there's two possibilities. Of those two possibilities, neither one can be proven. But the thing is, both of them are
So
irrelevant to the shape of the Earth because you can't tell the shape of the Earth by looking in the sky.
can
Can you?
you see it by looking at the ground?
Yes, you can tell the shape of the Earth by looking at the ground. It's called a
If
tape measure.
Earth is really big, how can you prove it just by the ground? The
Because
fact
it's
is, it's
not as big
big.
as you think it is. We know because they say it's a certain size. They say it has a
The
radius
horizon is
3,000.
flat,
Are you going to
but
keep
Earth is
interrupting
really
me?
big.
I'm about at the end of this with you. We know how big the Earth is. We know the model. 3,959-mile radius. We know what they say it is. So I'm going to ask you a question. You think the Earth is very, very big, right? So if I take a laser 41 and shine it 41 kilometers, how high is it off the ground 41 kilometers away?
8 inches per mile squared, between 12 feet and 1,200 meters. So it depends on your height, refraction,
120,
distance to the
127
object.
meters. What refraction? What is this refraction thing you're talking about?
Ah, you know,
Yeah,
mirage.
so refraction. So this refraction thing.
Light is not always traveling like a straight line. Not always. That's
Yeah,
what
no
we
shit.
call refraction. And when it goes
Mm,
into a new medium, like water, it can diffract. You take a
yeah,
spoon, the top
that's
part is in
awesome.
the air, bottom part is in the glass full of water.
Okay, so we
The
know
image
refraction
is
can
decayed.
happen, but your
It,
claim
it
is that it is happening. There's a difference, right? We know things can happen, right? Cars can crash into each other, but it only matters did they crash into each other. So refraction can happen. What's your evidence it is happening? And when I say refraction can happening, I mean refraction as a phenomenon, right? So we can make lenses and use refraction. We can make prisms and all sorts of stuff, right? So we know refraction exists.
okay,
We know
okay.
it exists.
So
We
no
don't deny its
refraction.
existence. Listen, we don't deny refraction exists. The thing is refraction bending light around the curve? There's zero evidence for that, and in fact, the evidence is against it.
Okay, let's say you're right. You know the calculus like
I know I'm
8
right.
inches
It's not
per
even let's
mile
say I
squared.
can test. It's been
8
empirically
inches
tested.
per mile squared is not correct.
Oh my God, the red herring. Give me the exact formula then.
It's a parabola, the result.
Okay, great. It's an
It
approximation.
depends on
It's
the
good
height
for like
and
it's an approximation. Listen, I know it's an approximation. So give me the exact formula. The exact formula. The one that is not an
8 inches
approximation.
per mile squared.
No, give
Only
me
work
one that
between
is not an
12
approximation.
and 1200
I'm about to
meters.
kick you off the server, dude. Like
Beyond that,
seriously.
it's
Answer the
4.5 inches
question.
per mile squared.
Give me the listen, give me the dude. Give me the
I just
one
gave
that
you.
is not
Just
an approximation. Give
Use
me
your
the
ears.
formula that is not an approximation.
Use your ears before you use your mouth. Think before you speak.
Okay? So you say 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation. Fine. Give me the one that isn't one. Oh, that's right. There isn't a formula that is not an approximation because trigonometric functions are also approximations. So guess what? This is a red herring. Trying to do what the other guy did.
what he did. I was fair.
All calculations for curvature, no matter what formula you use, other than the Pythagorean theorem for up to 1/8 the circumference, are approximations. You know, the Pythagorean theorem is an exact solution for the first 1/8 of the circumference. You know that, right? It's an exact solution if you use rational numbers. But other than that, there are no exact solutions. So saying 8 inches per mile squared is not exact is a red herring because there is actually no alternative. There is no other exact formula. And the difference between, say, using trig or using the Pythagorean theorem or using 8 inches per mile squared, for the distances we're talking about, the difference is like 5 feet. Right? So 5 feet difference in 300 miles means nothing. I asked you specific distance. What's the drop in 41 kilometers? The drop is 127 meters. Are you claiming that human beings cannot measure a distance of 127 meters? That the Earth is too big to measure, that we can't measure that. Because that's the size of the Earth. That's what the globe model predicts. If I take a laser that's 10 feet off water and I shine it 127 meters, or shine it 41 kilometers, that laser is supposed to be 127 meters off of the ground. But when we do this test, that's not what's observed.
Man,
You're
the
trying
math
to
is
dance
that is
around
wrong.
and
Okay.
dance and dance and
Trigonometry
dance.
wrong.
We know
Geometry
how big
wrong.
trigonometric
So
functions are approximations. They're an infinite.
I was trying to
They're
take
a Taylor
but
expansion series.
respect me. So
Well, then listen. I can respect people that are honest. You don't seem like an honest person.
I posted
what
the advanced
was I
Earth curve
honest about?
calculator numbers.
You don't seem like an honest person because you're using logical fallacies. You're using a red herring, right? So
What? The
8
red
inches,
herring.
a red herring. A red herring is using an argument that's actually irrelevant, so you don't have to answer the actual question, right? 8 inches per mile squared versus some trig formula for the distance of 41 kilometers.
You say it
The
doesn't work,
difference
so it
in
doesn't
every
work.
formula, the
You
amount,
decide
the
everything.
difference is negligible. It's irrelevant. It's not even measurable.
Okay, it's irrelevant. Okay.
It's irrelevant. So listen,
Okay.
if 8 inches per mile squared predicts 130 meters and trig formula predicts 127 meters, but what's actually measured is 4 meters, which is a 2 order of magnitude difference. What does the formula matter? You're 2 orders of magnitude outside of the
We
precision.
know it's wrong. Math is wrong. So let's not use it. Anytime.
Okay, I'm just kicking you the fuck out of here. Like I said, you're dishonest. I never said any of that. Straw man. It's just
You
nonsense.
said the formula doesn't work, right?
No, I did not
No.
say that. Are you fucking
8
deaf?
inches per mile squared.
I said
You
it's
said
an
127
approximation.
meters.
Not listening.
No, I didn't use 8 inches
I
for that.
I posted the definition for red herring. En français,
Thanks, I guess.
well, you're the one that's acting confused over here. The meaning of words and stuff. So I put it in French for you.
I said thanks.
Okay. I also posted the advanced Earth curve calculator numbers. So instead of getting caught on make-believe minutia, maybe you could focus on the details and what they mean. You're getting caught up on red herrings. Besides the point. The point is we see too far. Would you like to see examples and
I do.
understand how and why we see too far? Or how and that we see too far? The why is because the
Tell me
Earth isn't
why.
curved. That's the why. Il n'y a pas de courbe.
You can just say curve,
Good.
not courbe. You know I can speak English. I can
Well,
understand it.
you're giving me some doubts.
Oh, really?
Yes, because we've said certain
Are you
words
honest?
to you. You didn't demonstrate that you understood those words. Okay.
Do you understand every single word of any language in the world?
If I don't
No.
understand something, I seek understanding.
Yes. So I asked, and you gave the answer. So I thanked you.
Okay,
End of the story.
good. Now look at the graphic in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Checking it. So, get the shit.
No, above that, the graphic.
Interesting.
You understand the logical statement of the modus tollens there?
I should not be able to see it. Yes, I know. We see too far away, I know. First of all, I was not there to speak. I just was listening. Then out of nowhere, I don't know who, but someone said Pat 92 2 or 3 times, so I heard it and I responded. And now I'm speaking.
Okay, yeah, that was probably me. I like to address new people to the
I
chat.
didn't say I was here to speak.
Yeah, well, you just said it. We see too far. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
We see too far for the Earth to be a ball.
But
No buts.
you sussy baka.
End of story.
Everybody naturally wants to say but, come up with some kind of excuse.
I mean, I do like it, but
It is a matter of fact, not opinion. It's a matter of geometry, not opinion, not philosophy, not
wait.
ideas, not imagination.
Who
I fancy
you use
myself a
geometry?
butt man,
Oh, you
you know.
hate it, okay.
But
So, do you think that science is a religion?
What do you define science?
Tell me.
No, you're the one that asked the
I don't,
question.
I don't get it.
I'm trying to properly understand your question. So how would you
And
define
the
science? You're
scientific
the one that
method is
asked the
the way.
question. What?
The scientific method is the way to explain things.
What's the first step of the scientific method?
Gather all the info that we know about a subject that can maybe help formulate an hypothesis on something that you just observed. So you formulate it. So let's say this tree is burning because I created a fire. So I gathered all information about what is fire. Then I experiment I create fire to burn the tree. The experiment is going well. So I say the
I asked
reason
a
why
really simple
trees
question. You're
burn is
saying a
because
lot of words. You did say the one word that was true, though. You want me to tell you what it is?
hypothesis.
Nope, it's not hypothesis. You said it, though. You did say it. And the word is observe, observation. That's the first step of the scientific method.
Sorry, I'm not looking at Google and speaking English like that is not my main job.
Well, observation is a cognate in French. Observation.
Wow, you speak one word. Wow. Did you learn French or?
Oui, c'est ça.
Oui, baguette, of course.
I'm a baguette now. You're not going to call me a petit chou?
I mean, no. Little shoot Bruxelles.
All right, bud. Anyway.
So observation.
Yes, observation's the first step of the scientific method. Okay, so what have you seen with your eyeballs that makes you think that Earth is curved?
I cannot, because you refuse to say anything about the sky is proof of globe Earth, right? So
Here, I'll ask the question again because you're getting off into the weeds. What have you seen with your eyeballs in reality, that makes you think that Earth's curved or a ball?
Other planet.
Is Earth other planets?
You use a telescope, you observe the moon, Mars, and you say, why is Earth different?
Is Earth the moon?
Nope.
Is Earth a star?
Nope.
Is Earth Jupiter?
Nope.
Is Earth Mars?
Nope.
Is Earth Venus or Mercury?
Nope.
Is Earth Saturn?
Nope.
So back to the relevant question, what on earth have you seen that makes you think that Earth is a ball?
Nothing.
In what way has the Earth presented itself to be a ball to you? Can you give us how it's presented itself to be a ball to you? How did that happen?
I think you answered the question with the word nothing. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay, and fair answer, and that's the point. If there isn't anything on Earth to make someone think that it might be a ball, where do you think that idea might have come from?
Nobody else, of course. Nobody else but me.
Well, no, you're not the first person to talk about the Earth being a ball. You're not the first.
Yes, but nobody tell me Earth is flat. You need to know it. Nobody ever.
Nobody has ever told you that Earth
Oh,
isn't a
not
ball.
one
Was that
scientist. Never.
yeah. Yeah, why do you think that is?
I asked,
Any
what
ideas?
is Earth? Nobody told me. So I searched myself, like I was 8 years old or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Google is my friend, I guess. Just a Google search. Nobody told me.
Hello, everyone.
You know, do you think the school system is brainwashing people to say, Earth is a globe? Let's watch a globe. Wow, little kids, you're watching a globe. It is
Hey, Pat.
100% a globe.
Hey, Pat.
Wow.
Hey, Pat.
Hmm?
Earth, whatever Earth is what it is. So we can find out what it is by looking at Earth. Not at classrooms, not at videos, not at pictures, not at the sky, not at the stars, not at the planets. We should look at Earth to find out what Earth is, right?
Can I just say something?
Let me ask you another
No,
question.
you were saying plenty, but you weren't paying attention to the topic. You were going off into the weeds.
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him a question?
Of course, man. Go ahead.
So let me ask you, Pat. Did they ever teach you that mass attracts mass in school? Newton's gravity.
Not really.
They never taught you that in school.
Not really.
Not really. It's not really. It's not really an answer, is it? It's either yes or no.
Nobody said me in French. La masse attracte la masse. No, never.
They've never told you that. So what did they tell you gravity was?
Object on Earth, or how to say it in English? Not attracted, but pulled toward the center of mass of the Earth, which is the center of its
Which
core.
is mass attract mass.
Basically.
And do you know that that's not no longer true according to the science consensus? That's no longer the current rhetoric.
It's not what they teach anymore.
I know a lot of scientists say something, and a lot of others say, "No, you're wrong."
Right, but you're making the comparison that they never taught me that in school. What are they just trying to brainwash kids in school? Teaching this about the Earth is a globe and looking like this beautiful ball. We were just stating that, but then I asked you, do they teach that the Earth attracts stuff to it towards the center, mass attractive mass? And you just practically said yes, right? So,
yes.
And that's not the current rhetoric. So, I kind of didn't get what you said. What was that?
The center of mass of something.
Right.
But thing can be any shape.
Okay, so they teach you that things are attracted to the Earth, but that is not the current rhetoric. Is the bending of space time?
Because Earth is super massive compared to like a fucking tiny banana or whatever.
Use your ears before you use your mouth. Think before you speak.
Okay, repeat. Sorry.
And if banana is growing on the tree, how is attracted by the air?
Can I get a microphone check, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can I get an apple, please?
Do not move apple through the less dense medium.
You got a buttload of patience today, Gospel. My hat's off to you, brother. I don't think I could have done it.
Oh, that guy. No, Battlehead, you're still here. Battlehead, do you have a question? I don't think that. I think we're kind of running in circles with Pat here. Do you have a question?
No, I didn't have a question. It's been a while since I joined. I was on here 6 months ago, and I remember Elijah and a couple of other names in this room too. I just wanted to say hi to everybody from hot California. The weather's pretty hot out here. To say hello. I'm back, so I'll be listening to this channel once again. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, gotcha. Welcome.
Welcome back, brother. It's hot in Florida too. I feel you.
Are we allowed to say geoengineering on this discussion?
By geo, do you mean the manufacturing of a globe model as that geoengineering, being punny?
No, I mean the geoengineering, meaning controlling the weather, making the weather. No matter where you are, they're spraying things in the sky. You know, aluminum, barium, strontium.
Oh, if you can cite official documentation of that being the case, then sure, as long as it's coming from .gov, then post away. Right? Official documentation. I'm being slightly facetious, but I'm also being literal at the same time.
Yeah, I can tell. No, it wouldn't be anything from Gov. I wouldn't trust anything from Gov. I would go off of science research of geoengineering.org or geoengineering.com.
Sometimes they're straight up. They tell on themselves, so to speak.
So if you ask, I'm not sure what country you're in, but if you ask people on my realm of the neighborhood, if you ask 100 people, do you trust the government? You might get one person that says yes, or anything that comes from the government.
Yeah, but again, the documentation will sometimes provide informative data. Anyway, I do it all the time. I reference PubMed. I reference all sorts of websites when I'm making claims, and it's called providing a hostile witness as a technique for exposing that sort of topic. But in general, the answer to your question is no. We try to stick to the topic of flat Earth, especially in regards to this voice chat. Who was talking in the middle of my sentence?
Sorry, but I was hot micing.
It's okay. So anyway. Hey, Pat, you think you can have gas pressure without a container? And if so, can you demonstrate it and get I don't know, billions of dollars and become one of the most famous people in the history of mankind? You're hot micing mind sobriety.
What? I cannot demonstrate it.
Oh, it's too bad.
Wait. Just a second. If you can prove to everyone in the world Earth is flat, you publish it. Boom, you get Nobel Prize. You can get rich of that.
Free chocolate?
Rich money.
Oh, I thought you said you can get free chocolate. I was like, yes, please.
So why don't you publish something, a paper in scientific review?
Why publish demonstrable reality?
To make billions of people understand.
How much money will I get if I publish a paper that says water is wet?
Thank you. That's a good one.
Why not?
Where's my Nobel Prize?
You need to publish it.
Or rain comes from clouds.
You can publish it, my man. Get the no. I'll I will allow you to use those 3 words, and you can publish it and get yourself a Nobel Prize. Water is wet. Period. Boom.
Winner.
It's not a proof. Did you say water is wet? How does it
Yeah.
explain that? You need to do all the steps in the scientific method.
How do
No.
you employ the scientific
Using a
method to
plane,
measure,
schematics,
Pat?
everything.
Pat?
You do the paperwork.
Pat?
Okay, let's make an experiment to realize how water is wet. Let's make experiment.
Oh man.
I mean, what do you mean by water is wet in the first place?
Yeah, let's make experiment to realize that water is wet. How we will do that?
I know I can do that. Can you?
How you? Can I? No, I cannot make experiment to realize that water is wet. I know that water is wet.
Too bad. Can you do
Okay,
the
now
same for
can you?
water?
Okay, can you tell me now which experiment you will provide that you will prove me that something is wet? Water, in this case.
What's the dependent and independent variable in this alleged experiment?
Something can be wet without water. You know, liquid metal,
I ask you,
liquid nitrogen.
how I will
azote liquid.
realize? You said that you can make experiment and show me that water is wet with that experiment. Which experiment can show me that water is wet, please? If you want, I can repeat the question 1,000,000 times.
I cannot do that.
You cannot do that. Okay, great, thank you. Which experiment will show you that Earth is a globe?
Fire is fire. It's the same.
Which experiment you will use to show that Earth is a globe?
I don't have one.
Because it's not point of the experiment.
But you know, you can review all the scientific publications, and maybe there's one who says Earth is a globe, and someone published it, and someone published it, I guess.
Is it globe Earth? Scientific question.
It is not a question of science.
Geometry is not. Geometry doesn't require the scientific method. Do you understand?
When you go to point A to point B, how do you do this?
Pat, yes or no question. Geometry does not require the scientific method. Do you understand?
No.
You said no?
No.
Okay.
A big no.
Gospel Bear, there's another person here that just came in. There's a little bit of a language barrier with this guy, so
Who's the other person?
Not a problem. He said something that doesn't make sense.
Paddlehead.
Whatever the language, it doesn't make sense.
We talked to Battlehead briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
The language is not a problem. When you make zero sense, it's zero sense.
Okay. Do you know what geometry is, Pat?
No, can you tell me? Without Google? Without Google.
Yeah. I don't use Google anyway, so I can follow your guidelines.
Any electronic, just your mouth.
Oh, I can't answer that question without utilizing the electronics of Discord, my headset, my microphone. I have to use electricity in order to communicate across great distances like we're doing this very moment. So it would be really weird for me to telepathically answer your question. So
let me
here's
break
your
it down for you. In 7th grade, I took a class called geometry. Also in 7th grade, I took a class called science. I received grades for each individual class. Why did I need to take 2 separate classes for geometry and science?
I don't know.
Because geometry is not science.
La géométrie n'utilise pas la méthode scientifique. Anyway, I don't know how to help you understand how geometry, like 1 + 1 = 2. Is that
It's not
you need the
geometry.
scientific method in order to determine that 1 + 1 = 2? Is that the impression that you're under?
You can Google it.
What? Are you,
There's a reason
Pat,
why 1
under
plus
the
1 equals 2.
impression that
You
1
Google.
+ 1 is utilizing the scientific method?
I think you need to write this out with crayon, and you might understand it more completely.
You need the 6 steps.
Pat, what would be the observation
The
for 1
scientific
+
method has 6 steps. You don't know that? Sorry. Just Google it.
I want to be astonished at your lack of understanding, but I laugh instead because I don't
1
know.
plus 3
This is
55
depressing.
is 110. So what's your point?
Math isn't science. Do you understand? It's a simple thing.
Math
Okay,
is math. What's your
yes.
point?
The point is you keep invoking the need for the scientific method in order to do geometry. You don't need to invoke the scientific method in order to do geometry. That is the point. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
If I provided you with a piece of wood and I told you to measure it, what scientific method would you use to measure that piece of wood?
You need a unit first. Measure in what? Centimeters? Inch? Tell
So
me.
how does this fit within the scientific method? What is the independent variable, the dependent variable? What are your control variables? What's your hypothesis? And what is your observation? What would your conclusion be?
If you use zero technique, you can say this plank of wood is the size of this plank of wood. End of the story. Wow, amazing.
Is that a question of science? How long this
No.
piece of wood is? That's not a scientific question, is it?
I said no.
Correct. So when we're talking about the surface of the earth and a measurement, it's not a question of science, is it?
You can measure something if you have reached the limit of its thing. You need the entire object disposable to measure it.
So I'm measuring from point A to point B. Let's say it's across a body of water. Right? Point A, point B, 20 miles. If I'm making an assumption that from point A to point B, there is a rate of curvature as a necessity for a globe Earth, is this a question of science?
No.
Correct. So it's not a question of science.
Then what is it?
And in order to determine whether or not there is a rate of drop, we would need to go out and do the physical measurements. And guess what? When we do these physical measurements, we don't find a rate of curvature. A rate of curvature is a necessity for a globe Earth. We don't find a rate of curvature. What would be our logical conclusion to draw from this measurement?
Okay. What should I say? I just say okay. What's
What would be our logical conclusion from this measurement if there is no rate of drop, which would be a necessity if the Earth was a ball?
curvature? So what's
No,
What do you mean by
no
rates of
curvature,
drop, by the way? What do you mean
right?
by
So if
rates
I'm
of drop?
measuring my table and my table has no curvature, what would we say my table is?
Flat.
Correct.
But this is somebody else answering the question that was meant for Pat.
Oh, Pat, if we measure my table and I'm expecting to see a curvature rate on my table and I find zero curvature, what could we say my table is?
flat?
Correct. So when we measure from point A to point B across a body of water, let's say it's 20 miles. I've done one that's just over 17, and we don't find a curvature rate. What can we say that the Earth is?
Not curved.
Not curved, but something's not
Anything
curved.
but curved.
Something doesn't curve. It's
what is
what?
the opposite of curved? What is that word?
If it's not curving, it's okay. You can say it. It's not curving. We're just talking about table. Now we're talking about water. It's not curving. It's
Flat.
correct.
Are you
Welcome
happy?
to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back. Bathrooms on the right.
That's funny. You
Are you
converted
happy?
him. Dude.
Why was that so hard?
You converted him.
Tell me. Are you happy?
Am I happy? I mean, it made me giggle. I don't know if it makes me happy. What would make me happy if you actually went out and did this for yourself and you come to the conclusion and you do a little bit more research and you come to a determination on your own for yourself. That would make me happy. Because I'm not here to convince you of anything. Yeah, I'm not here to convince you of anything, bro.
He's just giving you suggestions and then you think for yourself. He's not giving you what to think. He's helping you think.
I started 22 years ago.
What?
What did you say? 20 years ago? What are you talking about?
22 years ago.
Huh? What did you say?
What did you start 22 years ago?
Thinking?
Did you say drinking?
He was no thinking. Are you a non-thinker or something? Or what?
Oh, I thought you said drinking.
No, thinking. As
What
in being
about
conscious.
Think.
Being
He
sentient,
didn't
at
say
least.
drinking, did he?
Here.
No, I didn't.
No,
I said thinking. I think you guys are drunk. No, I said thinking.
So cool.
Maybe you guys are drunk.
Should I say it 10 times?
So you started thinking 22 years ago. Maybe from this point forward, you can start thinking critically.
Yeah.
Do you only think critically from this server or anywhere else?
I try to. Sometimes when I'm drinking, I'm not always thinking critically, but I try to.
It's good being sober. I think being sober is the best thing.
Speaking of critical thinking, I can tell you my favorite French scientist. Flat.
Don't ridicule yourself, please.
Le maître.
Oh, since we have you on here and you speak French, how do you pronounce Henri Poincaré? How would you pronounce that in
Henri
French?
Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré? It's so hard
Henri
for me.
Poincaré. Try again.
Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré.
Oui, oui,
Say it.
Henri Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré. What? Poincaré?
Holy
Is that what you
shit.
said?
Sorry, man. It's a tough language for me. Say it one more time.
Henri
can only
means
speak
we
French.
laugh.
Say it one more time without anybody talking over you.
Henri.
Henri.
Henri. Ri means when we laugh, I think.
Poincaré. How do you pronounce the
Poincaré.
Poincaré? Poincaré.
Poincaré.
Poincaré. Is that getting good? Poincaré.
Can you say it louder? I can help him pronounce it. If you say it louder
Henri
and more clearly.
Poincaré.
Henri Poincaré. Is that what you said?
Henri Poincaré. Henri Poincaré.
You have a really weird accent, although you're French. This is really weird, man.
I mean, Paris accent. I guess it's weird.
You have to be really coherent for us to understand.
Are you familiar with Henri Poincaré? Poincaré?
the accent just gets it.
Nope.
I can't say it, man. I'm sorry.
Henri
You know what I'm talking about,
Poincaré.
though. Are you
Are
familiar
you
with
familiar with Joe Biden? No. Same question for you.
No.
Of course not. So why do you ask me that?
I was just wondering if you're familiar with the guy.
No, of course.
No, of course. That leads me to believe. Okay.
I got a call.
Yeah, he's
of
not.
course.
Yeah, he's not a Ri. I think he's only Conqueré.
The amazing French scientist I was going to refer to is Antoine Béchamp.
I don't know.
I know him.
Yeah, you should look him up. Good guy. And if you look into it, you'll learn some good things.
Yes, can confirm.
Is he really a scientist?
Yes,
Or just
he actually performed the scientific method. He wasn't a charlatan. He didn't fraudulently perform. Well, he didn't do any fraud like a certain competitor.
The leader of the sect.
Louis. What was his name?
I'm not going to say the other French man's name that was a fraud. What?
Let's say.
What?
Who? Tell his name.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the other guy's name, but he's been exposed as a fraud.
His first name is Louis, or
No,
Louis.
that was his first name. Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah. Anyway,
Louis.
I was just letting you know my favorite French scientist, Antoine Béchamp. You can learn about him. He's good to learn about.
I'm just Googling and holy shit. He really, really has a bad reputation.
Are you using Google?
Yes, because I didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Could you?
What the fuck? He really has a bad reputation here.
Could you perhaps use an alternative search engine like Presearch or Yacey or Cirx? Those are less censored.
Quant. Plan. Yo. Whatever.
What is happening? Are you saying words?
You don't know what is yo?
It sounded like you were saying monosyllabic nothings. I couldn't tell what you were saying.
He was reiterating that the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, la terre est plate.
Ever.
La terre est plate. I don't think it's flat in French. Flat.
Flat.
La terre est ronde. Exactement.
Flat.
P-L-A-T, and if you're writing it in the sentence, it gets an E.
Plateau.
The word all by itself does not have the letter E.
La Terre is round.
La Terre is not round.
Is round a shape?
The Earth is round.
Yeah, is round a shape? Is round a three-dimensional shape?
So do you say that Earth is flat, but in 2D it's a disk?
I didn't say disc.
A circle?
No.
It's just flat. It's that simple, based on perception. I mean, have you ever traveled into space, the so-called space, and actually seen the entire Earth at once? You haven't. But based on your senses, when you are outside, you don't ever think of curvature unless you are told to think so. That's the thing. You never ever think of a curvature. You just perceive things as flat. That simple. And the more you explore, the more you know that it is still flat and always will be flat.
In what space we can go to see entire Earth?
There is no space. That's the thing. It's a hoax. So we can't achieve that. That will never ever happen. Space is not real.
Did you
It's
see
a
the
hoax.
entire flat Earth?
Yes, I have seen it. Everybody can
The
see it,
entire flat Earth.
but you are told
Entire flat Earth.
you don't have to. You go out and you essentially observe using your senses with your eyes, and you don't send this gravity or this so-called curvature of the Earth. You don't even see it, whatever that is. Say it again.
Your eyes. They
Yes,
cannot
what about
see
them?
1 billion kilometers away. You only see a
because our perception
fraction
is
of
limited.
reality
Yes,
with your eyes.
yes, and it is limited. We can use telescopes to see things, and the more you zoom in into things that are really far, you will see that they're still there. They're not under the ground, under some sort of curvature. They just don't just magically fall. That's not the case. It really is that
We
simple.
cannot say Earth is round because we didn't see from anywhere, but we cannot see it's
Because
flat.
you've been told
Because
to think that it's round. That is literally the only reason. You've been told to think that it's round. Even if you go outside, you still think that it's round because they brainwashed you to think otherwise. Essentially oppose your senses, basically, because you've been conditioned to think so.
Who brainwashed
the people of power. The people of power. You've
My
only been told
president
what to think.
said about Earth being round. My
The
politic
people of power,
never
that's all I
said
have to say.
Earth
Anybody
being
that is above
round.
you, essentially,
My
has
teacher
the power to essentially affect you, like the way you think.
Like teacher what?
Say it again.
He said
people
teachers.
of power. You say about politics, teachers.
What with teachers?
Who is in power for you?
What
do you mean by
teachers know about Earth?
You think who is in power?
They believe. Well, teachers. What does teachers have to do
Who
with
is
any of
in
this?
power?
School?
Yes.
Who is
Elites,
in
obviously.
who is in power? Let's say that it's in power. That who closed you in last 2-3 years. Somebody's in power when make war. Somebody's power when make corruption. Somebody's power when. Do you want more powers?
So you say
What do you
politics?
Politics?
Well, politics is an act. No, politicians have
President?
no power. They just act, and that's all. They're just puppets for people that are above them. That's all it's about.
Dictators?
Did you know the Earth is what it is, regardless of any of the things you guys are talking about?
No matter what,
Yeah.
it's really simple.
Brainwashing me
You
to
go out.
believing
Listen. To make it really simple, go out and observe with your senses. If you're brainwashed, you might think the Earth is essentially something else than flat. But if you're not, then simply your senses will tell you that it is flat, and you'll always think so, no matter what, unless you've been brainwashed to think otherwise. Because you have to think for yourself, essentially. Go by your nature, but if you are told what to think, then you're going to think otherwise. Then your senses will fool you because you've been brainwashed. It's that simple.
So, if everyone says it's flat, I will automatically say it's flat?
You don't have to. You just observe. You go out on your own and you observe. You experience, dude.
If everyone says that it's globe, the same
but
question.
you believe in space, but you haven't experienced it, dude. You can experience flat Earth. You go out. You are experiencing it right now, but you're brainwashed to think otherwise. It's that simple. You can experience flat Earth, literally. You cannot experience curvature of the Earth. It is not experience, an assumption.
Hey, who are we talking to? What's his name?
Sure, can I ask him?
Plat
That's
2
Rick.
or Plat 92?
So, Plat 92. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Sasha.
Yeah. Plat, what do you think? Why I'm thinking that Earth is flat?
Well, only because it presents its itself
No,
is
no,
flat
not
and
you, Sean.
stationary. No, no.
Let's
He
say
will be.
people of
Okay.
power or
Wait a second. Wait a
evil,
second. So
something
you
like
want
that.
me to? I don't know how you want me to answer
No,
it
no.
because the world it presents itself as flat and stationary, so therefore it is flat and stationary. But you're asking me why you believe it's flat and stationary?
No, I'm asking him what he thinks that we think. Why we think that Earth is flat.
Oh, okay.
But
Hey, Plat 92. Why do you think that we merely think that it's flat? What
Maybe
convinced us
you
in
have
our
a big
crazy heads?
interest in everything in power. So if someone in power says something, you think the opposite. Hmm?
Okay, so the reason I came in is because you said if everybody in the world said it's flat, then I'll say it's flat too. Is that what you said?
Well, yes,
Because
that's what he said. Going by
something
his logic,
someone said
going by his logic,
everything
if
and
say that
everyone in power is brainwashing me into believing it's globe, so I say it's globe.
Oh, well,
Something
not
like
everybody,
that.
but just enough, for the gullibility within inside everybody to be, what's the word, nurtured and nourished. Okay, so everybody can be fooled, right? But there's people who are better than other people who are less fooled. Okay, so you can be one of those people. You just got to admit you've been duped, right? And then you got to go measure
there's
the earth.
degrees. Yeah, there's degrees to brainwash. It's not just white and black, like say brainwashed and non-brainwashed. Everybody's brainwashed, but there's degrees to it. Depends on how brainwashed
I
you
want
are,
to see,
basically.
Sean, with which things are you fooling me?
No, that's why
What
I'm
do you
here, because I
imply?
don't want anybody to be fooled anymore, Sasha.
Yeah.
We don't have to fool you. We're telling you literally go outside and perceive. Just go outside. You can experience it for yourself. You don't have to prove something
He's
for you.
not talking to
Nature.
you or Glatt. Why do you keep responding when he asked the other guy a question?
Yep.
Oh, good. I barged in. I just wanted to let him know that it's not appeal to consensus. The flat Earth. It's the opposite of an appeal to consensus or authority. Flat Earth is the experienced reality. So what we try to do is make sure that that people can think critically and positively and productively instead of be fooled by someone else's words.
Yeah, but Sean, my point is this. Let's say that I am some skeptic and I came here and not even skeptic. I'm thinking that you are all fooling the people. And now I want to know with which things you are fooling the people.
I'm not fooling anybody. I mean, that's the point. I'm trying not to do.
That's the point, because we will say with which points we are fooling the people.
Okay.
That's not fooling, of course, but I'm pointing that for other people in the brain, because this is flat earth, stupid server, we are fooling the people. We want to say people that earth is flat because why?
No, just because it is flat, and I'm sick of others getting lied to.
Yeah, but that question is for him. Does he know?
Okay, got it. Sorry, I'll bow out. Go ahead, guys.
That is for part 92. What he think, what we think that earth is flat.
Let me ask again. Sasha's basically saying that normal people out there think that this is a psyop and that we're trying to fool people. So do you know of any of those things that, we may be able to clarify misunderstandings? Like, do you have any preconceived notions based on what someone's told you about us so that we can tell you why we actually are here?
Or why would this be a psyop? Why would they make us think that it's flat?
Did you give up, Plat?
Ah, you asking me?
We're not now, Sasha. We just tell you to go out. It's simple.
I'm
Just go
sorry.
out
I bowed out because I thought I was talking over like 2 or 3 people, and I don't want to do that.
Plat? No, sorry, Plat.
Oh, Plat. See, I'm not listening. Okay, bye. Love you guys.
Elijah asked you a question, Plat 92.
So the psyops, right? The
No.
big deception. The government is always like people in power, lobbyists, big pharma, politics. Everyone is lying, right?
Bruh. Earth
Yeah,
is
but
what it
listen.
is.
Everything
You could
about
say
the
All
that
this
they
other stuff
actually.
is really
You could
besides the
say.
point.
You could say
Who's
that they give you
talking?
half truth all the time,
Leon.
not really lie and everything.
Leon, it's not helpful. And the reason it's not helpful is because it's besides the point. You can look at the Earth and you can see and you can measure and you can observe and you can demonstrate that it's not curved. That is the point. Flat.
Yes,
That's
it's
the
flat.
point.
But now
What?
you can expose it to the world.
Yeah.
Not just to
What do you
discuss.
think? What do you think we are doing? What do you think we are doing?
This guy.
What do you think we are doing?
Discord.
What is the name of this server? Go to YouTube and type flat earth and find out information. You will find out beautiful information. In first 1,000 videos, you will not find anything. What we are doing
Earth
here?
is flat, okay. But do you think that everyone is on YouTube searching for flat Earth?
No. What do you think? What do you think? Question again. What do you think we are doing here?
Informing.
Okay. Is that not enough?
It's not enough.
What I need to do? I need to. I need.
8 billion of it planets.
Okay, great. Do you know what is not enough? It's not enough that you're speaking here and there is a war. You need to go there and to stop the war. You need to go in front any of government or whatever, or go there and say, I want to stop this war because this is not right.
Why would
Shall
I
we
do
do that? Is it this not enough what we are doing?
You're saying telling the people that the Earth is flat on a Discord server is not really going to change much. It's going to change their belief, but it's not going to do much, essentially. To stop the chaos, you have to actually oppose them and go out and do things, essentially. That's what he is suggesting, I believe.
Yes. And the best way is, official is, just publish.
Just publish. Let's go on BBC like people did it 2-3 years ago, and they was.
Sasha,
People
to answer,
sorry,
oh my gosh,
I will stop.
Not just you, it's other people piping in. Listen, Platt, people have been publishing flat Earth material for a long time. Okay, in the 1890s, there was 50 proofs that the Earth is flat. In the early 1900s, there was another one. In about 20 or 30 years after that, there was another one. In the 1960s or 70s, there was yet another one. People have been publishing material demonstrating how and why the Earth is flat, or rather, how the Earth is not a globe. And anyway, you get the point, hopefully. People have been publishing stuff for a long time, and it doesn't matter. You know, people believe what they want to believe.
The best way to actually get something known is word of mouth, right? So it's like from person to person. And that person tells like 5 person, that 5 person tells other 5 person. I mean, it multiplies that way. So. If we weren't here talking about it, you wouldn't come over here to actually ask questions or be intrigued by the matter to start with. So there you go.
The proof is in the pudding. The fact that you're here right now, absolutely.
I'm just one guy. Nothing
Yep.
else.
And what about the other 50,000 people that have passed through this server?
It's not a lot.
It's Discord, bro.
8 billion.
There's also hundreds of millions of views of flat Earth videos on YouTube. So it's really, again, this is all besides the point.
One
Flat
more
Earth was actually being.
One more besides the point. I know you heard me trying to get in first.
I did it first. Go ahead.
One more besides the point is that flat Earth was actually a more popular discussion online than the most popular president in our history.
Trump.
Yeah. So what do you think that is? So the problem is not us because the
Impressive,
problem
but
is actually
you make an entire world no.
the problem is actually Congress getting together to censor and derail people from actually looking up the topic. Thank you.
Yes, no. YouTube is censoring it.
Yes.
I know it's censored on everything, even
They
Twitter,
also put,
Instagram,
they also
even TikTok.
put a bar under videos talking about flat Earth, saying that it's disinformation, which is a form of censorship.
I know.
Look at the chat.
Wow.
I don't like
Pause
this.
your pause. Look at the chat. Title of the video: YouTube admits they censor flat Earth.
Yes, I know. I don't like that. It's censorship. It's useless. It's
Why would it
anti-constitutional.
censor something that is useless? That makes no sense.
Doesn't matter.
Then
Listen, this is the point was to stop the derailment of what's more important. Because you asked, shouldn't
I'm
we be
against it.
doing more? You asked, shouldn't flat earthers be doing more? So there's your answer. We've done more than enough, and we're up against the government that you still believe in. Because you still believe it's a globe, right?
I mean, I don't trust the government on everything,
But you still believe it's a globe.
some things, like
Right.
when they say
So
sky is blue,
right.
I trust them.
That's the point. That's the point. Not only are we trying to get the word out, but there are people like you who won't just take things as they are. It's super obvious. We're giving you the material that you need, and that could be okay. That's interesting. You're right. So now you should be more open to what we have to say, right?
I'm super open.
Good.
also, instead of censoring flat Earth, if it was just some silly thing, wouldn't it be better to like have somebody prove that it's wrong instead of censoring?
Yes, of course.
But why
Censorship
do they
is
censor
fucking
it?
obvious. It fucking sucks. Anywhere. We French, we hate it. We
Okay.
did the French Revolution.
Yeah, I'm bad. I can't come up with better arguments there. Sorry.
Censorship sucks anywhere. Just like
So gospel,
anyone can
did you want to
anywhere.
continue a point? He might be busy right now.
I will not fight to spread the word, but I will never censor it. If it's what you're asking.
You will never what? What do you mean?
Censor anyone to speak their mind.
Ah. So
But
essentially
they
be
did it.
open-minded and not reject other ideas that are exterior to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And yeah, that's what people do. It's like they have a filter, like some sort of wall that just blocks any idea that is new to them. They just block it. And that wall of consciousness is just built by other people, basically. Yes,
I
ideas
mean,
come through, but yeah, they have ideas that is not gonna come through because
yes,
they've been brainwashed to think that those
let's say
ideas are just not good for them, beneficial. Flat Earth and so on.
Some people say aliens exist. I said no, but they have the right to say it. So I don't like the idea, but they can speak it.
Yeah.
I don't like somebody preaching the Quran or the Torah. I hate it, but they can speak it. Even though I hate it. Especially the Quran.
Understandable.
Who is the guy who made a medic pill jump 1000% in price? And this guy is like the most hated man in America. I don't know his name.
What did you say?
Well, never mind, never mind.
I heard somebody bring up a long time ago in this chat that NASA said that Earth is an enclosed system and that we cannot escape it. But do we actually have proof of that, or is that just something that NASA said to maybe, perhaps, lead us in a wrong direction? That maybe there are other lands that are useful. Are there any proof of it? Is what I'm saying. That statement.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about, the globe or flat. So since NASA,
I'm talking
most
about
likely
the
they're
flat.
talking about the globe. Ah, flat.
Okay, so yeah, it was the NASA said that it was an enclosed system. Somebody said here, and they were talking about.
Hold up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Correction on the field. It was Bill Nye, the pretends to be a science guy, that said that.
All right. All right.
Does your question still stand?
No,
Yeah.
because globe doesn't support enclosed system.
Obviously, yes.
That means doesn't matter what Bill Nye said.
Yeah, because where will be the thing that closed? Where will be the wall? It will be also a globe surrounding the globe. Doesn't make any sense.
No,
It's flat,
after
then yes,
that,
it would
Bill
make
Nye
sense.
can say only I'm flat earther, nothing else.
Yeah.
Yep. Not we have open closed system, that's not possible to have open closed
Do you guys believe that there could be more land, as in this plane that we're on is infinite, or that it's a closed system? Of course, if it's flat, because it is flat.
We don't believe in conjecture and speculation, sir. We only look at facts, reality. That shit's for Hollywood. Sorry.
I posted this the other day on the server. If there were to be more land, then that means there will be more suns. But we cannot see the other suns that are on the other side.
Man, but
So
we don't
that
know
would mean
if
that
we
is
have.
ecosystem.
We don't know even if we have land all around. Maybe it's open in 4. Maybe it's open in 12 directions. Maybe it's open in 4 directions.
What do you mean opening, or what do you imply? What?
But I am now assuming like you.
Ah. Well, yes. For now, for the
yeah.
moment, yes, it is. Based on
Yeah,
what we are able to perceive, it is limited because we don't see
based
other
on
suns. We
nothing.
don't see any.
Based on that we cannot go 60 degrees south. That means what is there? Is that all circumstances? How to say that pictures what we see from Antarctica? That's all that 20 or whatever it is. We have all how to say all shore recorded Is it circular? Is it triangle? Is it rectangular? How we know what it is? Is it that
As
map?
in the enclosure,
that?
like the dome, so-called dome. Is that what you imply? The shape
Yeah.
of it?
Is it dome parabolic? Is it pyramidical or cube? That's the point. Because because we have pictures from ancient civilization, blah blah blah, and that new one's how sun is circulating above that map model or blah blah blah, and then that map was 1,000 years ago showing some lands and blah blah blah, and now because of that we can also start to imagine or make stories or whatever.
Well, so far what we know of is that there is a closed system, and we can only assume the shape of that enclosure, what is actually holding everything, basically, and what is circular, round, triangular, whatever, or cubic. We can only assume. But yeah.
Yeah, but for example, you will come to Antarctica if you want to assume. You are imagining, for sure you're imagining that it's like a circle and there is a dome like this. But how much distance is it 1,000 miles after the shore, or it's 1,000,000 miles after the shore?
As in behind the ice wall itself?
Yeah.
Because we've never been there, yeah.
Yeah, that means
Well,
that we cannot. Yeah, but that's also. I'm telling you now, like assuming, like I can assume that is like 4 inches, 4 big rivers. Imagine that Antarctica, but now it's not Antarctica, but you see on all these maps, it's with
Yeah, we
4 exits, let's say, and that's something different now.
so if you were to assume that the ice wall was actually the ice shelf, and Antarctica is just surrounding the land that we know of, then in that case, that's what he means. Like, so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
been to the ice shelf in Antarctica. I don't know if it's a circle around the Earth or anything like that, but I'm saying that's where he's saying. I don't know.
Nobody knows. Yeah, and then when you say is there land behind what? Because we don't know even how is the shore look like.
How is the what? As in the
The
corner?
shore. We don't know
You mean the
anything
corner?
behind 60 degrees south, man.
Yeah, because we're not allowed to go there.
Yeah, that means what if? Can you imagine all kind of shapes there now behind that point?
Yeah.
Whatever rivers. What how to? I cannot even explain. Your brain can work whatever you can imagine because you don't know. You have some videos from some parts of Antarctica, and that's it.
Yeah, well, we would need an entire video. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be possible.
We don't know even of the north, not south.
It's insane.
You have some pictures. If you saw, I don't know, internet with like you have ice, and then you have so many domes. I don't know if you saw that picture. Well, what if it's only one?
Eyes?
You know,
Uh,
yeah, you have like a ice, and in between ice you have like a 20 of that domes,
can you,
out there.
so you mean like say an ice plane and then there's hole that has land in it, right? Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
what you're
yeah.
talking about?
You have
It's
that
pretty
picture
possible.
somewhere. Yeah, yeah. But that's only imagination. What is, you can now imagine what is, if we have all that 20 lands, of course, doesn't matter, and now, but it's under one or three domes, or I can bullshit now everything. I don't know what.
Say eternal. We can say eternal, perhaps. Yeah, what about it?
Because of that, nobody wants to claim anything about this here. Because how we can know that?
Yeah.
It's the same like with the space, you know. You cannot go there and but you can go on the beach.
What about the beach? What does that have to do with space?
You can find out what water is doing in reality. Because you will read the books, and in books is written, in every book of geometry is written that water is curving for sure. Because that people wrote that books. But water itself doesn't write the books. Water is behaving, you know, naturally. That's the point. And then you that's what you learn in your life, you know, you learn the numbers. And you said, oh, the earth is so big. How much is big? It's 25,000 miles. With the radius that one. Ooh, it is big. Man, you need 25,000 miles. You need a lot of time to go around, you know? And now, on that given rate, you have a drop on some distance. Because that is sphere. Because you learn in school what is sphere. It's something what is curving in distance. And it's spheres, geometrical objects. And then you find out that that thing what is sphere does not curve in reality with that given rate, that big one, 35,000 miles. And that's the only point, nothing else.
Well, let's see your take.
Fucking July. My car better be done by then.
What if it's bigger? If it's bigger, then tell us new numbers. Let's check that numbers.
Well, the only way to figure it out is to experience. Like, say, you read a book that has essentially something to talk about the beach existing, then you can assume or believe that it's there, but you can only really truly know that it's there if you actually experience what it's like to be near the beach or in the water, basically. The same thing when you talk about a dome or an ISO, whatever that is, or something that will be beyond an ISO or that the Earth is limited to. Where we don't know. We can't really know unless we experience it. We go there. That's the only way. But we are prevented from going there. Prevented from going there. So yeah, we don't know. To keep it simple, can only assume. But for sure, we know that the Earth is flat because we actually can go outside and actually experience it. We experience flatness basically everywhere.
Not only experience, we can measure that. We can find the object in distance and say, this is, I don't know, 20 miles, 30 miles. Why I see this? On the globe, I cannot see this. Fact. This is fact. And if
you observe.
That,
you use your senses.
Yeah,
exactly.
And you're not going there observing horizon and say, look, it's flat horizon. No, I'm looking that, I don't know, whatever it is, Ireland, in the case of black swan, it's oil rigs, whatever. You will find some distance and say, this object is on that distance. Okay, great. On that distance, I cannot see that object. Point. Fact. On the globe. Only if we have some kind of phenomenon what is giving us some kind of hologramic or what they are saying refraction, but that's not happening, you know. We don't have that in reality, that you have town above the town.
What do you mean by a hologram? To do what exactly? Can you elaborate on that? To do what?
No, to see Chicago. Is it Chicago real town or Chicago is projecting above the Chicago?
What do you mean?
The
That
people
everything
was
could be a hologram?
it was a news even on NBC, I think, and they said this is mirage. That means this is something projecting, and mirage even not how to say opposite one. You can see the entire town in the sky, and that's not real town.
It's
How
a
so?
certain type of mirage, but the mirage is it has to display it backwards on top of the upside down on top of the image that you're
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
see.
yeah.
So it's not a mirage because there is no. It's a direct 1-to-1 image. You know, there's no upside down image on top of
Okay,
what you're.
let's. How we will call that?
I don't know. I don't remember the specific name for that mirage.
Can
And
we
I
call that? Can we call that is Chicago?
Yeah. So, for example, there is an image, of Chicago, over, I forgot what lake that is, from Michigan, and it's like what 55 miles plus of a
Yeah.
distance, and it's a clear photograph showing the skyline of Chicago, and if there was the curvature taking place, right, the mathematics for that is what you would only see like 200 feet of the top of the tower of the Sears Tower. So that little point that they have up at the top, that's the only thing you should be able to see if there was a curve based on, NASA's mathematical equation, which is what for every 8 square miles, there's 8 inches of travel, and that's squared. So for every 8 miles, 8 inches, and then square that for every other, right? And it goes on. So you should only see from Michigan, looking over that 55-mile distance, only the very point of only the Sears Tower. But in reality, when you get a powerful enough lens or anything that you can see that distance with your naked eye, you see the entirety of the sky. I mean, there's no missing feature, as if you were down the street looking at it.
And listen, this now choice. You have two choice. You somehow seeing some kind of phenomena, what is happening, or you are seeing real town on that distance.
But there's no phenomenon that the only thing that the news was trying to say is that it was a mirage. But when they say that it was a mirage, they even lied about that because the mirage would show two images: the image you're
Yeah, I
seeing,
know
and
that.
then the exact image on top of it upside down.
Yeah,
So they
of
were
course.
lying
Yeah.
even about the mirage. So they were just trying to describe it because they had, they were caught. They were caught between their legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're presented with truth. You either accept the truth and become, I don't know, revolutionized by it, or you decide to ignore the truth and become a liar. So, since they're lying about everything else, I mean, why not just lie about the mirage too? I mean, it's irrefutable. I mean, I guess you need to place a camera or a telescope in front of every person's hand so they can see it with their own eyes, with their own senses. So then maybe they can understand, how big of a lie this is.
Let me play devil's advocate. Maybe the line from for the Mirage is way high up above the camera. I'm just joking, but yeah.
Because no, because the display of that camera, I mean, it showed more up than down. It wasn't like they zoomed in. Like the skyline was still proportionally small, and you can see like 10 times sky than the horizon or the skyline. So there's no way. Not it's impossible for that to have been a mirage based on the proportions of the image that was displayed. If you
Okay,
look at
cool.
that type of mirage anywhere else in the world, mostly you see it with ships over water. You can see it. It's literally right above the image. It is miraging of like
Yeah, I know.
it's not. There's 10 feet distance where you'll see the mirage or 100 feet distance. It is a direct 1-to-1. It's right over. It's like a mirror, right? A reverse mirror of whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, cool. I was just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, that's just the answer for that. So
Nice.
um But you don't even just have to use the Chicago skyline. I mean, you can use any body of water. You can use. I mean, this goes into the whole tangent on it. Like every lighthouse that saved, hundreds to thousands of sailors from hitting the coastline. I mean, if we were on a curvature, they all would have died. They would have never been able to see it. It was too late. I mean, what other example? L.A. to San Francisco, seeing mountains behind the skyline. You shouldn't be able to see that, or like there's so many different examples. Or the Bolivian salt flats or the Belize salt flats. I forgot which one specifically. 4,000 square miles of a perfect mirror. When it rains over it, I mean that should be impossible. If it wasn't, perfectly level. I mean, there's so many examples. Which one disproves curvature? I mean, you decide to believe a lie, or you decide to kind of think for yourself and not be enslaved like how they're trying to enslave your mind.
The salt flats, is that what the video that Sasha showed there? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's
Chelsea
beautiful.
So yeah, it's salt flat, and a couple times a year, or I don't know how many times it rains, and there's like an inch or two over the whole, flat, and it projects a perfect mirror of the sky, and so
It
that
looks
what.
like it looks way too good to be true, but I guess it's true. But yeah, it looks so
Yeah, no,
beautiful.
this document. I mean, you can go there today if you wanted to, and wait for the rains, and then see it for yourself. You
Nice.
don't have to take my word for it. I don't really.
I believe it, but I just
There's been too many people to have gone in the experience, and the countries. It's too many people would have to lie, to make it a conspiracy, or for it to be. I mean, you don't have to believe me, I guess, and. But
yeah.
another one of
Chill
the
out.
devil advocate, or you on the fence about.
Bro. What he was telling you is it's too beautiful to be true, not that it's fake in any way.
Oh, sorry, I misheard that. My bad.
Kind of like you tell your girl, hey, you're just so beautiful, I can't believe it. She's like, oh, people would have to be in on the lie.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
My bad.
Oh no, it's fine. Uyuni salt flat, det ser en images.
But you did make a good analogy, which is the excuse that the Globers like to give, that too many people would have to be in on the lie, quote unquote. Okay, the answer is false. Many, many, many people live around the salt flats, travel to the salt flats, and take photos with various devices and various social groups all the time. It's very prolific evidence, right? That's put around a large body of people.
Yep.
Versus moon missions, which only like less than 30 people would actually have to know anything. So it's not the case that these things require massive conspiracies to keep it under wraps.
Well, that goes even into an example from like law. Like, if you sit down 8 people into a room and they all have the exact same story, then they're obviously in on it. Versus, 8 people, they all come to the same, objective standpoint, but they all have different, adjectives or contexts to describe the situation or their experiences. And it's true because they don't have the exact one-to-one, story on it. So. Moon landing is such a joke.
By the way, before we move off that point, there's moon landing deniers out there who simultaneously deny flat Earth as well, and will actually ban flat Earthers from their groups. So this idea that
it's a whole nother meme.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is that this idea that the moon is somehow proof because we went there of the globe Earth paradigm, or that it proves this or that. It's like that's not even true among globe believers.
Yeah, I actually know of a guy in real life who is a who doesn't believe in the moon landing, but he thinks the flat Earth is the CIA conspiracy or something. The reason he thinks that the moon landing is fake is because he says it's a field or something where you can't like have rockets or something. Which is weird that he believes in one of them but not the other, in my opinion. And I
Well,
try
people
to
are
argue.
complicated.
Sorry.
Not everybody gets it right. They got it right about the moon landings being fake, but the flatness of the Earth is still a bridge too far for some folks.
It's
Yeah.
like they didn't, there's only so much they could lie to us about, right? Before, it's like, okay, things are getting a little out of hand. Some people don't want to accept that truth because it just destroys everything that they believe in, or anything that gives them comfort at night or lets them sleep. Maybe who knows? Every person's different, I suppose.
Yeah. The Belize soul flats, I have actually seen like drawings of something that looks exactly the same, but I didn't think it was something real. I thought it was just something imaginary or something. But it's kind of awesome to like know that it's in reality. Very
Yeah,
nice.
it's amazing. It's one of those things. It's like wonders of the world, I would feel like.
Yeah. I've never heard anyone talk about it. Maybe because it's like kind of it doesn't disprove the globe, but it's like it can point people in that direction, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, how can they? It's an outlier, and they don't know how to deal with it. They can't answer it or give refutable.
If I were the head of the Jews or the Freemasons or the Jesuits or whoever you think is in control, I would like lock the area up, or I would maybe declare it to be North Korea or something, so that nobody can go there or something, or Area 51. But they don't do that, so I think that's a little bit weird. Maybe they don't have as much power as they make us think, I guess.
No, they don't, and they're all in power. They're all just underneath the same authoritarian.
Maybe the mind control is too strong to of it being of good enough use to like waste resources on closing that area in, I guess.
Well, I mean, they already won. I mean, they started the heliocentric model and teaching it when there was, right at the beginning of government education, right? So they already won. They don't need to answer it or prove it because they're minions, or people will do it for them. Like, they don't need to waste their breath on it, right? Like, people come here and fight against us over, you know, heliocentric models that they believe in versus ours. It's like they already won, right? They already made people enslave their minds, and they're gonna fight it for those who are in power. Like they did it, they achieved it. So we got the big battle.
Yeah. It's true.
It's just a small thing. They just have to put out, what their theories are, whatever mathematical principles that they have. And anyone who's in the educational system, government educational, they're gonna know it. They're gonna think of it as irrefutable proof, and that's that. And so, like, whenever someone contradicts them, who thinks for themselves, or uses their senses, their five senses, or empirical science, or empirical knowledge, whatever you want to say, to test these things and to actually see them, sense them, like how real science should be, it doesn't matter because they've already been brainwashed into believing that that's that's like, it's like a religion. I don't know. It's like irrefutable proof, but it's not. They just never thought for themselves. I don't know if
About this, yeah, I guess.
But that's just an example for like the Belize salt flats. But there's others, that you can use, but they don't need to track those down and disprove them. They can't, but they'll just let like the dogma or like the crowd. What am I? Where am I? Um, the group, like, they're gonna do that. They're gonna go out and like, oh no, you're wrong.
I'll give you a good example. So there's this thing called fake martial arts, right? Where people like to pretend they know martial arts and they teach other people. And then the students sign up because they don't know any better. And they get taught this nonsense. And then they believe it. So, for example, there's this supposed no-touch karate master, right? And his students would attack him, and he would just wave his arms in this weird way, and the students would all like fall down and flip and pretend they were dying and getting beat up, right? Then he met a real fighter. That fighter creamed him, right? Beat the snot out of him in front of all of his students.
Yeah, it was
But up
China,
until
right?
that point, the students just go along with it because they're not willing to tell the other students, hey, the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
That's so funny. That's a good example.
It's like the Matrix as well. When Morpheus first was teaching Neo about the Matrix, he took him into the simulation and he showed him all the people. And then spontaneously, one of the people turned into an agent and pointed a gun at him. And he told him, listen, everybody in the system is your enemy because they want to stay in the system for some reason. And so they'll fight the truth.
Professor Dave, I'm sorry. Professor Dave will get destroyed by any flat earther in here, man. He's so ridiculous, man. I'm like 15 minutes in this thing.
I think everyone would agree that what they see here is, or at least with this Discord, it's an honest truth. I mean, it's a culmination of efforts to seek the truth for themselves, and then what they find is not what they hope for. Right? Like, I don't think anyone here wanted to go against the grain and be labeled as crazy by their family and friends or anything like that. Like, they wanted to make sure, like, oh yeah, it's just a meme. Flat Earth is, yeah, it's just, it's a joke or But then you find out the truth, and you're like, freaking A, dude. What do you do now? You pull all your efforts together and you lay it out so that other people can know and understand that there's lies and people out there that are not there for your better interest.
Elijah, you here? Elijah, you here?
Yeah, but I'm in the
Man,
rain, so I can't really.
all right, I don't think Dave Wise did that bad, man. So far, I'm here, man. I mean, of course, he could have stuck him in a lot of points, but because God, this guy is such a sellout. Professor Dave is such a sellout, bro.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They're the conversation earlier over at Nathan's. Yeah, I have a different perspective. I'm happy that someone's going out there and carrying the information forward, and to the best of his ability, and he went out there and did what he had to do in the face of this guy committing all of the main fallacies, interrupting him at every turn, and being condescending. It was just a very hard situation.
Yeah, he was very condescending.
Today.
Yeah, like I mean, the clip that I just posted up there when Dave starts saying, David Wise starts saying, well, when when gravity starts, when putting things together, gravity, what gravity? When basically puts all the stars together.
what was all hard? Gravity. Like, are you fucking serious?
But that's not even true because gas particles aren't attracted to each other.
Right. I mean, that's what Dave was trying to point out to him, right? So, but I mean, not he wasn't trying to point that out, but he was trying to show his, I guess, his subtlety on what he believes happens, and then all of a sudden the Professor Davis comes and says, so, I mean, he does uh, appear to not majority to authority, yes, and says so thousands of astronomers and yada yada yada, and then he appears to them. Well, they wrote books. I was like, holy shit, might as well believe the Bible. That's what I would have put it. I would have said. This is so amazing, right? Like there's a bunch of freaking numpty clips in this that they need to go through and need to be brought out. I start sending this to QE.
Damn, what the hell? This thing went by itself.
I just wish there was one guy who gets the balls to come in here one day and try to debate over here.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
I mean, look, you can do things for free. I mean, not really. Nothing is for free. We are currency. That's a fact. So people do music together or collaborate on art together because maybe they like each other and share the same vision and want to put that out to the world, and they'll do anything and use what resources they have to do it. Or you can pay someone to do it. So there are various ways to get an outcome, and I just think that we can, pool resources together, money together, to hire someone to come have a conversation. That's a thing. It's possible. I just don't think anyone's really tried.
That would be pretty sick. Wouldn't mind giving a 1-2 over there, Tim.
Listen, whether or not the toddler stops screaming about the fact that it doesn't want to eat its broccoli doesn't mean the broccoli isn't good for the toddler. Does that make sense, Clovers? Same deal with the truth.
Yeah, that's right. But I've read it's some kind of compound in broccoli that isn't that is kind of poison, but is like very weak, and also it depends on how young the baby is, I guess. Like not all vegetables are like good to eat as especially as child, I guess. Especially things high in lectins and carbohydrates.
Okay, so you don't see the value in what I said. You're just going to break it down.
I did.
With splitting hairs and such.
I started what I said with agreeing with what you said.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
like in this specific example, I dissected it.
I mean, I get a lot of benefits from broccoli. Broccoli unhealthy?
Broccoli is healthy in my opinion.
Oh yeah. And, no, I mean like that's the fact. It's healthy.
Yeah, but too much of it is not that good.
Well, too much air, too much water,
Yeah.
sure, anything. Too much of anything is bad. Too much of a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a very healthy vegetable as it has. It's a cruciferous vegetable. Those are very good. I would say some other vegetables that are also very healthy or more healthy is kale.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say kale?
Yeah, kale.
Okay. Well, listen, hang on. The reason I brought that up in the first place was not because we talk about vegetables. Yes. However, great vegetables are. I wanted to kind of demonstrate for the audience that it's so we're the ones with the health food, and we're the ones trying to give the health food to the belligerent toddler. The health food is Flat Earth Truth, and the belligerent toddler is the anti-Flat Earth or staunch Glober crew. You know what I mean? So, and throwing a tantrum, they don't want the truth. They don't want their broccoli. They want to do whatever the hell else they're doing, but they couldn't be bothered to handle the truth, i.e. eat their broccoli. Does that make sense?
Yes, that was what I answered with in the start, but I forgot after I went on about vegetables, yes.
No problem. I like kale and broccoli. I think I'll pick broccoli, though. It tastes better. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
I like broccolini.
Broccolini, yeah, that's even better, too. What's that got to do with that? Exactly. So, I'm just going to leave it with that. You don't have to throw a tantrum at the truth because it challenges the worldview that you're so comfortable with. Right? Just because something challenges your comfortability, right? You got to get out of your comfort zone to actually ever truly learn something new, don't you?
Are you talking to me?
You told the truth?
I'm kind of talking to Globers in general.
I'm not a Glober.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know sobriety. I know that. We have a lot of people listening that are never going to speak up, and I'm kind of talking to those folks.
Cool.
You talking to me?
No, sir.
You're talking to me?
Nope, I'm talking actually to those out there who they say, well, I'm on the fence about this. Okay, well, I'm glad you're thinking about it. So that's good, I guess. Just, can you suspend your disbelief in crazy flat Earth for just a second and actually look into it, Globies? That'd be nice.
Wait, Sean, I need to put speakers on balcony.
Okay.
I honestly that everyone is
Man, y'all are crazy.
Yeah, get my mic down here a little bit. Yeah, we don't even know that that's already not happening. Globers suspending the disbelief. Because we were just talking about the debate between Dave Weiss and Professor Dave.
Oh yeah.
And it was also interesting to note the comment section. And I've been talking about the comment sections of various large YouTube platforms. And number one, when they talk about Flat Earth, they acknowledge that is some of the most engagement that they do get, contrary to the people that say Flat Earth is dying. And number two, I've realized and noticed that a lot of the comments are open to listening to what the person or the Flat Earth proponent is trying to say. That's what's happening more often than anything. It's not like
that's good.
On, say, actually Flat Earth channels where you go into the comment section and they're all trolling. It's not even like that. It's everywhere else that's normal, where people aren't cultivating their audience to fully reject the idea and make that a niche thing, like Dave no, not Professor Dave, but more so like Sly Sparkane and any of these people who specifically talk about Flat Earth, right? Fight the Flat Earth, Craig. Outside of this realm of Flat Earth, whenever it trickles into the normie or anything that's not related to Flat Earth, all of the normies typically go, yo, Globe Earther, chill out, bruh. I'm just trying to hear what he has to say. It's not sounding that crazy. What's wrong with you? That's the
true.
sentiment
I see
I'm
that
hearing.
Sometimes too. Yeah. I get you. Only in this community, I guess, is what I'm talking about. Yeah, this, I don't know, this little tent over here. Within reality, we're all over here arguing with each other.
Because they sent the trolls here as fodder to stop us from engaging with those that are curious.
Correct.
That's why they're all here.
Yep, and I take the bait every day.
Well, we
Have
got to
anyone
stay sharp
here
somehow.
that's on the fence?
Say that again?
Do we have anyone here currently that's on the fence between the two
Oh,
models?
I don't know. Elijah, though, that was brilliant, and I agree. So,
yeah, I'm
anyway.
really trying to decide. Can you sway me back to the globe?
We destroyed fence when Sextant came, and then is no more fence. There is bridge now.
There are very few on the fence.
Yo,
I
Sasha,
can
you
find
are on
3 people.
fire today, man. I love it. I love it, Sasha. Keep up the good work.
I'm trying to be calm.
But yeah, there are like just 3 people here who don't have globe skeptic or flat Earth role.
We are all globe skeptics, all of us.
It's 5:54. So if there are any other moderators or silvers or gold, anyone, this is prime time. So as it's raining and I'm working in the rain, I can't really do much but open my mic. But I would encourage you guys to take this Thursday evening for me on the East Coast opportunity to, get people in the lobby in here. Pay attention to when people are walking in here, coming in.
Talk to some folks.
And just get a little added attention.
Elijah, your mic.
They cut him off right before he made his point. Are we getting used to that yet?
We heard nothing, but okay.
He was literally going to tell us his suggestion. He was building up to it, and then they cut his connection.
I think he talked to someone else, actually.
Earth is indeed flat, but I like big round booties, so. Do you like flat women? Or
Listen, the
round
curvature
women?
I can find is far better than Earth curvature. That makes sense.
I really like playing with balls, so I was really bummed when I found out that the Earth wasn't a ball.
Big
No, maybe like
Bummed.
we like everything what is spherical. For example, balls, real balls.
Titties.
Yeah, of course.
Titties aren't.
All right.
It depends.
Aren't
He said it's prime time, and you guys start talking about that. No. Let's talk about perspective. I'm going to post a picture. It's a GIF. It's a funny GIF. But it totally describes things in the Livestream voice text. I think this is like Pontchartrain. It's used often. So the top picture is perspective. Well, it's both perspective, but the top picture, it looks like there's a bend and curve happening, right? And so you see the guy going, I see Earth curve, because from his perspective, the image is bending. One more time. From his perspective, the image is bending, okay? Because then when you go up and you go real high and you view the whole thing from point A to point B, all of a sudden it becomes a perfectly straight line. Zero curvature. So what that means is, if you think you see curvature, you're not seeing it because it's perspective. That's all it is.
Yeah, I guess it's a mirage of some sort.
So what we have to do is mess with our perspective, right? And that's what the person did in this picture. They showed the delineation between perspective and reality. Because here's what happens. The higher you go, the straighter that line becomes on Lake Pontchartrain. So the closer you get to the ground and atmospheric fraction and all kinds of stuff, well, of course it's going to look different. but then you remove yourself from the situation, and the more you remove yourself from the situation, the better you can see it down there. It's a straight line. No two ways about it.
One question: would it be an interesting idea, and would it be possible to have two balloons at supposed opposite sides of the globe, raising very, very high to where the atmosphere is very thin, and pointing a laser from one end to the other?
Are you talking about pointing a laser between two balloons in the air?
Yeah,
Damn, must be the biggest laser.
But that can't work. That's floppy, or sorry, that's sloppy, flimsy. What I meant to say.
The reason I phrase it this way is because higher up in the air, it is less like distortion. But I would think that because it's less dense air, and
that's true.
Also to make up for the fact that they are very high up, if they are literally on the opposite sides of the globe, there's like no argument for that, because
Yeah, but dude, there's so many variables. Like two balloons. Okay, how do you know that they're within an inch, within a centimeter of the same elevation from sea level? You're never going to be able to make sure that they're perfectly a laser measurement can't happen in the middle of the air like that. You have to be attached to the ground and find your baseline that way.
All right, but
you know what I mean? It's just too variable up in the air.
In theory, you can have one laser, and also you could have one big thing that could read the laser on the other side that covers a big area.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, that's speculation, though. You'd have to go and do all that, and then bring it back here and say, okay, check this out. Does this work scientifically? Is this really showing us what we want to see? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know how we're going to talk about that if we haven't done it. That's the thing about measuring the Earth.
I say it just would be a cool proof. I guess I started as a question.
Well, you're right about the atmospheric stuff being thinner up there, right? So it would technically be easier to see a light beam from point A to point B, wherever that is. However, you know what's really impressive about the Earth measuring flat is that it doesn't matter how much atmospheric garbage is going on. You still get line of sight from point A to point B no matter how far you go. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a straight line through smog and weather and everything. It penetrates through all of that and remains a straight line. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Glad.
Because, yeah.
What's up?
Have you talked to Man Bro Dude Guy?
Man Bro Dude Guy? No, but wow, what a name. Man Bro Dude Guy, what's up?
What's up? What am I talking about?
I don't know, man. Dave said that you're here and you've got a cool name, so we're picking on you.
We welcome people to this server. What do you have to say, Man Bro Dude Guy?
Yeah, welcome. What brought you here, sir?
I've been here since before it was 2.0. I just haven't been as active as of late. So
cool.
Nothing special from my end. I just believe in flat Earth.
No. Sorry, man. You had it all good up until you said the word believe, and I know it's like a cliche around here. We don't believe, we know. So what do you think? Is it just a belief for you?
Well, that was a joke.
Oh, good. Well, then there you go. I sure hope so. Right on.
I was trying to figure out how I can, do a sleight of hand there, but
I do the literal thing too, to a fault. I'm very literal. People hate it.
My family and friends would say that I believe in it, but no, I know it as a matter of fact.
You're taking things too literal.
There's nothing There's nothing that could ever change my mind. I mean, how can you change truth unless you're in communist regime?
I disagree.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hank. No. Go ahead. I got to make some food, so y'all do it.
Communist.
I was just going to make a joke and said if you take everything too literal, you might have a touch of the tism.
Well, I actually got that diagnosis, but I disagree with the definition of knowing, because I would say globals know that many globals know that it's a ball, because first of all, that's what they say, and they wouldn't believe it. I don't know.
Well, it
Believing
changes from
just
belief to knowing when you act upon that and you think about it, right? So like they know it, but that's just their perspective. But when they actually sit down and think about it, it moves from knowing to belief to, okay, I know what this is. It's really
yeah, knowing to knowing to believe, to uncertain, to believing in flat, to knowing it's flat, I guess.
yeah, exactly. It's a progression. But yeah, you have it right. But from us, that we know it, right? So
Yeah, I like to say that I believe, because about everything. I'd like to say that I don't know anything, but I did that before. But then I got the role reality denial, so I like stopped saying that here in the server.
yeah. No, you're coming from a place of humility. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. But sometimes you got to be careful when you say belief, because it's like perspective, and sometimes it's good to separate humility from fact.
Yeah, and also as well, I have heard God give Lams the theory, and he is like having a theory of that, like the Earth is kind of a globe, but not really. It has the in his theory is like the AE, almost a flat Earth map with some slight modifications, like on top of a gigantic ball, so like you have the flat. It's basically flat, the known world, but if you look large, bigger, it's a globe. But I don't know. I don't know for sure if it's that way. I personally would think it's his theory is right, but it's flat. That's my only objection to it.
Who said that?
That's a channel on YouTube called God Give Lamster. He has a very interesting theory about the
It's a
nature of
user,
our
a YouTube user.
YouTube
Okay,
channel.
gotcha. So
It's
kind of like a basketball split in half, and the top portion is flat, but the bottom part would be round like a ball.
No, if you imagine a ball, but if you zoom very far in on just one part of it, it would look flat, and that there you would have the AE flat Earth map, or any flat Earth map, I guess. So
Why would anyone believe that? That's like believing
well,
you're
that's
on. Oh, my bad. I know it was a question, but I would say that's sort of similar to thinking that you live on a giant turtle, but
yeah, but you haven't
you only
watched it.
experience the
He
flat.
has actually good evidences for his theory. He doesn't have proofs. I can say that much, but he has good
Look,
evidences and things
Yeah.
that support his theory.
So from a larger
However,
perspective,
This is why. This is why that kind of esoteric thinking is just not useful. I'll tell you why. Regardless of how convincing he sounds, in order to know the dimensions of something, it must be measured. If you can't measure it, if you don't have the possibility of looking at it, then you can't do that. So for him to claim, well, it's a bigger ball, is to already go, okay, well, I can see that we're under a massive lie, but on top of that, perhaps it's just bigger.
No,
Nah.
he actually says himself that he's trying to find a possibility, and he said he also was a flat earther before, and like this, he says also this is kind of a expansion of the theory, I guess. But
but it's not
can you
possible to
post?
be. It
Can you
is not
post his
possible to
YouTube?
be. It is not possible to be on the top of the cube.
Sorry, what do you say?
It is not possible to be that flat Earth on the top of the cube.
Cube? What? Why are you talking about the cube?
Why are you talking about sphere?
He said sphere.
You said that that's
I get what you're
amount.
doing, Sasha.
Yeah. You saying that point, that Earth, it's flat, but on the top of the big ball. Now I'm asking you, why is not on the big cube?
Okay, yeah, his theory as a I personally have a variation of the theory because I don't think it's
Listen, another theory. Pyramid.
no,
Turn around the pyramid.
what he provides with evidence doesn't, in my opinion, mean that it has to be a ball, but he says that it's a part of his theory, I guess. So that's maybe a flaw, but
Can you post his channel or his name?
The reason he says it's a ball is because it's basically a moon map theory, but it's entirely different from the Ivar Anon thing.
Moon map theory. I want to understand now because you said it is on the top of big ball. How moon will work? Because moon is only on that little point on the ball that doesn't have any sense with that bigger ball.
Is he another Professor Dave wannabe that says that looking at the sky proves the shape of the Earth?
No, he doesn't say it proves the Earth. It has several different things. He also uses Disney like they hiding things in plain sight. That's one thing he does, and other stuff. I'm not expert in his theory, but if you are interested, I'd suggest watching it.
Yeah, I'm interested. Post it because I haven't heard that before, and
I posted
I'm
it.
curious. Okay, I have another. If someone can answer this, I have something else to add.
Sure.
Like, you look up in the sky and you see a round moon or a round sun, right? So by that logic, Earth should be round as well. Or
Let me ask
why
you a
shouldn't
question. So let me ask you a question. When you see a dog outside, does that mean you're a dog too?
there it is.
No,
Yeah. There's.
yeah.
My question is just where's the correlation? So just because those are round, why should the Earth be round as well? Is there actually a significant correlation that we can say, or is it just their observation and so they're applying it? But that's the same as saying, yeah, there's a dog outside. Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's
illogical. Here's the deal. All lights look round at a certain distance. So let's say you've got like a rectangular bulb in the bottom of the pool, and you're on the other side of the pool under the water. The light looks round, even though it's coming from a rectangular bulb. That's just the nature of light. It spreads out in all directions like a grenade. So you could have a grenade that's shaped like C4, like a brick, right? And when it explodes, it's going to explode in all directions, and it's going to look round, even though it came from a source that was square.
That is a great observation.
Yeah.
I
was going to give example as well.
Yeah, the moon does give off its own light. Does anyone not think that?
Well, I don't not think that.
I do not think that. I don't know what
Jake,
it
what
is.
did you say? What'd you say?
Is the moon its own source of light, or is it just a reflection of the sun?
Oh, we definitely don't think it's a reflection, but what can we say about the moon? We can't go there and test it or see what it is. So,
right? No, that's true. But I mean, you
I
can
pull up
test
my camera and it's like there's like 3 street lamps and the moon, and they all look the same. I mean,
but you can test like during moonlight. So like that has great light. You can test the shadows that are projected. See the difference in temperature.
they have. Oh, okay. You talk about shadows. I thought you were gonna say the shadows of the moon. One second. They do have a correlation at times. We've seen a lot of. Elijah brought a lot of evidence that they don't all the time. You're talking about the light giving out a different cold weather. I seen an actual video on TikTok, Elijah, that somebody magnified the light of the moon. And it was actually like 6 degrees colder.
Yeah, it was colder. Yeah, the
Yeah.
moonlight that it produces, for whatever reason, it's colder, and you can test that change. So in theory, it's like, but does then the question is, does the moon, is it its own light source to some degree? It produces something else. It's not the same as the sun,
But
obviously,
but
but
but the thing with light, that's kind of weird to me because I mean I have
the
never
the
seen
only
cold
reason why I
light,
brought that
right?
up the only reason why I brought that up is because of that, the theory of, or not the theory, sorry, the observation that, the sun, we see it as round, but it's just exploding in every which way because of the light it's producing. And so, can we apply that to the moon as well? If we can test to see that there's differences in temperature, during moonlight. So that was my observation. That's why I was bringing that up. Just wanted to
I
see if
mean,
anyone else.
we don't make claims of anything up in the heavens, meaning the side, the sun, the stars, the moon, just because we can't go out there and test it, right? So, I mean, unless anybody could go up there and actually, you know,
A
test.
rocket, I guess.
Maybe one day when I'm removed from, my
A,
physical
a
self.
rocket where, right? A rocket where mine sobriety.
Yeah, I could maybe use a rocket to get up there. You have the story of the Icarus, I guess. But he
I
fell down.
mean, yeah.
Well, he flew too close to the sun, right? So, but anyways,
Have you guys ever seen the sun set while being like in an airplane?
No, I've
I
rarely if ever been on an airplane.
think what's his name? What is it? What was his name? Has a video of it of the sun setting in an airplane.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it with my eyes just recently, and very trippy, very interesting.
Yeah, I think the sun is kind of just above the Earth. I think most people here do.
Yeah, that's where everybody sees it at, right? Above the earth.
Yeah. The God, apropos, the God give Lamstus theory has also about there maybe being two suns, one for Eurasia and one for North America. It was very interesting. It will be interesting to test if that's true, and all other parts of his theory, which is very, very interesting. Also, at one point, he claimed that the Americas was flipped. I think he revised it very not too long ago.
Two suns, huh?
Two suns, yes. Very interesting.
I doubt it,
I'm
because
not.
I think we all see the same sun. But I was curious, did anybody see that eclipse from the airplane from high
No, I have
altitude?
not.
The solar eclipse? Yeah, I'll
Are
post
you,
that in a little
you talking
bit.
about
It's
that video?
pretty amazing. Yeah, did I send it to you?
Does
Yeah, I
someone have
seen
a
it.
video? Yeah, can you post that?
Yeah, send it so
I've
everybody can see
have
it. Because the amazing, the amazing, hold on, the amazing thing is that you can see that there's like a path of totality, and then like you can see that the rest of the world is lit up. So right, that tells us that the moon's shadow is very small when you're talking about the total shadow,
also
the umbra.
I've seen like a gif of like the eclipse where like when the sun and the moon meet, they like stop for a little bit and then they continue. Is that a real thing or is that like a part of the gif or something? So
Wait, does somebody have a video of the eclipse while in an airplane?
Yeah, it's a video out there somewhere. It's not even a flat Earth eclipse. It's we just recording.
But yeah, like does the sun and moon like stop for like a short while when like more than they should according to like globe
No,
maths?
no,
Oh no, all right.
no. It's a very short moment when the sun
Cut off.
rays.
Sorry, I didn't hear you cut off. Hello? All right. Good night, everyone. Bye. Everything got
Peace,
off.
bro. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep soon. Just going to watch a couple videos, I guess, before I go to sleep. All right.
Au revoir.
What? Good night.
I said peace. Shalom.
Mm-hmm. What's going on with the flat Earth?
What was that? I'd say anything.
What's going on? What's going on with the flat Earth?
Apparently, Mr. White
Apparently, what you cut out there? You cut out hey,
Am I better now?
yes.
That's what the latest news.
My bad. It's cutting in and out. Is that your mic? Because it might be your. It doesn't even sound like it's your connection.
It might be my mic. I am driving, but I was trying to get that video of the clips from the airplane up for everybody.
Okay, we heard that.
There you go.
Nobody is talking.
You just did.
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about why Matrix is the best movie of all time.
What?
Why is Matrix the best movie of all time?
Matrix is probably the most
Loaded
important
question.
movie of the 21st century.
Maybe we live in the Matrix?
Well, if we do, it's not a ball.
You mean water is not real?
Water is the same thing as vodka, just different
People in
taste.
the Matrix thought it was real, so
In
Do
Matrix,
you
I
know
don't.
why? Do you know what's the most interesting thing about the Matrix movie?
Smith.
No.
It was stolen by a guy. It was stolen from a guy by the name of Tom Althouse. No one knows about it. Not no one, but many people who love the Matrix have never even heard of this. And it was more biblical than it was supposed to be. More biblical than the movie was.
Wait, can
That's
you?
why the movie doesn't make sense. The trilogy thing.
If he asked, "Are we in Matrix?" My question will be, "Do you think are you connected with some wires?"
Wait, can you hold on? Can you explain
How
that
can you know it's
deeper?
not the case?
What do you mean it
With
was
the Tom
stolen?
Althouse? Well, one second. Two of them.
I mean, you've seen the movie.
Yeah, I have
You
seen the
cannot
Matrix.
know if you're in the Matrix or the real world. In that case.
No, I was asking if he like stolen, as in like it was a different creator. It was
Right.
Hollywood or
So,
what?
so it's just this guy, and he's one of many people whose storyboards and scripts have been stolen by people in Hollywood. And the detail that he goes through, sorry, in the receipts, I was just like, "Whoo-wee, boy, this is solid." I mean, his birthday is in the movie. His name is in the movie. I think his parents' names are in the movie. Um, a lot of weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff. His high school was in the movie. I think they got information about him wrong in the first movie, and then when he updated his information online, in the movie after that, or it might have been that animation, one of those after the three movies or whatever, they updated the information and it was then corrected to the information that he corrected online. Um, so yeah, Pot Talk with Joe. I forget what his last name is. Pot Talk with Joe, and Tom Althouse. I don't. If you don't find it, let me know. Yes, he has other interviews, but I think that one is the most telling. Now,
You al-
Tom Althouse, Thomas A. That's also interesting. But yeah.
you also mentioned something about it being more biblical. Does that talk?
Yeah,
Do
so
they
in the
talk
end,
about
when
that?
the girl, yeah, when the girl is up on the train in the third movie,
Yeah.
when all of that happens, actually, she's supposed to be saved by Jesus. That's who Jesus is supposed to be. Neo is supposed to be Jesus or something like that, or the Agent Smith. One of, and then there are people that have these theories about it. I don't know where they got their theories from, but he was the first to say it, and he's the one with the receipts. So
Very interesting.
I mean, in Matrix 2, the builder explained that there was always a Neo in each version of the Matrix. So it was not like Jesus.
That's the part that doesn't make
and
sense.
they got the Smiths right, because the Smiths are supposed to be your average working people who, if you try to wake up people from the Matrix, they kind of just pop out of nowhere, like how you talk to your friends and family, and then you realize, holy shit, you're a Glober. How do you know to make those Glober arguments? You've never looked into this day in your life, you know? But the program is already ingrained in them. But what was your question about the Jesus in the second movie, or what?
I mean, in each version of the Matrix, there was a Neo. I think he said the builder. So Neo was just the last Neo that we see in the movie, but the Matrix was like rebooted each time there was a Neo.
You're saying that you're
And he
saying
said
that it
something like
wasn't a
that in the
trilogy in
movie.
the sense that they are connected.
No,
Okay.
just like you reboot your computer, the last program
I think I know what he's
not
talking
there
about.
anymore in the memory.
Right. So what he's talking about is when they're talking to the architect, he said that many crops failed, right? Because it was too perfect and people were getting outside, right? And it just make everything go to shit. So they created the Zion program, which everybody thinks they're leaving the matrix, but they're not actually leaving the matrix. Those who can see, they get put into the Zion program and they get pulled out of the mainstream matrix and they go into Zion so that they have something to fight, they have something to live for, they have something to die for, they have meaning and purpose in their life. And Neo is like the leader of that. If it wasn't for Neo, they wouldn't be brave enough to fight. But if you notice, Neo starts doing that weird Neo shit, like flying around outside of the Matrix, and he starts using his powers in Zion in the real world. Well, the real world isn't real. The real world is still in the Matrix, but the people are tricked into thinking they're outside of the Matrix, but they're really still just in the Zion program so that they don't have massive crop failures. And Neo was one of many who led the rebellion against the Machine City. It happened over and over and again, but that's the only way that they could do it because people need a reason to fight, a reason to live, and they can't live in a perfect
That is
world.
interesting. Hell, where'd you get that? Time out. Wait a minute. When you say reboot, are you talking about? Are y'all getting this from the new Matrix? Because I have yet to
No,
see
that's the
it.
old one.
The new
That's
Matrix
the
is
old one.
bullshit.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it would
those are the
only make
old ones.
sense on why he had those powers
Elijah,
in
don't watch new one.
Zion.
You will be confused. The new one it changed everything.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
I haven't seen the new
Whatever.
one, so if you are talking about the new one, I'll shut up. I apologize.
Yeah.
What
But new
basically
one,
Hank Hill said everything, I think. Almost. Neo is not like Jesus, finally.
Right. It was supposed to be, but Hollywood took over and took him out of the original script. I think that's the consensus.
but maybe we forget it. What are humans in first place? In first Matrix,
Mm,
they are
humans are conscious,
batteries.
that they are conscious, but
Batteries. Batteries. They're
Right.
batteries. They're connected. They're giving energy to machine down to they can work. They are how to say growing people for making batteries. Do you know that? That,
you talk about the
that
movie, right?
yeah, that's Matrix. They're
Yes,
we
yes,
are
of course.
we are
Right,
yeah.
because in the movie
The
they blocked
machines,
out
yes.
the sun, which is all of the solar light, but they used humans as that source because of
It's energy.
source of energy because the sun was blocked off.
Yeah.
But what's the I guess where you going
That
with
might
that?
be a response to the human
Maybe
clone.
we are in
They
some
can
kind of matrix.
human clone right now. Testing.
Repeat that.
But maybe you are in my head. All of this server and everything. What is only voices is my head. Nothing else.
Well, I don't know. That's a stretch. That's like saying none of your experiences are real. Your
Yeah,
experiences are
of
real.
course. Yeah.
Everything around you, and even heliocentric model, all that stuff is just to distract you, to enslave your mind. But it's not. It's not all true. There is a creation around you, and you engage with it, and there's a purpose. You just can't let them take that away from you or control it. I think that's why so many people will resonate with the Matrix. But the Matrix
And
is just a made-up story
for
after all.
example, here is a water, and water has very big importance for us. Not only for us, for living, for life, and it's so real and natural, and you can see growing everything. Cannot be matrix.
But the point of a matrix is to make it as real as possible. So in the matrix, people drank some digital water, I'd say. But they thought it was water.
Yeah, I can understand you if I don't have human sense. That I can tell you, yes, maybe that's true, but I still have human sense. I will not call them human sense. That means
You
nothing
know
has reason.
the Merovingien in Matrix 2 eating a steak? He talked about all the senses and told it was real or something like that.
Yeah, but you are watching that like a third person, you know? He is not in that restaurant. He is connected with the wire. I'm asking you, do you feel and think that you are maybe now connected with some wires and that you are sleeping and somebody is controlling your mind? Or you think you are born naturally from human and wife and a woman and you grow up and you feel, see and touch now. You touch your, when you're crying, you will touch your teardrop, you know. Feeling, empathy. Tell any woman who has child that is matrix. That you don't feel that.
Who are you talking to, Sasha?
Ether, electrostatics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I thought I had somebody muted locally. Yeah, I remember when I saw the lady on CNN, I guess probably about 10 years ago, and she was saying that you don't own your children. And I was thinking to myself, watch what happens when someone tries to steal them. Because, possession's 9/10 of the law, right? But yeah, she was saying that we don't own our children. And, I hate to say it, but if you understood every contract you ever signed, you might realize that you don't own your children. Because all those contracts, that you sign with the hospital, like, ugh, you know, like they're basically the ones making the decisions because of those paperworks that you signed.
Isn't that? I mean, that's pretty evident from, like you said, the beginning at the hospital, and it might not just be. It might all just be a part of legitimizing the situation. Um, uh, because as a child, I knew that my mom was my mom, but there was an authority. And I'm not talking about God. It's like I knew that she had to follow certain rules or I could get taken at any time. That's a real fear. And so, one second. Yeah. And so, yeah, thinking from that perspective, then you grow up to you go to school and you put your faith in them, and when your parents can't help you with your homework, you kind of think, okay, they don't know anything, they brought me as far as I can possibly go. And so like that, you're never like, it's almost like your parents are the babysitters, and because you don't respect them intellectually. You can say you do, but I don't think you really do. And because if you did, if there was a process in which, you're welcome, someone stopped and said, hold on, I need to educate my own children. I need to make sure my children know how to move in this world because I've experienced it and I know what's what. Like a free person would have done that at the beginning of their child's life. I didn't do it because I'm enslaved. I didn't know it at the time. Most of us didn't. So we're at a point where we're talking to our peers and our loved ones and our family and our friends, and they're straight up mentally just gone. In the sense that they can't critically think about certain things that are cognitively painful. Most of them. And it's like, yeah, that right there happened
when we were children. It didn't happen just now. That's not really something. I don't know how to fix that. That's a big hurdle.
Can I be heard okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've been told that you can go
Now, no.
That's
Now,
fair.
robot.
So we heard him say, "Can I be heard?" Then we didn't hear anything after that. It's hilarious.
Hey.
Looks green. Hope I'm not interrupting. So I've been told that you can go to the hospital, and my children are over 18 now, so I never did that. And I never had any problems with any of the medical stuff except for the ADD medicine. I took my son off of that stuff twice because it was pure poison, as far as I could tell. Because if you give your kid something to help him out with school, and he stops eating, but now a little more for the stuff, the whatever Ritalin, I think is what it was on. Nobody gave me any shit, I just kind of went along the program.
I have been on ADHD meds. It's horrible. I quit. I didn't research it or anything. It just destroyed me. So I had to quit, and everyone was disagreeing with me. I just had to do it, and it was the best thing I ever done in my life. Actually, I didn't quite hear you because you were like dropping out because of bad internet, I guess. Also, one unrelated thing: do any of you guys have any way? Do you know of any cure for myopia or any way to fix myopia with this nearsightedness? I've tried.
We don't talk about medical
Medical
stuff here.
advice.
He
But
just did, so I
if you're,
just thought I could talk a
yeah, I
little
know.
more
Yeah,
about it.
we can't really give medical advice, but you have muscles in your eyes, so I would probably practice focusing, just like working out.
Yeah,
Yeah, do
I've
Focus
done
near,
that
focus
for
far.
several months, but it hasn't worked. It seems that much. It worked for like a little bit, like 0.5 like units, but like after that it didn't like improve more. But yeah, I guess we can't talk about that.
No, we can't talk about cures. Yeah, we can't say the word cure in
Well,
America.
things to help. We can
If
just
you,
say things to help, like exercise and eating
Can't
nutrient-dense
we say
foods.
that on
That
YouTube?
don't matter. I exercise.
well,
Go out.
so the thing is that there's certain things we can't say, and there's certain way we have to say things.
Yeah,
So
and
I
I don't
can't
live in
say that.
America,
Yeah, I know, but we
and
do.
I have free
So I
speech.
can't. Yeah, I know. So do we. But there's certain things that we can get sued for saying. We're not doctors, right?
I'll talk to you. You
Okay.
want to talk about it? Myopia, Godric. DM Godric.
What's the best thing to remedy myopia then?
DM Godric.
What? Sorry.
DM direct message. Gotcha.
Ah. Oh, the Eric Berg. Awesome. I didn't know he had a video about it. I watch very, very many of his videos. He's awesome at that. Awesome. I didn't know he made a video about that. Thank you. I'm gonna watch it right now.
Yeah, that guy makes a video on just about everything, doesn't he? Dr. Eric Berg. Maybe Professor Dave has a video about it. Yeah, about optics, because he can't even trust his eyes. But they practice observational science only. And they claim they don't know anything. So why would you listen to somebody like that? Is my internet connection shit today? Should I go watch some videos for a while?
I heard you say your internet connection is shit. How you
As usual, it's only Dave's connection that's shit today.
It's mine that's shit. I'll shut up.
No, now you're good. It was scratchy there for a while.
Yeah, I feel like. Never mind.
Feel like you're talking to yourself sometimes?
I just feel like he's being kind and not telling me that my internet's shit.
Sometimes you cut out a bit, but overall it's okay. We can hear you.
A lot of us that listen to you all the time, we can kind of piece it together even when you're breaking up. So it's kind of neat.
Yeah, I'm starting to become fluent in robot.
That's fucking awesome.
As long as we get like every 2 or 3 words, we can generally get the gist of what you're saying.
Okay.
Have we talked to Blakey? Is VC verified in here? Hello, Blakey. You're a globe skeptic. What say you?
Thank you
He
for.
says, you're not Blakey, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So thank you for the video to that guy who sent it to the DMs.
Yeah, so we have to be careful what we say. The pharmaceutical industry is the most heavily regulated industry in America. And if someone were to ask, how do you cure earaches? I can't answer that question. But I can tell you that when I was a child and I had earaches, that my grandmother would take virgin olive oil or olive oil, and she would warm it up until it was lukewarm, like about 100 to 105 degrees. right? Not so hot that it burned you. And she would pour it on her wrist. And when she poured it on her wrist and she got the right temperature, then she would pour it in my ear and put a cotton ball in it and repeat the process twice a day. So once when I woke up, once when I went to bed, and it's instantly soothing because earaches hurt, right?
What is
And
okay? Yeah, Eric's.
so that's not a cure, right? In order to get cured, you would have to ask a doctor that question. But the doctor, he treats medicine. He treats symptoms, right? So he's not into curing people because people that are cured, they don't get return business.
Yeah, I know. Also, I had actually watched that video before, apparently, because I had liked it before. I don't think I watched the entire video. But yeah, I forgot about. Yeah, I should probably go outside a little bit more and look at stuff. Yeah, I have done that too, actually, because I watched a long TED presentation type thing about it. But it didn't seem to help very fast. But he didn't say it would either, though. But it's like very, very slow, and I'm getting frustrated. I hate wearing glasses. But yeah, thank you for the video. I'm gonna try it more. I trust Eric Berg a little bit more than that random TED guy, because he has helped me with diet and stuff. Make me a lot healthier.
Yeah, bro, that keto diet, it don't mess around, do it. that's an awesome diet.
Yes. Very nice that people are aware of the keto diet here. I see a lot of people in the truth community who thinks eating fat is dangerous for you still. I talked to somebody from that, and they wouldn't respond and stuff. So
Well, I think high fat can be bad if you're eating high carbs. So it's kind of like
yes,
one or the other, right? I
that
don't
is.
I don't really think we're meant to have like a high carb, high fat diet. I don't think that works. That's not healthy. I think we're supposed to go through periods of feasting and fasting, in my opinion.
Yeah, what I have found it works best for me is eating one meal uh, every other day at the middle of those days that I eat. If I eat every day, I get problems on the bathroom and stuff. I didn't that before when I was on carb and I ate 3 times a day. But apparently now I do for some reason after I started eating every other day. But yeah, it's awesome not having to eat an entire day, plus all the time I can do other stuff the days I also have to eat.
For me, I try to eat like once a day, and then I don't drink any carbs. It's all tea and water,
Yeah,
no
I've
sugar.
started to eat a little bit more kind of fruits and stuff, because firstly, I'm still okay. It's not a good argument, but I'm young and I've never had any problems with my pancreas and liver and such. I eat a little bit of blueberry. Maybe I drink a little bit of uh, cold pressed orange juice. I know juice is not good for your teeth at all, but I love having it in smoothies together with blueberries, organic blueberries. That's very tasty. But yeah, I don't eat that as much. But yeah, I also eat fermented foods. That's very, very tasty and very, very healthy. I make them myself. Very, very good and healthy. Have you tried that before? Like kimchi and sauerkraut, etc. I tell you, like my homemade kimchi is like nothing tastes like it. It's like the best kind of spicy and sour, and it also tastes sweet, even though it doesn't have really any carbs except for fiber. It's not a normal type of sweetness I taste, and it's also a little bit salty because you need salty because of the fermentation process, and it also have like a soda like sensation in your mouth. You get like it's kind of like drinking soda, except you don't destroy your body, you know. Very, very nice. It's good in a lot of different things. I like to eat it alone, but that's kind of not normal when it comes to kimchi and stuff. It's normal to have it in salads and stuff. It's full of probiotics, if you know what that is. Very good for your stomach.
Oh yeah,
And fiber.
yeah, I'm with you
Yeah.
on that. You ever seen like Japanese women, like they take like a 4 generational photo, and then you got like the great grandma, the grandma, the mother, and the daughter, and it's like, damn, like these people look healthy as fuck. It's because
Yeah,
they're over there eating kimchi.
well, okay, so kimchi is a South Korean thing or Korean traditional recipe, but I guess maybe they eat it in Japan too, I guess.
Well, they eat it all over the world. Fermented
Yeah.
food is all over the world.
Yeah,
But if you look at
Japan
you
and
look at the Asian people,
Sardinia. Yeah, Japan and Sardinia and some other places, they eat a lot healthier than they eat other places. Except they eat kind of a little bit more soy than us. Many eat more organic soy though, which is very unusual on the larger in the world because most soy is GMO, but still not really that good for you, full of lectins and stuff. But yeah, so they get some health problems that you don't usually see in the US and stuff because of that. But it's far better, like overall, than the US, and yeah. And also the Middle East, they have, I think, they have very low cancer because of the fasting they do, which is, but they have like a lot of diabetic problems because they eat so much sugar. They eat a lot more sugar than they do in America, I think. So they have more diabetes, but way less cancer because of Ramadan, I think, and stuff.
No offense, but this guy I don't think has heard one word we have said in the last hour. Just like to hear himself talk. Am I right?
Nobody was interjecting, so I was just talking.
You haven't heard one
no, he
thing we
likes to
said in the
share.
last hour. You haven't heard one thing Hank has said, have you?
Why are you so
What did I
angry?
say? He's not angry.
Because it's
You
impossible
have the
to
right
hear.
to no, you have the right to prove him wrong by telling him what I've said to you so far.
Now you're roboting, Hank. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Go ahead. Say it again.
Okay. I was telling him he has all I have to
Sorry.
do
It's down the
is
hill.
tell you
It's
what I said.
roboting, Hank, again. Sorry.
Ooh.
Sir, new guy, what do you think? Are you thinking the Earth is a globe or is it flat? Can you tell us about that?
If you look at my roles, you see I have the globe skeptic role. That basically means I'm a flat earther, but I don't have like lists of evidence in my head and stuff. That's how I, that's what the globe skeptic role
Can
means.
you
I'm
give
a
us two? Can you give us two reasons why you are a globe skeptic, please?
why I'm a flat earther. That's because it's all the proof because centrifuge on the globe model, when the Earth spins and it has this much radius and it spins like at 1,600 kilometers an hour, or I think miles per hour. I don't really remember. But at least it spins a lot fast. It should be a gravity difference between the equator and the poles, and that's like a good evidence for me. I think that's kind of seals it in itself, and also all the other evidence and proof and stuff. I don't really memorize them. I'm gonna try doing that now after. I had a similar discussion before, but yeah, there's a lot of good proof. I'm not. I do this mostly. I've done this mostly to prove this for myself, so I don't really remember all of them.
Okay, thank you for that. I heard one reason, centrifuge.
Yes.
You want to elaborate on that, please?
I don't know if I said everything I knew, but I think I did. But I don't know the numbers and stuff. But I know that if something spins at that speed, you should feel the acceleration, the constant acceleration that happens due to rotation, but you don't do that when you are on the equator. As far as I know, I've not seen people like jumping like on they do on the NASA footage on the moon. Like they jump really high and stuff. They don't do that, or like they get slingshotted out to space. I've seen that the math shows that too, but at least I don't know the numbers, so then I just say there should be a difference in gravity, but nobody has measured any difference in gravity on the equator compared to like the North Pole or whatever. As far as I know, if they claim it is, it's like it's so little, but it should be at least like you should feel it, because of the big numbers, very big radius and very big speed. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, with centrifuge, I think we're saying that if the Earth was spinning at a certain rate, it's kind of like going down in a car around a bend. When you turn that bend, you can feel yourself going to the right, like G-force. We don't experience that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't experience that at all, and nobody has measured it as far as I know.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I was just testing it. Do you know the radius of the supposed globe model? The radius of the globe?
Not the exact numbers, but I guess it was around 5,000 miles in the radius.
3,596 miles.
Okay. Sorry, was it
Probably
Was it?
close to 5,000 kilometers, I think. I don't do kilometers. I don't know,
All
but
right. Yeah, I mixed them up.
3,596 miles radius.
Yeah, I mixed them up. Why do we use different measuring systems, anyways?
Well, if it had a radius, we would be able to measure, observe, see some kind of curvature at some point. But we don't accept for through NASA pics and cartoon drawings, which I call foolery.
Yeah, I know. It's a CGI.
And they'll say, well, we weren't far away enough, so we took local satellites and we sewn 17 satellite pictures together, the data, and then we made a globe out of it. And then we're supposed to explain, where's the raw footage? Let me see what the raw footage looked like.
Yeah, I know it's all BS. people ask me this almost every day I come here, like to if I'm a globe or like skip. Just like the role, I don't like the name of the role. It doesn't really describe me. I'm a flat earther.
You have to earn that role.
I got a question. Pop quiz.
Go ahead.
Imagine you're at the beach, right? And you're watching a ship sail away from you. It's sailing further and further away, and you start to see it disappear from the bottom. Then eventually the middle of it disappears, and then the top of it disappears. What just happened? Why?
I guess it's some kind of mirage, and also maybe also the angular resolution of your eyes, because we have like some small dots, like to see the red, blue, and green lights, and they are like quantized. They are not like you can't zoom in forever, you know. So yeah, you have like cameras too, and your screen there's like a resolution. Can't like zoom more into it. You will just see pixelated bullshit, you know. Except it's not like in a square matrix. It's like more Fibonacci spread pattern. I would assume. Like maybe I went too much in the details, necessary details there.
The way I explain it is distant objects will mesh with, in this case, the water. The waves, those lapping of the waves, will mesh with the object at a distance, and it will appear to vanish into the horizon from the bottom up.
Yeah, but you didn't
That would
explain
happen on a
why.
flat. That's my explanation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, is that a kind of a mirage?
No, it's not a mirage.
All right.
And that's
Is that because of heat from the water?
That's something that's important, because the globers will claim everything we see is a mirage because somehow the light is bending upwards into the sky. But I'm
Yeah.
saying, no, if you have line of sight, you have line of sight. It's not a mirage. Unless you see a Phantom Morgana, or unless you see a boat way up in the sky where it should not be, you are not seeing a mirage.
All right. I've seen like a good explanation for why like that stuff happens, that mirroring or whatever. I don't know. From the convex Earth documentary. It's basically a flat Earth documentary by people who are like not connected with the flat Earth community, you know. So they were like independent researchers who found like it's basically a flat, you know, and they had a good explanation for why this happened and stuff. But yeah, it happens, I guess, and yeah, it doesn't mean it's a globe. It's lights like bends and turns all direction based on different phenomena, I guess.
Now, we do agree there is some refraction. Light does bend in a way through the medium. But what we do, we make observations in cool and dry climates where refraction is down to a minimum. That way,
Yes, or
refraction
higher.
doesn't interfere with our objects from our observations. Once we get refraction out to a minimum, we know that it's not projecting light upwards in the sky. Therefore, when we see objects 5, 10, 15 miles away at the surface, and we see no curvature, then we know it's flat.
Yeah.
Like what you can do with a P900, which I call the globe killer.
I didn't hear the last part you said there.
P900, I call the globe killer.
Yeah, P900 and P1000 or just a powerful telescope, I guess. You don't need to have a...
Because if you take the Earth curve calculator, where there should be, geometry says there should be a curvature, an amount of curvature visible, measurable curvature of an object from A to B because of geometry. We go 8 miles, and it says that at 5 feet observer height, there should be 19 feet of curvature at 8 miles, and we see the very bottom of it with a atmosphere that is dry and cool. Then we know that there's no curvature and that it's flat.
Yeah, it's basic math using their yeah, the what they say how the Earth is, so we can like disprove that by like tests and stuff, and we can like use the more generous example of 8 inches per mile squared, or the more brutal way. It's not really more brutal, but it's just more accurate, and it also if you go very long distances, which maybe you haven't captured on camera yet, but if you go very long distances, there will be a bigger difference with the parabola and the circle thing. But 18 inches per mile squared is pretty good. But I see like almost every new glober who comes here always makes a point about 18 inches per mile squared not being the actual like curvature of the Earth because it's a parabola and all that, you know. So and we have pretty powerful computers, so I'd suggest like more people should like show that type of calculation to new globers, so they don't have to go to that conversation all the time, even though like the globe for people use the 18 inches per mile square themselves, you know. Even this, yeah.
Well, if you don't like the Earth, you'll have to provide a better measurement that's actually more accurate and observably, confirmably accurate to the globe. Where
Sorry, you drop out a lot. Can you like repeat what you said? Hello?
Sorry, say it again. I had to take a phone call. Go ahead. What's your question?
He said he didn't hear what you said.
About what?
Broke up.
Oh, I was saying, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
If they don't like our Earth per calculator, they can provide a better one that's more accurate and that we could confirm has measurements of a globe. We're all welcome. We're all in agreement with that.
But
if they cannot
did you
provide
hear what I said?
they cannot provide a more accurate curvature calculator, then we can use the one provided by them until they find a better one.
Well, you can just deduct out of the radius of the Earth and assume that it's a perfect sphere, which they say it isn't. They say it's like a oblate spheroid pear-ish shape, just like a middle. But yeah, anyways, it's you can like find it out with like you like use GeoGebra and like use that to prove it or something, you know, or like how you do it with normal circles or spheres, you know, instead
If
of
it's so
using
easy,
8 inches.
if it's so easy, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it and show us then? If it's so easy.
It is. Oh, okay. I can actually. I think
Yeah,
I
I
have
want you to
GeoGebra
put it,
installed.
do some drawings for us and put it in live stream. If you can improve the globe Earth calculator, I will commend you.
Okay, cool. But is this like a trap? Because like, is there
No,
like
you suggested
is
that.
it no? Let me finish. Is it like impossible to calculate like the drop when it comes to circle?
No, you
Is
just
that?
told me you can do it, so do it then.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I thought you were like yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I cannot do it. I don't know how to do it. I use the one that's provided. I think it's pretty accurate up to about 2,000 miles. And I use it because I have no other alternative. I've seen some other calculators that, for the main part,
Oh,
they use
actually,
more
it's sine. You know,
curvatures.
you know the function sine and cosine and tangent functions.
You could have Googled it by now. It's 8 inches per mile squared, even when you use this the cosine function.
Sorry, you haven't heard what I said earlier because I was
It's
talking
the
about
radius
this.
of the Earth times 1 minus the cosine of how far you went along the distance,
Yeah. Yeah, okay,
curve of the
smartass.
Earth,
Yeah, okay,
times 360 divided by the circumference of the Earth.
Wow.
That works out to 8 inches for the first mile, or 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah,
You're gonna
no,
have to Google faster.
it's a very good approximation. That's not my point. My point is
Yeah,
that
up to
many
500
globals.
miles above the Earth's surface, and most of these
Yeah, I'm not
observations are
not a
within 1
global.
to 10 miles, so it's still
Chill
8
out,
inches.
please, please. I'm just saying that a lot of globers who come here make a point about the 8 inches per mile squared. So instead of like using 15 minutes to explain to them why it's a good thing to use the 8 inches per mile squared instead of having to use the slightly more complex math of the circle thing, or instead of doing that, you could actually like use the circle one, because it's then they don't need to point that at and
That's why
waste
we
like
asked them
15
to
minutes.
present a calculation. Usually they can't. They just heard the
Yeah.
propaganda about it being a not good enough approximation, and they don't even have anything to offer in turn. So it's
Yeah,
8 inches per mile squared.
but how I look at it, I want to like make people be convinced of like the truth, or like make them more think from themselves and stuff, and instead of like winning a debate of or like a logic of if you are logical in your thinking and stuff, maybe you can like
We
trick
try,
them
but a
into
lot of people come in
realizing the
here to one
truth.
up. They don't really come here to discuss or debate, because they already come in
Yes.
with the mindset that you're not an expert, you're not smart enough, therefore I don't have to listen to you or really talk about this. I
Yes.
want you to
So
shut up
so
and
I've
defer to the authority, so we're not going to have a fruitful, meaningful discussion about this
yeah. So
topic. It's very
so I
frustrating,
have
but it is what it
yeah.
is.
Yeah. So I have a good analogy for why I think this would work, like kind of, because when I provide good arguments that aren't like easily refuted, even though it's not bad arguments, but you'll have to explain why it's a good one and stuff with the 8 inch and stuff. Like when I try to convince people of like the current war in some place, I just go directly into anyways. I just figure I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyways, I'm
The
embarrassed. I'm
generalized
gonna leave.
rhetoric. Did you have anything about the shape of the Earth or anything like that? We were talking about 8 inches per mile squared, but you wandered off trying to Google
Yeah.
something other than 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to get back to the shape of the Earth or whatever? Or just generalized bland rhetoric,
No,
or what?
I guess not. I was gonna say something, but I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry. It's not your fault. It's my fault.
Hey, can I say something? This is Blakey. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I was going off of what earlier to the same gentleman that was to prove your point. I remember when I was younger in Jamaica, go across the horizon, and at one point I see one went away. That day I actually had a binocular in my teens or whatever. And I remember, like he said, it looks like it's going over a curve because it's getting smaller. So it's the illusion that you get from your eye. With your binoculars, you still see the full, that full part of the ship that's submerged out. So as the ship goes away and gets smaller, the illusion looks like it's dropping over. But if you get a binocular and look straight out, you're still seeing the ship. I just want to confirm that part. You just brought that back to me.
That's the correct answer.
Blakey, can you speak closer to your microphone? It's hard to hear you.
All right, sorry, man. I'm using a Mac.
Maybe use like a noise repression or something.
No, it's the Mac based off of my laptop.
Do you have like Audacity installed or something like that? You could like
I'm having a hard time hearing Blakey.
yeah, could like use real-time noise suppression with like maybe an audio program like Ardor or Audacity for your data.
How about now? Am I
Now
sounding clearer?
very better, very
Yeah,
much
I had
better.
to plug in a headset on mic. My bad. Please don't let me.
Okay, Blakey, why don't you make your point once again? I didn't hear you. Say it again, what you were saying.
All right, so based off of what True Flat Earth was mentioned about the ship going away from you on the water, right? I remember seeing it on the beach, and at this point, I had a binocular. This time I was younger. It looks like it's going over, but if you stand same place where you are and look up, you see the full part of the ship that's submerged out to the water, and it's getting smaller. So it's not that the ship is going over far away from you, it looks like it's going over. So just wanted to prove that his point was, he just brought that back to me. I remember seeing that. There's a lot of stuff that we seen when we were younger, but we kind of forget it. But no, if we go back to it and look, we realize that, hey, we've been realizing that this earth has been flat.
Well, thank you for that. And more importantly, and more powerful than that, I think, is if you remember in school, they told us what we're going to see. They told us what we see before we even tried to do it ourselves. They told us that.
Yeah, that's
Aristotle
true.
said that boats go out, and the last thing you see was the flag, the mast of the ship, and not the hull. And that proves the Earth is a globe. That's what they told us before we even tried to do it ourselves. So more
Right.
powerful than observation is conditioning and indoctrination. I think in school, and when we're in second grade, first grade, before we have the intellect to think for ourselves. So when you
That's
see
true.
it looks like it's going over, it may not even look like that, but you interpret it that way because you were told that that's what it's supposed to do. That's
Right.
what I'm told.
Because of the glare of the water, but if you grab a binoculars and look, you realize that you're seeing the whole ship.
Well, for in the globe defense, sometimes the water does seem to cover the bottom half of the ship. And I think that's the different things happening, but that could be the waves lapping over the closer waves closer to you, lapping over the object which is vanishing due to angular resolution or perspective. Now, it wouldn't vanish. It would have to vanish not from the top up because we can see the top, but from the bottom up. I'm sorry, not from the top down because we can see the top, but from the bottom up because the bottom is where we lose the ability to resolve the picture, because the water is coming in between the object and our visual spectrum. So it's meshing into the water on the bottom and not the top. So we do see some bottom being covered. I mean, you could explain it like just going over a curve, but then nothing else, no other, um, no other observation confirms that, or measurement confirms that that's actually happening. I think this whole globe thing we've gotten was from looking at in the sky, looking at Mars and Jupiter. I think that's where we got the conditioning about a globe from looking in the sky.
But yeah, Blakey, your answer was very simple, correct, and right on. Uh, I like short, answers with brevity instead of long, overdrawn sentences going on about nothing. So that's pretty much what I was looking for. Good job.
Yeah, man, no worries. I'm simple. I'm not like most people where you have to show me calculated value. No, I use quote unquote layman terms. And that's what I work with too.
So, Blakey, I see that you have the tag of globe skeptic. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just asking. I see that you have the globe skeptic tag. Why don't you have the flat earther tag? What prevented you from becoming a flat earther?
No, I'm a flat earther. How come I have? I shouldn't have skeptic. I'm a flat earther.
Can you give us your 3 proofs?
Give you my. All right, so
You already gave one. Actually, you already gave one with that one. You already gave a good answer. Give us 2 more.
All right, so the other thing that brought me, so to speak, I do graphics. And I remember I wanted to do a presentation with a spinning globe. And somebody showed a trick. I don't know if you guys are familiar with mask. Block out certain areas and leave certain areas visible. So what you do, you leave a circle visible. Then you get, say, probably 4 images of each country, like US, Africa, South America. Get all of those lined off beside each other. Then drag them from left to right under the circle, and it gives it that spinning effect. That's what opened my eyes and let me start going to go figure out what's going on. And just like Godric, I think his name was, I realized that, hold on, everything that I know, somebody taught me at a young age. So we in the belief of what somebody else taught us. So that opened my eyes. That. The second thing that opened my eyes again, how many of us right here, right now, I went up into space and I looked back down and I saw the Earth wrong. Nobody can say it. And then I saw something the other day that what the picture that you see on the wall in the UN, that is how Earth looks. So it's like it's on top of a turntable. And looking at it, I'm like, this is more realistic to me. And every time that you see a map dating back from however when, it is always with the islands, the countries, spread out, not on a ball, but flat. And to this day, 2022, nobody can prove what gravity is. I don't care how intellectual or smart, nobody can prove it to us. So it's been a good while now that I've been going around understanding that this earth is flat.
Did you say nobody could prove gravity?
I haven't met nobody to prove gravity, and I'm not going to dispute it with. In my opinion, nobody can prove gravity. For one, they need to explain to me how water stays on quote unquote a ball. How you get water to stay there without falling off.
I agree with you there, but what do you know about specific gravity? Can you tell me about that?
Nothing. Trust me, what you hear me, I don't try and go into the intellectual part of it, basic understanding. And for that, I have to say, that's just me. I like to keep things simple. So,
And you did.
Brother. I am also.
Yeah, I'm just here just to learn, to hear more, to see, you always grow when you have like minded. So with my crew, nobody thinks I can.
Yeah, I'm a simple man just like you, brother. And I also know that the earth is flat. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that specific gravity is the real gravity. Not Newtonian, not Einsteinian, but specific gravity is the real gravity. And I can show you with the scientific method and basic common sense with cause and effect. Are you interested?
Yeah, go ahead, because I've never heard of the terms.
Okay, you heard of
Mm.
relative density?
Yeah, briefly. Yeah.
Okay, relative density is the basic words for specific gravity. So let's say you have an apple and it falls off the tree and it hits your head and it goes to the ground. It stopped because it reached equilibrium. It can't fall any further. But let's
All
say it
right.
hits your head and then bounces into a pail of water. The apple doesn't go all the way to the bottom of the pail, right?
Right. Right. No, it's
Because
gonna
of
float.
buoyancy. It's going to float. That's right. So
Mhm.
now, let's say that you shoot the pail of water and it has a hole in the bottom and all the water drains out. What's going to happen to the What's going to happen to the apple?
It will touch the bottom of the pail or the.
Right. That's right. So, what was the cause of the apple going down? Was it to do with Newton? Was it to do with Einstein? Or did it have to do with the density relationship between the water and the apple?
I would say the density, because the density went.
Right. So the lack of buoyant force when the water drained caused the apple to go down. Therefore, the cause of things falling is relative density, also known as specific gravity. That's simple. Anybody can learn
Oh,
this in their kitchen, right?
okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you look up specific gravity, it's a ratio between the density of the object and the medium.
They should just call it relative density then,
Well, that's
instead
the
of all
point.
these other words.
Right. It's a relationship with the thing in the medium. So you've got two things, a medium and then a thing in it. And they can't not have some kind of relationship. And so the thing tries to do its best to have a really good and even relationship with its surroundings. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm gonna look up. It makes sense. It makes sense. But I gotta read up on
Cool.
this way before.
One
And
more
that's
thing,
it. That's,
and I'll
that's the
quit
thing
it.
of coming. That's the thing of coming to this to learn stuff so I can go research it too.
That's
So this is
awesome.
cool.
Hell
Respect.
yeah.
Respect.
And so there's a question in the live stream voice text I wanted to address real quick. Lucky Dancer 1000 asks, so you believe, and please correct scientific currently, because there is also no evidence to show impossible. Okay, I think I know what you're trying to ask with that. And for me, one of the main reasons gravity is unproven, non-demonstrable, if that's a word, is because when performing a scientific experiment on something using natural science, you want to have independent variable and control. There is no way when testing for gravity or trying to do anything with it to isolate the independent variable that needs to be gravity in one of those situations, right? We have to be able to perform the test with gravity and then be able to remove gravity to see what happens. And we can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, if I'm roboting, I'll be right back. But yeah, we can't perform a proper test, so I'll be right back.
But we did with specific gravity, right? Because we can have, the observation of an apple tree, right? And the apple falls into the river and it floats. But if the river dries up and the apple falls, or we remove the water from, or we dam up the river, anyway, we're manipulating, the relative density between the medium and the object, and this causes it to go down. So this is a cause and effect relationship, right? And if you look at what we're saying here, we're talking about specific gravitas. Gravitas means weight, right? So you weigh different amount outside of the water than put it in the pool, and you're going to weigh different than. So we're being specific, talking about what medium we're in, right? What kind of object we have, and then we try to measure, the buoyant force or whatever, or the weight. So for me, this is all extreme. Once you manipulate the cause and you see the effect, i.e., draining the water, then you have a cause and effect relationship established, which is different than correlation, right? You have manipulated the cause and you see the effect.
Hank, so let me get this straight. If you agree, we cannot manipulate whatever gravity is in an experiment, but we can manipulate the density, which makes it density and not gravity because it's experimental. You can use it in an experiment. Is that right?
Well, you can't manipulate Newtonian gravity, right? Because that's mass attracting mass. You can't manipulate Einsteinian gravity because that's the bending and warping of space-time. But specific gravity, you can manipulate the right, like you said, the relative density between the object and the medium, and you can actually prove things by using the cause and effect relationship to make things go up and down.
Okay,
so you
good.
add the water, the apple goes up. So why do things rise? The buoyant force. Then you take
Hold on.
away the water, and the apple goes down.
Yes, that's correct. I want to know one thing. If you have an opinion on this or how this happened. So we don't need to use the word gravity at all. Because you can't use Newtonian gravity in an experiment, you can't use Einsteinian gravity in an experiment, and the word gravity comes from those two theories only. So we don't even need to use the word gravity, do we? Do you agree?
Relative density. But when I use the word specific gravity, it's because nobody's going to argue against it. When I say relative density, they might say, oh, that's just something that flat earthers made up. But specific gravity is a well-established thing in academia.
But they're the same things. And okay, to me, why help them beg the question? Why help them have any part of that narrative by giving them the word gravity? Like, it's density, and that's all there is to it, right? Maybe I'm crazy. You're you're robot about half the stuff you say, Hank. Sorry,
You're absolutely right, Glatflobe. You're absolutely right. I agree with that. They should just call it relative density. Don't even give them that gravity word.
Yeah. I figured, you know what I mean? Like, they got a narrative, they're pushing the narrative, and gravity's a huge part of that. So I just think it'd be flimsy to do that. It's just my opinion.
I mean, the minute I put in specific gravity, it brought up the word relative density in big block letters.
Right, so there's no need to use the G word. The gravity's a 4-letter word, you know?
Exactly.
I agree with Glasslow. Don't even use gravity because nobody knows what specific gravity is anyways, except Hank.
Well, yeah, that's true, because Hank is wildly knowledgeable, yeah. But if you go to a normie and just say, hey, you know, I'm going to talk to you about this stuff. You know, you come up in the conversation about density and you never say gravity. And then at the end of it go something like, and you know what I just talked to you about? And they'll be like, what? You'll be like,
actually,
what the bulbers call gravity. Isn't that crazy? I just described the whole thing to you without using the word gravity, and you understood it completely. Isn't that nuts? Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, Glasslow. But let me correct myself. Hank and Battlemod will teach you about specific gravity. Those two.
Fuck yeah! It's almost like they created it. I'm just kidding.
As far as I know, because no teacher taught me that in school.
Yeah, that's real talk. Yep.
Yeah, so the guy that we just spoke to, I didn't quite catch his name. The guy with the echo and the sound like Jamaican accent. He said that he was a simple man, and I can relate, right? Because I'm a simple man too. And I explained it to him. He caught it like 100%. I think he was on board. Gravity. He knew that it was more about buoyancy.
You're roboting pretty bad, Hank. I like Glatflobe. I am gonna disagree with you. I don't think we should be scared to use gravity, because gravity is the effect. Before they came up with the causes, it was always the effect. Something falling, that was because in less dense medium, it's because it had more gravitas, more density, right? More weight. It was heavier. It was more grave. And something that's lighter, it has more levity. And and they kind of they hijacked the word gravity, but they didn't hijack the word levity. They just used buoyant. They kept on referring to buoyancy and stuff. And if you actually look at a dictionary, something that's like levity is an archaic word for something that's light. So I don't think we should like play, be in their kind of in their frame, playing their game and shy away from words just because they hijack them. I think we need to call them out on that and be like, listen, gravity is the effect. Prove the cause. You guys are conflating the words. You're using the words for two different things, the cause and the effect. Prove the cause that you're claiming.
Looking up the word gravity, it comes from what? Latin, Old Latin, French, and its definition is seriousness or heaviness. Okay. Now, relative seriousness is not right, but relative heaviness I can accept. But the way that we use gravity, if you look up the word gravity again, then just look up the definition, it'll tell you the force that pulls, towards the center of the earth. Okay. uh, Relative density is, I think, a more accurate term to describe between the differentiation of two different densities rather than specific gravity. In
Specific
today's
gravity
terminology.
isn't. Specific
But
gravity is something else. It
right,
elucidates
but the
the
terminology,
kind
just
of
the
mechanism a little
word
bit more.
gravity for normies, it could confuse them.
Yeah, gravity in and of itself it's the effect. You just whenever they try to presuppose it, like the dictionary definition that you just read, where it's like physical mass attracting mass or whatever, you call them out on that. You say that's a cause, prove it. That's you're presupposing the globe in that, prove it. But when a normie just hears like they'll notice that you're avoiding saying gravity or whatever, and then you say relative density. It's not right. We don't need to beat around the bush for something that they're wrong about.
So you're saying use gravity meaning specific gravity?
No, specific gravity has its own usage. It's used a lot in the medical industry when talking about different like nephropathic diseases that they use it a lot in terms of urine, how concentrated the urine is. You could use it as a diagnostic for different diseases. So it has, but more specifically, it's used. Basically, the definition of it is the weight of water or the density of water relative to air and relative to other objects. So medically, they're using it like in terms of water and urine, and a 1 is water and urine is like 1.023 or something like that. So it has its own kind of like niche usage, and if we start adopting that, it'll get conflationary as well. It'll get confusing. So it doesn't really make sense. But it is an example, obviously, of, relative density, because it's talking about the density of water relative to air, relative to another,
So
medium.
what's your point? You're saying you don't use gravity, or use gravity but
No, I'm
make it
saying
mean
use
something
gravity
else?
and be upfront about it being the effect. If they try to claim or presuppose that it's the cause, then you hold them to it. You hold their feet to the fire
Okay,
and make
so
them
it's
prove
the
it.
effect of stuff falling down to a medium that's less dense, but it's not the cause. We don't know what causes it. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, yes. Things falling down that's the effect of that is called gravity. Things going up, you call it buoyancy or levity. I personally prefer levity, right? As for the causes, whoever makes a claim has to prove it. Simple as that. And even, mind you, even in the globe model, they use things falling down as gravity, just like the effect. If you look at, F equals mg, mass times gravity, they're talking about the downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared. They're not talking about the cause of that. That's the effect, it falling down at that rate. That's what we observe, right? And they use little g for that. So little g is, things falling down. That's why
But
you
that
don't have to reject.
acceleration doesn't. But that acceleration doesn't even work in water.
Right, it's medium specific.
Of course, yeah.
It
So
doesn't work in mercury.
it would be a different acceleration, obviously, a different rate in different mediums with different resistance, right? They try to claim that G is a perfect vacuum or near perfect. Obviously, that's BS, right? But
Yeah, and I think 9.8 is just an average. It's not even a constant. So
And is it correct to say helium accelerates downward in the atmosphere, even though it goes up?
no.
well, the problem with it mainly, or the usage, or the common usage of gravity, is people like to equate it to both a cause and an effect, both at the same time, and claiming it's the same thing. So there's a lot of confusion around that. Many times people will say that gravity is 9.8 meters per second. That's like saying speed limit is 60 miles per hour, right? And then attributing that to also being the force in which your car is being propelled down the street. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. And many times people try to say that gravity is both the cause and the effect of what we observe when we see an object moving in a downward direction.
Yeah, and that's just ignorance, right? You just got to call them out whenever they conflate the two like that. When they say
Correct.
gravity is this, you have to say that's the agreed upon average in free fall in a perfect vacuum, which doesn't exist. That's just, you can't kind of base off that. It always depends on the medium. Like this thing will fall X speed in air, but just like Hank was saying, if you drop the apple in air versus dropping it in water, it's gonna have different accelerations, right? So
correct. Yep. Relative density is a very easy way to explain what most people commonly call the effect of gravity.
Absolutely.
Or at least, yeah.
And that's absolutely fine to say. I'm just saying we shouldn't be scared or shy away from saying gravity. Say relative density is gravity. Explain why. Because if you change the density of the medium versus the object, the rate of fall, which is gravity, will change. But don't be scared to use it.
Yeah, I am personally not scared to use it. It just always comes with clarification all the time, because it's commonly used differently. Always has to come with an explanation most of the time.
So then the globers would say the cause is mass attracting mass.
Would they? They might say bending of space-time.
Because
Right.
Cavendish. Because Einstein.
Yeah, and even most of these things, right? Like Cavendish, the balls in the shed was the whole premise of what he was doing was to allegedly measure the mass of the whole entire Earth by viewing these two balls in his shed. It wasn't. He didn't set out to quote unquote prove that mass attracts mass. And I don't even think Newton really wanted that attributed to him, right? That it was some sort of action at a distance, meaning the inherent nature of masses would attract other masses at a distance. I don't think that was his claim at all whatsoever. And when it comes to Einstein and relativity, yeah, there's a bunch of holes in that for sure. The first and most obvious is the reification fallacy of space and time, giving them physical attributes to concepts. Right, time is a conceptual measurement, and space would be the absence of everything, which would be nothing. So you're giving physical properties to multiple things that do not have physicality in and of themselves, basically two concepts. But I guess if you stick the two words together and call it something new, you can fool people. But
I think going forward, the only time I'll mention gravity is to bring forth the old definition of seriousness or heaviness. I won't use that word for relative density ever again.
yeah, like the gravity of the situation.
Right. I'd rather use it for that, sure. Because at least it was used a long time ago for a different purpose, heaviness or seriousness. But if you look it up today, it says some kind of force that pulls objects towards the center of the earth or whatever, or some large object. And that's what a normie's mind reverts to, that definition, not heaviness or seriousness. So when I do mention gravity, it'll be heaviness or seriousness.
That is a great reason to use gravity, meaning, like in literature, the seriousness of the situation. But not using it for the cause of something falling down.
This is kind of off topic, but does anyone know anything about the Renaissance? Because I have a history newspaper project to do, and I'm kind of like having problems with it.
What's your question? Or what's your
Do you
project?
know anything about the Brunelleschi's dome in Florence, Italy?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I come in 24/7 Flutter to help you with your history homework. That's what I do.
It's a big dome. Was a marvel.
It's probably built after the firmament, biblical firmament.
Are you referring to the structure or like the? Pretty sure
The
it's
history
painted on the
behind it.
inside. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the history. I know it's got a painting inside of it. I don't know who painted it though. Can't remember.
All that being said, the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Okay, the sky is blue.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth. Gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Who's that?
Mr. Yam that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah. True, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, too, describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah. Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
But anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay,
I'm
that's a good.
measuring
That's
it.
a no. That's a. Yeah, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require? What? There's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it, so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, yeah, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it yes or no question. I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through, some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What? What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take
a moment. Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption? Yes. From where?
From like lights on the earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the earth is round. You can
Maybe
see
you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky, because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, yeah.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's
Are
told.
you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother.
Are
I
you not?
have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
That's a.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said
Simple
it
yes
for
or no.
scientists. I don't know what qualifies as scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman. I work
Here, I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about can a person take a ruler? Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's
it doesn't.
very relevant, actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to evidence for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you say?
Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you
man?
go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like, Mr. You have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun go
receive.
when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look
I've
out your
seen
window.
it with my own eyes.
But
You
mathematically,
think that the government is paying me to like tell you that the Earth is round?
no, yeah, you just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
You're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it like, do they have like screens in airplane windows that are like?
Yeah,
Dude, did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, a little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that. Basically, he was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's
okay.
like 8 times.
One of my relatives
the argument
flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
Mr. Yam, this is
They didn't take any
It
photographs,
was
dude.
borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Yam, are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically? And this is in the models. You can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
It's not even
the
funny.
question. Yam. 3.
It's hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah,
3.
that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's
3%.
laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you.
It's
Mr.
actually
Yam.
sad.
3.
Repeat the
3%.
question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion
Hey,
of
maybe
the
if you want me
Earth.
to hear,
Oh
then you
my
should
gosh!
tell this dude to don't mute
Okay,
me.
here's
You
what
guys
I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Cam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question,
Bro.
Mr. Yam. Your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try
hear
not
what
to
they
be
have to say.
offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
This thing.
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation, okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, hold on. What I mean by, oh, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. M? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it written? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Just did it.
Yeah.
Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me how you...
Okay. 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct. But as far as 250 in comparison, mathematically, to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted, that's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just... It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up, though.
Wait,
you can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think the oceans bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right?
You really think that it falls off the edge of the Earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one, but do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. Lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure.
Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands
Okay, so
what
if you're
exactly that means.
right, so
what it means.
if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a
We
pic
can
where it's
make
at
up
10
that
miles.
number, though.
Yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, Livestream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear, too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam,
It's
there's
not
a...
accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is that there that or are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than a 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell
You
us how
don't
you do
think
it.
he doesn't think. But thank you, Refraction, for posting that. I knew that I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere. So thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
Yeah, no worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, oh, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. And that is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, how is what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge? Just out of curiosity. Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that why?
Isn't round, then
why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Oh, I love that ending. Can the real Helio please stand up? Please stand up.
Who was that guy that was just talking at the end of the video?
Yeah. Kind of wonder the same.
Y'all crazy.
That was nice, actually.
Dude, but that was kind of weird. I mean, like at the beginning, there was some newbies that were but they really were, like, they stuck around. That's okay. Stick around and see what we really have. It's not like we're just full of shit, and we haven't been studying this for several years. Come on, give us a break. Or at least give us some sort of room for context, instead of saying, well, I already know this, which when somebody says they know something, then they're going to have to prove it. It's like, well, I know this has happened because I've done this, or this, and this, and this, and this. But it's like, bro, show us. I mean, you came here. So if you're so convinced that this is true, do you believe it, or are you convinced of it because somebody else that you believe has done it? And for the most part, it's the other case. Somebody else has done it, so I believe them. Sorry, okay. I like to jump into at the end of conversations when I listen to them. Anyway, go ahead. What do you guys think about what we just listened to?
No, I think it was a good discussion. I was tuning in the stream and not in the voice chat.
Well, I was listening to it on the live stream, but and responding in the voice text and in the live stream text too sometimes. But yeah, I mean, it's really curious because all the people that, I mean, we have, I'm really curious. Oh, crap. I think the person left. That had the No. Well, it just lost. There was somebody that had a Barack Obama picture that I can't remember the name.
That was just
looked
right
really
now.
funny.
Oh, okay.
Who was it? They had like a Barack Obama picture with a lady's name or whatever. I was looking forward to
Obama invented the clouds.
Anyway, anyone after that discussion, you guys just listen to. There's several people in here that are globe skeptic or have VC verified. Jump in here and tell us what you think. Alexis, we were going back and forth in live stream voice text a little bit. Who else?
Yeah, my bad. I was doing history homework.
You were doing history?
Yeah, I have a project due tomorrow.
Oh, so you're in school and you're studying history?
I'm not really studying history. It's a requirement in high school.
Well, I mean, I was taught history in high school too, but I found out a lot of things about history that they never told me in high school. It's very fascinating.
They leave
Yeah,
out
most
all
of
the
the
important
stuff.
things, right?
Yeah. Like most of the stuff they teach us, it's not actually what we think. Like half of the stuff they teach us is like the opposite, or they're just leaving stuff out.
I
Hey, I'm
mean,
sorry to jump in and interrupt real quick, but Helio, were you around late last night? Were you listening at all?
Maybe I don't know which portion. I mean, was there something important?
Did you hear when we were talking about a gentleman last night? I can't remember his name, but he brought up a really good point, which I mean we all already know about NASA and how in the last 60 years, everything that they claim that they've done, they haven't contributed anything at all. With all the money, all the years, what have they contributed to better anyone's life? They
Well, and
haven't.
that's what I think. I think I was talking to
Tang.
Alexis in the live stream voice text about history and media. I mean, it's really all just through the education system and media. It really kind of it's just generic information, and even in the higher levels of education, it's not. When it comes to astronomy and philosophy, those are really abstract ideas about Earth and how you're supposed to actually exist on Earth. These are really just like they call it science, but it's pseudoscience. It doesn't actually benefit you in the long run. It actually gives you a superiority complex instead of an inferiority complex. What these guys who's like, oh, I've studied this and I've done this, and so then you have an inferiority complex because you're just trying to live life as it presents itself, and then these superiority complex people just like they have the big black boots and shit, and they want to stomp on your head. Not that the regular people can't get some power, but with the power that all these fucking narcissists have, it's almost impossible to actually succeed.
Right.
I don't even know if that was what you were asking me, but that's just my opinion. I look at all kinds of crazy shit all the time.
I don't even remember if I asked you something. I just wanted to share that thought with you because it's crazy to think about the budget that they've had for the last 60 years.
There is no. What are you talking about? In Washington?
No, I'm talking about NASA.
Oh, NASA. Okay. Well, I guess it's kind of connected, but yeah. I mean, Washington, Hollywood, all that stuff's connected, with the Federal Reserve and all that. It's all connected. There is no money. The inflation is completely outrageous. And so it's just kind of like, all right, we have no choice but to participate to survive right now. So
Hank brought up a point last night too about could somebody sue NASA in court for fraud? Because what have they done? What have they ever truly accomplished to better anyone's position here on Earth.
Wouldn't they be connected? So you trying to do anything against them is not going to get you anywhere, because they are part with the one world government, basically.
Yeah, I understand, but it would still be a good thing to do to get it out there and get people to force them to depose certain people, right?
Yeah, well, people will just ridicule you. Yeah, could be attempted, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of opposers. Not that it's not worth trying.
Yeah, but that always leads to war. So it's not. I mean, war never works out good for anyone. So.
Well, yeah, it always leads to losses.
Yeah, it actually leads more freaking fiat money and the banker system. They create war to make more money, but they don't really make more money because there's no money to be made. It's all fake. It's a faux. It's a fake money system. It's all about control.
Yeah, I was going to say the bankers benefit from war, and that's pretty much it. Nobody else benefits from war.
So where do we stand on this? I mean, where do we stand on this? Are we supposed to participate in politics, believe the news that they put on TV when all the freaking money bankers and the media or the education and the Hollywood system, they all own the media, and so it's like the news anchors might as well be freaking the Hollywood actors. So what are we supposed to believe? How are we supposed to live? It's just like the best way to live would probably be turn off the TV, and or you can leave the TV on to learn more about it. And once you know, you can't see a TV show anymore the same way because you know how they're manipulating you. Well, they're not going to manipulate me, but they're going to manipulate the gen pop. It's like a prison, right? Have you ever been to prison? I haven't been to prison, but I've been to jail. Gen pop is where you sit, and they could pretty much, you have different bosses
It's
in
good
prison.
to tune in once in a while because you have to know what your enemies are up to, right? You have to.
It's just like I unplugged from all social media and all TV, and I'm just living off the grid, and I'm doing it. It's like, well, then you don't know what's coming,
right?
So you got to pay attention some. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm a huge fan of fiction, so I'm like a TV junkie, and everybody knows that already. But I watch a lot of all of the good like Hollywood flicks and shit, whatever. But anyway, so we talk about it sometime. I mean, you can criticize me all day long for watching too much TV. But anyway, but at the same time, I see what's happening in Hollywood and government and all that stuff. Don't vote. I don't buy into the system. I know everything about the Federal Reserve and the fiat currency and how they manipulate. And anyway, go over all that shit. People know that shit about me. Where were we going with this?
Guess about NASA and their budget and what they've actually provided to society for such an extensive budget. And nowadays it's upwards of $60 million a day that NASA receives. And I was going to answer with, they gave us the drink Tang, but then I realized that Tang was actually created in the late 50s by General Foods Corporation, and the sales were horrible until John Glenn took it on a Mercury flight in February 1962. And then on Gemini
I just thought of something else. Didn't a NASA engineer develop the first super soaker?
I'm not sure.
Super soaker. Did you say super soaker?
Yeah. You remember the
Listen,
squirt gun?
the
with water
gun?
filters?
You talking about the gun?
Yeah, the
water
squirt
gun?
Yeah, the water guns.
I don't know about that. What are they going to attack aliens once they get to the moon with the super soaker? I don't know. No, I never heard that. I mean, that's really just a pressure water.
Well, I don't think he did it while he was at work. I think, it was an at-home project. But the dude that I think made the first one, I think he worked for NASA, but I could be wrong. I swear I heard that.
Sure, I mean, to be honest, anyone with like, it wouldn't be really hard to engineer a super soaker. I mean, it's really. I mean, you remember the little water gun pistols that you used to get? You get them at the dollar store or whatever, like fill it with water. Squirt. What if I had a chamber I could pump it up and hit the button? And I mean, that's not really hard to develop, to be honest. You don't have to be a genius to develop something like that.
So if the American public would be considered a shareholder in NASA, I think we should be demanding some sort of return on our investment other than CGI cartoons.
What money? What money are you going to get back? You're going to get like debt back from your debt that you already were indebted to. It's like negative. Hey, you know what? In math, if you multiply a negative and a negative, what happens?
Well, maybe instead of trying to get money,
you get a positive. Negative 4 times negative 4 equals 8, right? I mean, it's 16. My bad. I'm out of my mind.
I would think it'd be better just to try to defunk NASA and do away with it.
No, well, let's get rid of the Federal Reserve. That'd be even better.
Well, yeah, of course.
Defunct the whole fucking system. Everybody's back at zero. But that would really kind of like everybody would go out of their minds. They don't even know how to spend money. You know, I'm just like, oh shit. You know,
I mean, we could.
Sorry,
Helia.
No, go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just going to say that technically we could get rid of the Federal Reserve very easily because it's not technically a governmental agency. It's a private corporation. So we could easily go back to saying that only Congress has the right and ability to coin money as opposed to
I don't
currency.
think it would be as you say easily, but I don't think it'd be that easy. But
didn't Kennedy do that?
No.
Kennedy was trying to tie us back to a silver standard. Meaning that you could have silver certificates or wait. Technically, they were still minting silver up until 63? When was Kennedy assassinated?
Yeah, it was
63.
Yeah, I was going to say it was 63.
I think he was trying to maintain that we had some sort of precious metal backing to our currency. And they were trying to eliminate it altogether.
Yeah, I mean, going back to a gold standard or any type of currency like that, I would just we could easily do it. No, we couldn't, because people don't even know what money is. The general populace doesn't know what money is and where it comes from. They just use it, right? So if it all of a sudden just switched back to, so it wouldn't work that way. And especially
in order to go back to the
if you just erased the hundreds of trillions of dollars of debt, they say it's like 20 something trillion. It's more than that. If it just disappeared and you based everything off of a solid standard, and America would start having to print different money, because that money that they use. No. Well, digital money could be converted, but then you have all these other. There's so much shit involved right now. You have the cryptos and all that kind of shit. It's we're kind of in a fucking weird situation right now.
What would happen to people's savings in the bank if we did away with the reserve tomorrow? What would that mean for
It would depend
everyone's
on how they
savings?
would. Yeah, it would depend on how they would want to transition that. Like if they said, okay, we're gonna basically clear the books of debt, what you currently have as existing money in your bank, whatever, everything that's currently outstanding that is not a debt, even though all of your physical paper currency is a debt instrument. Most people don't know that. But all I'm saying is if they took what people have in the green, right, and they say that we are starting with a standard of the dollar is based off of
it would be a
an
complete
ounce of
shit
silver
show.
or something like that. Yeah.
It would be a complete shit show.
It would be 100% shit show because we have zero of that actual physical precious metal to actually claim to be able to do that. Because people would immediately go in and say, give me my gold for my money or give me my silver, and they wouldn't have it.
But
right, yeah.
For the most part, people that are aware know that their money's not based on gold anymore. If you know anything about anything, your money's not based on gold. It's mostly based on.
It's a dead instrument.
Yeah, it's a dead instrument. It's not even based on oil. I was about to say oil, but it's not even based on that. It's a dead instrument based on trade between different countries. It's that's freaking crazy. So if you went back to it being based on gold, you're going to have gold in hand to back that money, which there's not enough gold to back all the money in the world. So it's just, that's why they call it fiat currency.
Yeah, that's why any currency that you look at in the United States, it'll say note on it because it's a debt instrument. It's a note, the same way a mortgage is a mortgage note.
Exactly.
Previously, they were considered like silver certificates is what it would say on the top of the money. And a certificate is a representation of something of physical presence, right? That certificate is representing something physical that you could redeem it for.
Yeah, and they're moving toward getting rid of cash. Just like people are hoarding cash and just piling it up. Dude, I think we're only a few years away from cash being you won't be able to trade in cash anymore. Like cash money. Because it's already converted. It's just like you're lucky to go give somebody $20 at a gas station to put $20 of gas in your car, because it won't be long before you won't even be able to pull that shit out of your wallet and give them a $20 bill.
When we were on the gold standard, so you walk into your bank and you could trade paper currency for actual physical gold, right? So when they went off of that and did away with it, where did all that gold go?
You can still do that at a coin shop.
Good question.
No.
You just can't do that with the government. You can still do that with a privately owned, precious metal shop.
Yeah, but you have to
money.
trade in. You have to still trade in their currency. You have to convert it. You can still have physical gold, but you have to take it to a trade exchange and then convert it to their monetary system. And now I have this much in this. And so, it's a good idea to have physical gold and silver and whatever, so that you can when shit goes down and cash is non-existent anymore, you still have gold.
But when we're on the gold standard, so every dollar that they
nobody's
printed,
on the gold standard. What are you talking about? What
I'm saying when we were.
Oh,
when we were on the
you mean
gold
like
standard,
100 years ago?
Yeah,
No, it was back in the 70s when they stopped it.
No,
so just
it was before
like,
that.
just hear me
but
out.
anyway.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out. So every dollar that was printed when they were on the gold standard had to have gold behind it, right? They had to have
No,
the government. No,
no,
okay, because I thought
dude.
that's how.
These robbers of people's spirits and freedom and all these freaking kings and usurpers never gave a shit about. They only used money to control people.
So what is the gold standard?
Listen, money
So what
wasn't
was
for
it?
you.
No, I
Well, I
understand
mean,
that.
Yeah, so
I get what you're trying to
Helio,
say.
you're not answering
Helio.
his question. So what
I get what
was
you're trying to say.
what was the gold standard is the question. What was it? Do you know,
well, I
Helio?
mean, the original idea for the American dollar it was they had Fort Knox, right? And it was like we're gonna hoard up some gold and we're gonna pass out money on this. But that's not really what they did. But they did have a lot of gold in Fort Knox. But there ain't a freaking brick of gold in Fort Knox anymore.
Where'd it go?
Spent it all, probably. But yeah, Paul V, to the best of my knowledge, the way you described it, it is true that it set up some kind of a system. I myself am not an expert on understanding these systems, but it was a system that would make it so the dollars, the paper dollars themselves,
Dude,
weren't just
prior
paper.
to even America being established, and prior to even the money system being involved, these debt notes, it really had nothing to do with how much gold was in Washington D.C. or near Washington D.C. at Fort Knox. It really had more to do with the power and influence, and then it just as far as that portion of history, it was exaggerated from there. It just got worse and worse. And then you have all the bankers come in and they're just like, well, let's borrow them. And then you start negotiating with countries and they have gold and you have gold. It's like, and then it really just like, my favorite banker of this country is this. And then they start negotiating and it's like, and it really is, it's kind of a shit show when it comes to monetary system for every country. I mean, shit, man.
My grandfather always used to swear up and down that there was no gold in Fort Knox, that was all bullshit.
It's probably true. He's probably right.
So yeah, the gold
How did they
standard
film Goldfinger then?
was just was just basing the valuation of your dollar on gold, right? So if the world market or the price of, let's say, an ounce of gold is $1, or I'm sorry, $100, right? If we set the price of an ounce of gold to $100, then $100 bill would be worth an ounce of gold. $1 would be worth 1/100th of an ounce of gold, right? That's how the standard was initially tied. And then there was silver that was exchanged more so than gold in coins, right? So if you get a quarter that's
but it's based on the value of the gold. How much
gold and silver, right? So like a quarter in 1963 still contains some silver value. I think at one point a quarter was a quarter ounce of silver. So there was these precious metal standards that couldn't necessarily be manipulated as much as when you pull away from tying it to a precious metal.
Well, and to add to your point too, isn't it also because they couldn't print more paper than there was gold in circulation, right? Every dollar had to be backed by physical gold.
It was supposed to. It was supposed to be.
I don't think it ever was. To be honest, I mean,
Well, yeah,
look at how gullible the public is, man. To be honest, I mean, wow.
What do you mean it never was?
Well,
Did
the
anybody
coinage.
change?
But,
In order
you
to
know,
prove that
send
wrong, wouldn't you have to just find someone in the past who had, handed their dollars over for gold?
okay,
and
so you
prove
can't
that
prove
wrong?
me wrong. I can't prove you right.
No. I mean, all we gotta do is just find an accurate historical record, or find someone who's like 90 or 100 years old who actually did that.
I mean, we have the gold rush in the West, right? I mean, people were just like grabbing gold, and then they'd get money.
So think
I
of it
don't
this way:
understand how they
when there was
printed money when they needed to print more currency in those days. Where did the gold come from? How did they know how much gold was in? Were they holding the gold in their
yeah, yep, weights
Yeah,
and measures,
see, this
right?
is what I'm saying. They lied to you about how they started America. It was still a British thing, even though it was the United States of America. That our idea of freedom, that was kind of a bit off thing. We were still connected to Britain and everything. There's a lot of history that was misconstrued about what Americans might think about their freedom. We're still connected to them by the London Bank and all that shit. I mean, come on, man.
Didn't the
Yeah,
U.S. government
Totally
also? Didn't they do a gold like a seat like a confiscation almost, where they tried
yes,
to take
FDR.
everybody's gold out of the every United citizen, if they had tangible gold, they tried to take it from them.
Yeah, FDR made it illegal to hold gold, and it was basically confiscated. But going back to like
Where did
coinage, so going back to coinage, right? There was a point in time where, like I said, a quarter was a quarter ounce of silver, and 4 quarters equals $1. So $1, even though it was a paper, it was considered a silver certificate, meaning that you could exchange that $1 silver certificate for 1 ounce of gold. Or, I'm sorry, 1 ounce of silver. And subsequently, the coinage, right, in the representation of a quarter would be a quarter ounce of silver. So it all kind of added up, right? So you did have physical precious metals like silver that were in your pocket, right? So you did have this paper money, but at any point in time, it could be exchanged for its equivalency weight in typically silver, more so than gold.
Here's what happens
gold
with paper. You're entrusting that to a bank where you actually took your silver to someone. They gave you a paper note, and that note is supposed to be worth something to someone, maybe locally, maybe internationally. I mean, it depends on who it is. But once you put that silver in their hands, that's their freaking silver. If the market changes, the value of your paper note changes as well. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, well, not when we had Congress that was allegedly tying this all to a precious metal standard, right? Meaning that previously you could go to a bank and you could exchange your silver certificates to receive actual physical silver, right? You could
Well, not
receive it in the
necessarily.
form of coinage. I understand, originally banking, the kind of the fiat system was created based on, people didn't want to carry around or hold on them a bunch of gold or silver. It's cumbersome, things like that. So they would put it in a safe storage that they called the bank, and the bank would issue a note or an IOU, and then people started exchanging those IOUs because they felt that it had value, because they could go back to the bank and they could receive the actual physical precious metal for that IOU. The problem is the people who are running the bank started to realize nobody's coming in and enough of a regular basis to collect a large portion of this. So they started writing these IOUs for things that they didn't necessarily have in physical storage.
You know why it's called a promissory note?
It's a promise to pay.
Promise to pay if, as I hold this, I get a portion of it. So you don't have to carry it around. Because if you had to carry that much gold around, then you wouldn't be able to, right? And you wouldn't be able to protect it. But I can protect it. So what I'm going to let you do is I'm going to let you, and I'm going to let you say, I'm going to let you bring all your gold in here, and I'm going to protect it, and I'm going to give you this promissory note, and we'll divvy it out in little portions, and you can just pass them a bill, and then they can come receive it. I'll hold your stuff, but it's going to cost you just a little bit of, since I'm going to protect it, it's going to, I'm going to get like 2-3%, and then while I'm holding it, I mean, that's kind of annual, we know how that shit works with the credit system. These weirdos. But now it's all fiat. There is no gold involved. So all of this, they built it off of this like physical system. And so now what they do is just like, oh, we have power and money is nothing now. It's just all fiat, just oil based on nothing, just like we don't. It's like, what the fuck am I gonna do with crude oil? But that's what my dollar's based on. I mean, shit.
Well, I never understood these people that buy gold, like prepper type people that buy gold, thinking that, well, if something happens, if the shit hits the fan, I'm safe because I have this gold and I can, trade gold. Well, no, you can't. Why would if I have something to trade?
To be honest,
if I have potatoes,
if you did have some gold, if you have a good amount of gold, you better hold on to that shit because it will be worth something later. But yeah, I mean, this fiat shit is getting.
But you can't eat gold, is what I'm saying.
You can actually, but you have to do it in flakes. I mean, it's not bad for you. I'm just messing around. But I mean, I'm not messing around. But I mean, gold's not bad for you. It can actually be beneficial health.
But do you understand what I'm trying to say, Helio?
Yeah. No, well, shit. I mean, people have had wars over gold, so I mean, it is bad for you if you love money, and isn't that what they say in the Bible? It says the love of money is the root of all evil. So
Hey, Paul, if you're interested more in the subject and the creation of the Federal Reserve, a good book to read is called The Creature from Jekyll Island.
Is
that Webster Tarpley?
No,
that's a good one.
No, it's G. Edward Griffin, I think.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that book.
Creature from Jekyll Island. I mean, there's several videos on YouTube where he talks about it a lot. Yeah, he's a really good author. That dude.
I don't know if I got the point across that I was trying to make, but what I was saying is, if there was a total collapse of society, gold would have no value. It'd be nothing. You couldn't. You need things to help you stay alive.
Hold on. Take a look at recent history, past history, everything you know about history. Gold has always had value. So why wouldn't it have value in the collapse of our modern civilization?
There's no everything's shut down. There's no stores. You can't go to the grocery store and buy anything. You have to trade and barter. How does
if there's a modern collapse of civilization and the grocery stores and everything, and everybody dies or whatever, gold will still be there, and it will be another dude. I mean, throughout history, gold has been a big part of every civilization as a means of trade, and so even though our modern means of trade doesn't involve gold, I mean, it sort of does, but it's really based on the fiat oil currency
gold is
or whatever.
fiat food?
No. So let me explain a little bit about gold, right? So gold has an intrinsic value to it, meaning that there are uses for gold. Specifically, gold is the most highly conductive metal with the lowest corrosion, right? Silver is actually more highly conductive, but it's rather corrosive, meaning it'll corrode quickly, which will reduce the conductivity of it. So there is a very good intrinsic value in gold in the conductivity of it to use it for electricity, basically.
But if I'm living off the land, what good does that doesn't do me any good? It's going to
If
make
you're
my
living off the
crop.
land, sure. I mean, if you're trying to establish some sort of electrical system, gold would come in handy for sure. That's why these metals always continue to retain value: gold, silver, copper. Yeah, there's many uses for it.
But also, though, isn't it because the powers that be made it so?
I don't think the powers that be created the ability for gold to conduct electricity.
So you're saying that's why gold became what it is today, just because of that property that it has. That's why it's been so valuable over all these years, because they figured that out.
I wouldn't be surprised, but it also has people like shiny things, right? And gold is a very malleable metal, meaning it's pretty soft. So you can shape it into a lot of different things very easily, particularly jewelry. And people like shiny things, and people tend to boast or, puff up their ego a little bit with some shiny things. And gold is a good thing for that. And like I said, it doesn't corrode, right? So silver will tarnish over time. So silver jewelry exists, right? But it tarnishes quickly, whereas gold does not. But
you
I
can't
don't
really
know.
destroy gold, can you? I mean, you can melt it. You can, you can't ruin it, right? You can't.
Correct.
But still, you can't eat it.
There's some people that have alleged to do certain things, certain claims of stuff like monoatomic gold and all that kind of stuff. We'll take it for what it's worth, whether you believe it or not. But yeah, there is an intrinsic value to gold. Its malleability, and it's highly conductive with zero corrosion. So there is that component to it, to where it would still have value. But yeah, in a situation where the world goes to crap and everything hits the fan and people are trying to live some sort of sustainable, substantive, self-sufficient lifestyle, yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to need to focus on food, water, shelter, right? Those three basic necessities first. But yeah,
the value it has, though, it has that value because we gave it that value. Like, for instance, let's say you have a baseball card and you say this baseball card is worth $12,000. Okay, that sounds great, but it's only worth that if somebody is actually going to pay you $12,000 for it.
Yeah, that's like anything. Anything's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it, no matter what. And when crap hits the fan, guess what? The seeds that you may have in your pocket that somebody might need to plant food could be worth more than gold at that point in time, worth more than their weight in gold. Yeah.
That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything only has a value based on what somebody's willing to pay for it and, what you're willing to accept for it in exchange, whether it be, gold, fiat currency, chickens, seeds, livestock, you name it. But yeah, historically, gold has been kind of the preferred medium of exchange throughout history. But like I said,
do we know about like what time frame that started, or at least what they tell us? Like, what are we talking here? What?
I don't know. I feel like I don't know at what point people started actually exchanging currency in the form of coins, but a lot of them are gold and silver, copper sometimes too. Because, like I said, these metals do have a useful value as well, whether it be jewelry or things within electronics, all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, ultimately, it's only worth what somebody's willing to give or exchange for it.
Does gold have like any kind of effect on the human body, like they say copper does?
I am not sure. I mean, copper seems to have some interesting, I don't want to say magnetic properties, but resistance to magnetism, or kind of how it interacts with a magnetic field. Not sure about gold. That's why people sometimes will show a demonstration of like dropping a magnet through a copper pipe, and the magnet's rate of fall will be greatly reduced. Gravity. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So there's interesting qualities when it comes to its interaction with a magnetic field.
Was it you that said they went off the gold standard? What did you say, in the 70s or 60s?
I think the official withdrawal from the gold standard would have been in the 30s. Silver standard would have been the 70s.
Okay.
But I'll have to check on that.
Was that like how did they legislate that? Somebody just made a bill and pushed it through without.
Yeah, same way they.
Yeah.
Yeah, same way they do shit now. I mean, when FDR confiscated gold from people and made it illegal for you to possess it,
It was 1932. 1932. I'm pretty
Who's
sure.
the president? 1932.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when the gold standard was taken away. But it started in 1913 when the Federal Reserve Bank was introduced. Let me find.
You said that was 1913?
1913 is when the Federal Reserve Bank was brought into effect in America. They were working on it for for like 40 years before that. They were these bankers were trying to establish the Federal Reserve. But yeah,
but they didn't have control over United States currency yet, right? They weren't printing.
No,
there was a gold
no.
standard.
Yeah,
There
not
was a gold
until
standard.
1913, but it still was. But in 1913,
This reminds me, I saw an amazing cartoon once all about this. Oh God, I wish I could remember that cartoon.
I know.
Really
I'm about to look up that video. I'm going to post it. Hold on.
The cartoon I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. It's I'm about to post it.
Yeah. There's always been some sort of precious metal standard prior to the Federal
It's
Reserve.
called the American Dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this one.
Great video.
They call it the American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah, that's George Carlin. And I don't know if George Carlin ever saw this, but if he did, he would probably love it because it's a really good video. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got the fucking Rothschild. The big dragon.
This video should be required in school.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm going to share that on Facebook right now.
Man, we got
for some reason I have this. For some reason I have this song in my head. If they gave you diamonds and pearls, if I could, I would give you the world. It's like everything's about money and fucking fame and weird shit today. It's kind of insane.
That's because you're a material girl living in a material world, Helio.
There you go. That's what's up. Yeah. All that shit. Pretty sure I've shared this video on my Facebook page before, but I'm gonna go ahead and play and post it again.
You haven't been kicked off Facebook yet?
As a matter of fact, I had I've had like a 2-day ban one time for something I posted, and then I had a 60-day ban from going live a couple of months ago for something else I posted that I won't talk about on here because that's a very, very controversial thing. But for the most part, yeah, they keep. I don't really share a lot on there. I really just kind of. I really mostly use Facebook for stealing memes to share on here. But every once in a while, I'll get a bucket message like, "Hey, you guys need to see this," and I'll post something on there. So just like that one. That video has been blocked a couple times. The one that I just shared, that one's been blocked a few times on Facebook. I mean on YouTube, and so every time it gets blocked from my previous link, I find it again because I think people should see it.
Where did that video come from? Because I swear I want to say the first time I saw it was through Alex Jones.
Really? Well, maybe. It was always like Amy2X. I think it's the same channel, but her secondary channel. So it's Yeshua's Messiah. Subscribe, please. I don't know what you would name your channel with subscribe, please, but whatever. But I think that's the same person. Yeshua Messiah. That's the same channel, Amy2X, but I don't think that that person created that video. So, but that's the most recent link that I have to that video. So, I love that video.
I kind of feel bad. I jumped in and kind of jumped on top of the young lady that was talking earlier. I kind of wanted to ask her what her report or whatever was on for her history class. We got off on a tangent.
Cool. I think she left, but she might be still listening on the live stream or something.
She said she was doing a report on was history class, the Renaissance, and I think specifically the dome on the Florence Cathedral.
Oh,
boring.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what's really interesting about what we do here. We go through modern history, whatever that means. I would think. Do you guys think of modern history as 20th century up till now, like from early 1900s up till now? Because can we accurately describe anything, over 100 years ago, like besides what they told us?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I would consider anything older than 100 years not modern history.
Well, can you lend any credence to anything that you would know past 100 years? I mean, can you be like, well, I definitely know this is true because I learned it in a college class.
Naples. I mean, I'd probably mark it with like a leap in technology or whatever, like the Industrial Revolution, and like like we can kind of confirm the Industrial Revolution, but before that, we don't really know.
And I would say even a lot of those details are, I guarantee you, are murky at best. Just knowing what I know now and observing what takes place currently within our society and what authoritative publications may put forth as opposed to what the truth may be, you'd be hard pressed to know 100% of what's going on at any point in time.
All right. So that being the case, could you lend credence to anyone that believes that they know something happened 2 billion years ago?
Well, hold on, Healy. I don't want to go 2 billion years ago, but like,
all right, let's go.
No, one
years
ago.
About 500, maybe, yes.
No. I find it funny with the whole something about, even as a child, when they started telling us, about the Industrial Revolution, I was like, well, damn, that's like really cool that we live after the Industrial Revolution. But like, it was just a fake. They didn't really tell you much of what life was really like before. And we have these like movie depictions and stuff, but you got to wonder, like, how accurate any of that is. And I don't know. It's just like, for me also being in like construction and building, like how they did the things that they did. That's the thing that just fucking bugs me. It's like, they did a lot of really cool shit with way less, if what they tell us is true. I'm fucked with that. I don't understand how they did it, man.
Anybody want to talk to Numpty Noah here?
Hey, Numpty Noah, how's it going?
Here, I'll unmute.
Oh, he's on mute.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm good. I'm just cruising around on Discord.
Awesome. Yeah, I've seen you on other servers before, I think, right?
I'm on QE's server, Geo's server, and Don Geo's server. If you know who they
Yeah,
are.
I've probably seen you on Don's, maybe the Asylum or something like that before. Got jacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a new one now. It's called
Yeah,
Seek
well,
a
that one. Nobody seems to be there, so. But yeah, man,
Gotcha.
welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm taking a wild guess that Numpty Noah you already know Fe.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Fe. I met a bunch of people in Fe. Met QE, met McToon, met Nathan, Wits It Gets It, all the guys basically.
Cool.
Not physically in person met them, but you've interacted with
No,
them.
yeah, on Discord. Like I've talked to all of them on Discord. No, I didn't go anywhere in person.
Yeah, cool.
What do you think? What do you think about what you've heard so far?
McToon's not one of us, you know that, right?
Well, yeah, but he's part of the debate, right? Like I met Bob, the science guy, and what are the other guys? I've even been over on Bev's Discord as well.
Wait, what
Level
debate?
Hunter?
What debate?
The debate between flat and round Earth, I guess. What else would it be?
No, there is no. There really isn't a debate anymore. Like it's kind of settled. Like the globe earthers, they refuse to come in with any actual like real arguments. There's only a few who come
Choose to
in,
ignore the evidence.
straggle in, and just talk shit basically, and that's about it.
Oh yeah, I've been to that Discord. What's it called? Gem Panda server. I've been there too. Yeah.
Well, those guys all gave up. It's like the people who don't know about gems who straggle in here now. Like that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, sure. So Numpty, I mean, what do you think so far since you've been through all these servers and talked to flat earthers and globers? What do you think so far about the topic?
Well, so when I look in, I guess I could just go over a couple points. When I look over the heliocentric model, there's a lot of things that are very pointing towards esoteric roots to it, not so much science. And then when I look into the moon landings, everything doesn't seem to add up. The only part of the moon landings that I think lends the globers any credence is you can go and those retroreflectors, but the problem with that is that the equipment to even do the retroreflector test is like you need like millions of dollars worth of equipment. Can only be done at universities and such. So there's really no way to test it outside of using their institutional means. When it comes to like the flat versus round Earth, I would say I've seen all the NASA fakery. It seems pretty obvious that they've been caught red-handed basically at NASA. I don't necessarily believe in flat Earth. I still believe it could be a globe, maybe a geocentric globe, but I'm not saying it is or not. I would say I'm more in between, but what they're talking about in space is definitely a lie. Heliocentric model is something very fishy is going on. What they give to us from NASA is bullshit. But the problem I have with the flat Earth is the maps. I do see that the maps could be completely and utterly.
Hold on. You're getting into models. We don't have like a map, a flat Earth map. We don't have a flat Earth model. So if you're trying to compare against one, then it's a straw man. So you don't want to do that, right?
But yeah, no, I didn't compare against any model. What the point I was going to make is that you can celestially navigate using their globe model, which I think gives them some credit because you can actually,
I don't know
navigate with their models without using the internet or anything. You don't need any person to tell you what to do. You can go.
How they navigate 200 years ago?
Yeah, hold on, Sasha. No, are you aware of the device that's used to celestially navigate? Do you know what it's called?
Are you talking about the sextant?
Yeah, and do you understand what is necessary for a sextant to be used?
Are you going to talk about the curved adjacent?
Well, since when does a sextant use a curved surface? How do you get an angle? How do you get an angle off of a curve?
I don't think they claim a curve.
Yeah, that's our point.
So here's
from what I can tell, Dave's, and I haven't looked into the Celestial navigation as much, but I do know that there's some sort of $10,000 deal out there that if you can do it, I mean, I don't know if they're actually going to pay out the 10K. I
You know what's
actually
really
highly
funny?
doubt
You know what's
that.
really funny
Nobody
is
ever
the
does.
same
Highly
guy, the
doubt
same
that.
guy
Nobody
who's
ever does.
offering the money could better spend the money doing some tests of his own and just discovering the truth for himself.
Are you familiar what GP stands for in regards to celestial navigation?
Yeah, where the star or heavenly body would be directly above you, 90 degrees.
Well, not directly above you, but GP, the ground position of that, based on the
No,
angle, right?
If you're
So-
at the GP, the star would be 90 degrees above you, basically.
No, well, yes, if you were at the GP, yeah. But the point is that's not how sextants are used. Otherwise, you wouldn't go anywhere, right? So when you are talking about some type of angle, it is required, it is 100% necessary that it's a flat line between you, a straight flat line between you and the GP. If it's a curved line, it invalidates the whole entire thing. And people try to suggest that there may be some type of wiggle room, but celestial navigation has a history of far too much accuracy in order for wiggle room to be an explanation for what's going on. You follow?
I believe so.
In order for the section to be used, it has to be a flat plane because the GP from your position has to be a straight line. It can't be a curved line. Otherwise, the accuracy would be off so much. Mathematically, it would be off far too much for them to be as accurate as they always have been. And by they, I'm referring to navigators on the sea.
But isn't the sextant basically made for the globe model? I could be
No.
wrong about that, but I thought the
No.
sextant was made after the globe model.
You know what a protractor is? You know what a
British
protractor is?
Navy
long
thing,
before.
East India Company.
Do you know what a protractor is?
Navigators were using the sextant long before they thought the Earth was a globe. They used navigation to. Well, I don't want to say too much.
I thought they created the sextant in the 1700s when the British were going around colonizing and shit.
Numpty.
They didn't have it.
What did you do? What did you
Why
do
is
on
this
QE
happening?
channel?
Numpty, do you know what a protractor is?
Yes, I know what a protractor is.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was an earlier version of the sextant. Basically, is what he's getting at right now. It wasn't exactly the sextant, but it was. The sextant is basically a protractor, and they did it another way.
Yeah, it requires 180 degrees. Is the point? Not 185, not 190, not 210, not some arbitrary make-believe number. It requires a 180-degree flat plane. It is an important distinction, and it is a proof, one of the many proofs for why Earth actually is flat. It's not the only proof. It's just one of the many proofs. But no, as far as the devices that they've used, similar to the sextant, I believe the 1100s, the 12th century. I mean, possibly earlier. It stands to reason that they've been using devices like that for possibly 3,500 to 4,000 years. When you take into consideration the Egyptians and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, look at. They obviously understood angles and light and just like reference points, whatever. Like, just look at what is that? Like the solar clock. The what do you call it? Or like a sundial. The sundial. How long have they been doing that? Like people people in old days were not like primitive like people today seem to think they were.
I would argue that they were probably smarter. Shit was probably fucking harder back then, you know.
They were just like us.
Yeah, they have the
But-
same cognitive. They have the same cognitive capacity that we have.
Right, but their pressure of life. I mean, like we go sit on a fucking computer. I mean, if you work construction, I guess your job is still physical. But for a lot of people, they just go and sat on a fucking computer. It's not that hard.
Hey, but a lot of them.
Before.
Hey, listen. A lot of them were fascinated with the heavens, but they never said, "Well, the heavens prove the Earth is a globe." They just observed the heavens, mapped them out, and that's what the global astronomers base their maps off of, is the ancient culture's map of the heavens. And they never said the Earth was a globe. Some tried to, but it was really, but most, why would you ever think the Earth is a globe when it obviously looks flat when you travel across it? You have to believe that the Earth is a globe. And if you believe the Earth is a globe because of certain stars you look at and they descend toward the horizon when you move away from them, it's like, shit, man, I can walk down the street and watch a street light descend toward the horizon as I walk away from it.
Gospel was down a pretty good route, but it was almost like he jumped the gun, I feel like.
I could do that from time to time.
Like, yeah, like we should talk more about where's the curve before we start talking about how a sextant works. You know,
no, but that's what he asked about, though. So he didn't jump the gun. I mean, that's the first thing he asked about. I mean, he asked about the sextant, and so that's what Gospel answered.
Yeah, you're right. He asked about it, and Gospel responded. But it's the other one who jumped the gun, not Gospel. Who are we talking to again? What's his name?
Numpty Noah.
All right.
We're talking to Numpty Noah. He said he's been following all the channels
great
and stuff.
Name, Noah.
Yeah, he's been following all the channels, listening to all the conversations. He asked about the sextant, and then Gospel Bear answered his question.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to presuppose curvature in order to use a sextant to navigate, like, what basis do you have to do that? Like, why would you assume such a thing?
I have another way of asking that question if that doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe a different way to ask that.
All right, so check this out. If you imagine that the Earth is curved and use a sextant, and the sextant works, and the Earth actually is flat, does your imagination that the Earth is curved validate? Is it validated by the use of the sextant, or is the Earth validate the use of the sextant?
I'd have to agree with you that looking at the sky doesn't determine the shape of the Earth beneath you.
Yeah, but it's also the horizontalness that's necessitated by the use of the sextant that is relevant. And the point is, your imagination of what the Earth is not the validation itself. You have to look at the Earth itself, not your imagination, to validate what the Earth is.
Gospel Bear, the instrument itself can only work
with
my point, triangle.
Yes.
3 straight lines. 3 straight lines.
And that may be kind of besides the point, because the point is, where's the curve? That is the ultimate most important point. You said you've been in this conversation a little while, so my curiosity is, what long distance observations are you aware of? And if you are aware of them, why have those not been sufficient for you to understand how the Earth is not curved?
I've seen all those laser tests some guy in Canada was doing over some frozen lake. I don't know
laser tests.
I'm talking about.
What about long distance observations?
That's George Natchik. He was a piece of shit. Anyway.
What about long distance observations?
Are you talking about like the black swan and stuff?
Sure, that'd be an example, but there is more than one. There's actually like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of black
But they would all
swans.
be
That's
like
just the one that's popular.
under the black swan category, I guess. In my mind, they would all be, I guess, long distance
All right,
observations.
Anante, since you're familiar with the black swan, why don't you explain it to us so we can understand how it could not, how we're wrong about this.
Well, basically, you do the math for how far your physical horizon should be on a spherical Earth, and using geometry, given a certain height, you should have a horizon of a certain distance. And if you observe the horizon behind objects further than
hold on. We can give you the numbers. Why don't you give us the numbers that we gave you?
The numbers are. I hear what he's saying. Go ahead and finish, Numpty.
Right. So I guess if you're observing objects in front of the horizon that are physically located at a point where they're supposed to be behind the curvature, then you're observing a black swan, right? Which I guess invalidates the term that all swans are white, right?
Yes, and you said I guess, right? And then blah 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 refraction, right? In general, right? That's the argument. Blah 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 refraction. All right. So check this out. That's why a preponderance of evidence is really helpful. And there are other examples. There's, of course, the Canigou Mountains in regards to the world record, Guinness Book of World Records for long distance observations that were observations made by non-globe earthers that were just trying to make long distance photography and win Guinness Book of World Record notoriety. There's that, of course. And then you can do the math on that and go, ooh, it's pretty crazy. But there's other ones.
I have a challenge for globe earthers. I want them to show me an instance where you could only see 1.22 miles 1 foot off the water.
Ooh, I like that.
That's a good challenge. Oh man, that's a direct challenge to their globe shape, right?
All right. So Numpty, here, you sound like an American, Numpty.
Yep.
All right. Southeast by any chance?
I'm in Hawaii.
Okay, well, completely not helpful necessarily. But there's this place in the southeast of the United States of America, in Tennessee and Georgia. And folks here have heard me talk about it more than once. Some people might even be sick of hearing about it. It's called Lookout Mountain. And it's near Chattanooga. And there's this spot in this near Chattanooga Lookout Mountain where you can see 7 states, and it's carved in stone that you can see 7 states. It's well known. It has been well known for almost 150 years, actually more than 150 years. So for a very long time, people have been knowing. It's called Lookout Mountain. It's near Chattanooga, Tennessee. And from this vantage point of a particular height, you can see 7 states. And those states are Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama. And you can see all 7 of those states on a clear day. Now, the issue with that is that from this height in Lookout Mountain, approximately 1,700 and something feet, you can see 140 miles. It's 140 miles to Virginia and Kentucky. The closest points of Virginia and Kentucky are 140 miles away. Now, according to the mathematics, even if the tallest mountain in Kentucky and Virginia combined, even if the tallest mountain were at the closest possible point, that tallest I just heard a weird noise. Sorry. That tallest mountain would still be 1,600 feet below the horizon. But the fact of the matter is, the tallest mountain in Kentucky and Virginia is not at 140 miles away. It's actually like 210 miles away. So there's much shorter mountains that are at that 140-mile mark, and yet you can see them. And not just the tips of them, but you can see the mountains. And the reason that this is known is because the profile of these mountains is fairly peculiar, and that's why a nurse from the mid-1800s was able to identify that these mountains, which she was aware of being in the states, well, between the states of Virginia and Kentucky, because it's kind of crosses the border, was still able to be seen all the way down in Chattanooga. It's one of many, many, many examples of long distance observations that invalidate a curve claim. Invalidate it. Can't be. The whole thing about the refraction argument with the black swan is that, well, you're close to the water, there's a lot more water content in the air, there's a lot more water vapor close to the water, and therefore the refraction index is going to be so much increased. Well, the fact of the matter is these observations can be made over and over and over again at all sorts of elevations. So the excuses fail to suffice.
Right, and I think, I mean, I've heard Globers say this themselves, but they say that, like, once you get past 20 feet above the ground or something, like, nearly all refraction is supposed to drop off, basically.
Yeah, this is 1,700 something feet up. I mean, I could post the exact numbers for you if you were interested, but I'm giving.
If you have them on you right now, yeah. But if you don't, then
yeah. It doesn't take me that long. I can just search my history, and I can post the things. I've talked about it so much; it's just in the history. All right, so here's the image. And by the way, the image claims 120 miles, but if you actually hop on Google Maps, it shows that it's 140 miles if you draw a straight line between Lookout Mountain and the Lookout Point to the borderline of Virginia and Kentucky. So for some reason, they are quote unquote misrepresenting. But anyway, see if I can grab these flat Earth calculators, or not flat Earth, round Earth, globe Earth calculations.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you're trying to think of like globe what is this globe, when you're trying to, all right, so the globe is this, and it's just like, what? Wait a minute. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. A lot of people think we're like joking or something, and so they're trying to think they can take the piss out of us. We all used to think the Earth was the globe. It's not a big. Hey, cool. Hey, welcome to the club where you're trying to figure out why the flat earthers think that the Earth is flat, right? So we're just going through. All right, so math is hard for some people, but it's not hard for others.
Geometry
is part of math, right?
Yeah.
What is prominence? Is prominence supposed to be in this?
Whoa, that's a lot of noise. That's a
That was
lot of buzzing.
Paul V. Do you want to get involved in this conversation? That was Paul V. I saw him. Paul. All right, that's Paul V. He was just joking. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, the math is for some people it's very difficult.
What is
not.
prominence? What is prominence? It says prominence. It says elevation and prominence. What is prominence?
I got you. I don't even know, but I'm just taking. Look, I just took the elevation height of the highest point of Lookout Mountain, and I'm using the highest point. I'm actually, from what I can understand about the details, the lookout point is actually slightly lower, obviously lower than the highest point. The lookout point is not the highest point, but I'm still using the highest point.
Hey,
okay.
I want to understand is highest. Does that mean highest squared? I'm just I had to mess with you.
How tall is the target supposed to be?
All right, so
what is the target? What is the target?
Yeah. So yeah, give me
What are
just
we
a
looking
second.
at? We're looking at Kentucky and.
Yeah, give me just a moment, bro. Give me just remember how I was making the point that even if you were to take the tallest mountain in Kentucky and Virginia combined, the tallest mountain, which the tallest mountain is not at that point that I showed in the map, but even if you were to take the tallest mountain and slide it to that point, the tallest mountain in Kentucky and Virginia is 4,145 feet tall. So.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't even matter, no matter where it would be. I see.
Even the tallest mountain is below the target hidden height. But the tallest mountain in Kentucky is nowhere near that point that I'm showing as the closest point between Kentucky and Virginia. Cumberland Gap is the specific. It's called Pinnacle Overlook, and the elevation of Pinnacle Overlook in the Kentucky Virginia borderline. I'll get the elevation height for you. So
okay, cool. Thank you.
But Pinnacle Overlook is what is being referenced to be seen from Lookout Mountain, and that validates the fact that you can see Kentucky and Virginia from Lookout Mountain. So it's the Pinnacle Overlook mountain range, and I'll get the elevation height in just a moment. Pinnacle.
Thank you.
Overlook. Oh, and there's probably some really good examples in Hawaii as well. I mean, it's not like it's exclusive
from here. There's a guy from here that goes on geos all the time, and he's claiming to take pictures of Earth curvature and stuff out here in Hawaii.
Nobody takes a picture of Earth curvature because it doesn't exist.
Let me clarify that. Okay. They say that Earth curvature is undetectable from the ISS. Why is it reasonable to discern that you could see Earth curvature from anywhere on Earth if you cannot see Earth curvature from the ISS?
Yeah, maybe not curvature. Basically, he takes pictures of buildings, and then since the bottom end is cut out, he claims that's the hump cutting out the bottom.
Pinnacle Overlook.
Hey, let me ask you something, Numpty. Do you know what the radius of Earth is? Otherwise, you're wasting your time. All right, so you do know. So why are you asking these dumb questions? Why don't you have an intellectual conversation with
I'm telling you what this fucker from Hawaii said, because this guy mentioned observing something in Hawaii, and I was fucking responding to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then why are you? Since you already know what we're going to say before we say it, why are you asking these? These questions. Are you just wasting our time?
I'm talking to Bosco Bear. I don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
You obviously know what you already know this. All right,
what are you fucking talking about?
All right, so check this out. I just want to get back to the details here. So Pinnacle Overlook is 2,400 feet tall at the highest elevation point. That's 1,800 feet below the target hidden height. Right, so it's 1,800 feet allegedly below the curvature of the Earth. The fact of the matter is, it isn't.
Because it's not even at the horizon, is it? It's probably like way in front of the horizon when you look at it.
Well, I don't know about way in front of. What I do know is that for over 150 years, this has been a repeated observation. So, and this was an observation from a nurse with a good, quote unquote, looking glass. So what I understand a looking glass to be defined as is a rudimentary pair of binoculars. So with a rudimentary pair of binoculars, a nurse from the 1850s was able to see this, that if the Earth was actually a ball and curved, she could not have possibly seen, because it's supposed to be 1,800 feet below the curvature of the Earth. The fact of the matter is, it is not. And again, this is one of many, many, many unlimited examples. The reason I say it's unlimited is because if you have enough identifiable points from point A to point B, you could do the math over and over and over again and just make an unlimited number of observations that invalidate the claim of curvature.
Point A to point B implies a straight line, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I drew on the Google Maps, which is 147 miles. The calculator that I used, by the way, I added a 7-foot higher elevation than the tallest. So I pretend you're 7 foot tall, right? And on the tippy tip top of the mountain of Lookout Mountain. And I only put 140 miles. It actually goes up quite significantly if I do 147. I'm fudging the numbers to benefit the globe claim as much as possible here. I mean, I could probably just do it more accurately, but
you shouldn't have to, because there's no such thing as a globe.
Yeah, I understand, but if you jump it to 147, it goes from 4273 all the way up to 5053. But the fact of the matter is, even best case scenario, it's implausible that there's curvature blocking Kentucky and Virginia. It's implausible.
You don't get enough refraction to even do that, really.
God, here comes the R word again.
You couldn't. That is correct. Because even if you implore that fallacious reasoning to apply a 7/6R mathematical reappropriation, it's fallacious. But even if you were to use that fallacious reasoning, you're correct. 1,800 feet cannot be accounted for in a 7/6 ratio. Not in the slightest. Profoundly absurd.
It's not even close. No matter what type of atmospheric interference.
Well, I don't know. If you call,
any type of anything above like normal atmosphere,
I know people believe in
just
infinite
make it
refraction.
You wouldn't even be able to see it.
So. Helio, people believe in infinite refraction, and they believe if the conditions are right, they'd be able to see the back of their head. Okay, for those people, you can't rationalize with the irrational. Okay, I'm trying to assume the best about Numpty here, that he doesn't assume the possibility of an infinite refraction.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's really kind of just holding the base and just asking general questions. He's quite familiar with all of our arguments. I can tell.
Well, he hasn't
but it
heard
wouldn't
about
be
Lookout
infinite
Mountain.
refraction. It'd be infinite until you looking at until the light hits the back of your head or bounces off the back of your head and then goes back around the globe and reaches your eyes. It's not infinite. It's still ridiculous.
I guess if it was infinite refraction, you'd see the back of your head an infinite number of times. But
if it was, if light was just bending around, you could see the back of your head.
I know it's absurd, but there are people that believe absurd things. So,
well, anyway, but I don't think that he's one of those people. He seems like a rational. Numpty, you're a rational person, aren't you?
Hopefully.
All right, so you follow the details that I shared with you then, Numpty?
Excuse me?
You understand that you follow the details?
No, I know I follow it. Yeah, it's too far below to even be accounted for by refraction. It's like a black swan, basically.
And there's many of these. There's as many as you look for. Because the fact of the matter is, there's a narrative that states that there's a curvature, and it's invalidated over and over and over again. It's not like there's all of a sudden going to be curvature. Once it gets invalidated once, it's invalidated, period. It's not going to sneak back into existence. But while you think about that, Love and Light. Interesting screen name. Would you like to say hello? Oh, wow.
She's from Asylum.
I will unmute you again. Maybe you didn't know how to use Discord. Love and Light, would you like to say hello?
No, my mic was just broken. I had to rejoin. Hi.
Oh, okay. What brings you to the server?
Just listening to your combo. I don't know.
Okay. What aspects of Flat Earth are you already aware of?
I don't know. You'd have to ask me something specifically. You want me to answer?
I can ask you something. Have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what was your first question to the Flat Earther that you have talked to before?
I was curious as to why NASA and current authority on, space and Earth and that sort of stuff would lie about it, I guess. Like, what did they gain?
Well, why would they lie? It's a really common question that we get here, but that's
Sure.
as far as what you've experienced. I mean, here on Earth, we're all on Earth, right? We all live here together. So, have you ever met a flat earther before, or no? Here's my first question.
Elio, she just answered that. Like,
how did you find?
Back to just so you know, with the why would they lie question, like it would all be speculation because after all, we can't place ourselves inside the minds
I'm not an astronaut. I live on Earth. I can't really speculate much about astronauts. Go ahead, Orion. I'm sorry.
Well, and it's irrelevant.
So we can't put ourselves in the minds of someone. So it's just worth pointing out that it's technically an impossible question to truly accurately answer, since we can't, swap brains or swap minds or go into the mind of someone who's lying.
I'm gonna answer it in a different way. Love and Light. I'm gonna answer it in a different way. Do you have a mailbox, Love and Light?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to assume that because you have a mailbox, you also have a dwelling.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to also assume that that mailbox is either east, west, north, or south of your dwelling, or some combination of one of those or two of those directions.
Yeah.
Okay. So if someone were to make a claim that it were the opposite or something like let's say east west or east northeast is where your mailbox is in relationship to your home. If someone were to make the claim that it was southwest of your house and not northeast of your house, would you need to know why they lied about it in order to recognize that it's a lie?
No, but I mean,
Correct. No. Hold on. It was a yes or no question. And I understand that you want to say other stuff in relation to that question, but the fact of the matter is, whatever is. So whatever the Earth is, regardless of what anyone says. That is the point. So if the surface of Earth, especially across the material, the substance that meets or seeks level, that being water, that seeks level, if that is flat, and from point A to point B, it's straight, as in not curved, the opposite of curved, then it doesn't matter what anyone believes anywhere. What is. So the question is, can that be determined? Has that been determined? And are you interested in knowing the answer to those questions? Wow. Okay. I guess that was enough.
Here's another way to answer that question. You can ask just about any psychologist
they're
why
gone,
people.
right?
Oh no, I did not. Thank you.
Yeah, they dipped.
So why don't you guys debate McToon?
Man, get him in
What,
here.
like every
I would
one of
love
us?
to.
Every one of us?
Oh,
Because there's plenty of flat earthers that are in this server who have gone and debated McToon. There's at least a couple. He doesn't want to debate every one of us all at one time. That's for
Well,
sure.
no.
What
Here's
is
the
there
thing.
to what is there to debate about?
There you go. Exactly. Good point, Elijah. I was gonna kind of say the same thing. What are we gonna
mean,
talk
because
about?
I'm gonna say, well, resources tell me that you have a geometric horizon. That's not true. Here's the evidence. Resources will. I mean, just pick anything, and the only thing they're gonna go is, well, your model is wrong. Here's why, and it's gonna be a straw man. That's not a debate. That's two people having a different conversation in proximity to each other, close proximity.
Does anybody have any intel on JMJ here?
Who? No.
Okay.
Also, I really like the way you answered that. By the way.
Oh, you're talking about your question that I completely avoided because I was distracted by a new person in the chat.
My question? No. What you said to the person before about the why would they
Yeah,
lie?
I was digging that too, Elijah. Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Well, back to I mean, it don't get caught up in the details, guys. When people are like, "Oh, the planets and the moon," like, just hold to the facts. What is. Don't get distracted by the distractions.
Yeah, and if you know something, own what you know. Even if you're wrong, just own it. You don't have to believe somebody else. Own what you know.
Or if you're going to claim something, own what you claim.
Sure.
Own your claim.
Yeah, and if you think you know it, you better know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I try not to talk too much about the things that I don't know much about.
Yep.
I'm going to give JMJ a chance just for kicks and giggles, guys. JMJ, would you like to say hello?
Go with me.
Huh? JMJ Morelli, we're talking to you. Maybe that's why you got muted. Maybe you just never said anything. Maybe we could just give you.
Am I gonna have to get unmuted every time I come in here, or not? Or is that like kind of resolved now that I got
You have verified. You're good to go.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give JMJ listening pass because he's not talking.
Yeah, but if you were
So
never
the guy who
taught the
asked-
globe model, you wouldn't look up at the sky, look at the lights in the sky, and see that they have a round shape, and then assume that the solid Earth that you're standing on is round as well in a sphere. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It was contrived.
Wait, Paul, what are you looking at? Why would you assume that the Earth is a globe because of
wouldn't.
what you're looking at?
No. That's not what I said.
Oh, I thought that's what you said. Oh, never mind.
He
No,
actually
you're
said the
actually
opposite of that.
agreeing with. Yeah. My bad.
He said the
I'll
opposite.
I'll shut up. I'm about to go smoke anyway. See.
Yeah, but to answer the question from the other guy who asked why we don't debate McToon, we debated him a long time ago.
Oh yeah, he's been here several times.
Yeah.
It's not
probably
like we
find it.
won't debate him. It's just like, yeah, he's been here several times. It really means it amounts to he won't debate us anymore.
He wants to pick his battles.
He wants to debate me. That's why I'm asking. He asked Don. He hit up Don basically, and told Don to message me to ask me if I would debate him or something like that.
All right, check this out. Y'all are the smart
I
ones.
want
You want to
to.
debate
'Cause
points.
I'm not the best fucking debater, you know. Like I
Me
can't
neither.
even make my points well to you guys. Like how the fuck am I supposed to make it well?
So how long have you been on the flat Earth? How long have you been researching this?
Probably from like maybe like a year into the scamdemic, something like
About
that.
a year.
All right, check this out.
So
Go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real fast. I've been looking into this for like 7 years. Do you think it's odd that he doesn't ask me to
A
debate?
lot of humans that ate too many brownies, and you know what?
I think you're hot micing Elijah.
Elijah, yeah. Was that Hank who said he's been doing this for 7 years? I don't really remember.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Hank.
Oh,
Yeah, wait, yeah. Why doesn't he fucking debate you? Like, I don't want to fucking debate this guy. I don't fucking.
Hank would destroy him, but here's the deal. All you gotta do is ask for curvature and get it recorded that he doesn't have any, and then they're fucking done. Like, you know what I mean? You guys are the smart ones. You can also destroy him with all the minutia and all the nitty-gritty of the real deal of our reality. But I'm just gonna be like, that's why I don't debate. It's just like, hey, did you measure curvature yourself? No, you didn't.
Glat Flow. I think Hank was about to answer his question.
That's fine. I just wanted to get that out.
No, actually, I was done. I was.
Oh.
All right, well, fuck it. I'm going to tell you why we don't go over and talk to him. I'm going to answer the question. We don't go and talk to him because he's going to make like $200 when we go over to his channel and try to debate him, and we ain't going to make shit. And for the most part, I mean, I'm not here for the money. We're here for free information. He recruits people that are, for the most part, he actually doesn't want you to know what you're talking about when you go over there, so he can make some money off of you. So fuck him.
Yeah,
More
actually,
so, we're not for making him money.
Wasn't it him a few years ago who was challenging? He was like sending out a call, like into the server, just wanting like a debate, like with 5 minutes notice, like who can you send over for a debate? And we were like, I think I was the one who I pointed out. I was like, why would we fucking do that? Go to his channel so that he can have his debate, so that he can make his money. Like
while you're in there talking to him, you see people sending him fucking $25, $50. It's like, well, what the fuck? Do I get any of that? I'm gonna if I'll come and fucking talk to you for $100. I'll talk to you $100 an hour. I'll come and talk to you. You send me $100, I'll come to doctor. I'll come.
No. Even still, I just wouldn't even bite. Period.
Fuck it, I'll do it. If he gives me $100, I'll fucking go talk to him on his stupid channel.
That makes you a sellout, Helio.
I wouldn't promote his channel for $100, dude. Fuck that.
Fuck it. I'll do it for $100 for an hour.
I wouldn't.
Where else make $100? And then I'll promote our fucking server the whole time. I'll be like, hey, yeah, man, see what I'll fucking take the piss out of his ass. He's like, hey, you want to talk to me?
The point further
you
on
send me, but he's going to have to pay me ahead of time. He's going to have to pay me ahead of time.
The whole point of protesting it is like those motherfuckers, those Globers, okay, with their YouTube channels that get monetized. They only exist for the reason that Flat Earth exists. Yet they're there talking shit about it nonstop, not being fact checked and being promoted while we get shadow banned and so on and so forth. But if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even exist. So why would we go to them? They want to debate? They can come here.
They're strawman grifters, is what they are.
The question was, why do we not debate McToon? Because he doesn't come in here.
Hey, if they started paying us to come to their channel, then maybe we could get some more of their supporters over here to fucking make asses of themselves like they do on their channel. You know? So, I mean, if we require them to actually pay us to come over to their channel, then maybe that would make a difference. Because every time they
Helio,
recruit
that might
somebody,
be what works for you, but we're not all sellouts.
it
I'm
hasn't
saying
worked so
we're
far.
already here.
I don't
We're
even
already
want.
here. He knows where to find us. He can
Yeah.
always come here at any time if he wants to debate. Okay,
I guess
like
that's a
why don't we go to his channel? Well, because he doesn't pay Helio.
Yeah, but they're grifting off of straw man fallacies.
Right.
They
So
don't. They don't even understand.
did McToon get fucking fried at QE server or something? What is this video?
Huh?
QE's got his own thing going on. He jumps in here every once in a while. He's got his own thing. I don't know. What were you asking?
What's the question?
Yeah, what was that? What were you saying about QE?
Oh, there's a video that says McToon bouncing McBoogers, and it says Globe Tournament.
QE makes his own videos. He's on here sometimes. He does live streams. He makes clips about other people. He's in here often, but he's not here now. So what? Dude, you're a huge fan of QE. I can tell.
Which one?
Nothing Noah is a huge fan of QE's.
I haven't been to that server in a year.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Who isn't a big fan of QE? I mean, even the baller's got his name on the lips all the time.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I'm a huge fan of QE. I love that motherfucker.
Don't they say real recognize real?
The ballers recognize QE as the guy who invented the scientific method. That's who they say he is.
There you go, Hank.
So he's like the god of science, according to them. He's like the guy. When it comes to science, he's the fucking guy who invented it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. It's crazy.
That's true clout. That's supreme clout.
Right?
I mean, it's recognition. I mean, and as far as this discussion goes, I mean, he's pretty solid on a lot of it, and a lot of us are. But QE is
solid. He invented the scientific method, bro. Bow down.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, that's really what they say. That's not pretty much. That's word for word what they say.
Did you say the scientific method? Oh, yeah, you must be one of those QE freaking clones.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, as far as on the FE side, he broke the disillusion about science versus pseudoscience, but yeah, but he just really kind of helped everyone to focus on the real understanding of science. So yeah, I love QA, man, and
everybody does.
The haters love him too. They love to hate. Yeah. Shout out to QE. He's a badass.
That's right. He's taking up so much real estate in their mind. Like, I can't even go talk to people without someone going, QE. Like, I got different arguments.
I was like, are you a fucking QE disciple? I was like, no, bro. I was saying this shit a long time ago.
Well, anyway.
I just agree with him, Anyway.
Oh, Numpty left.
What is well anyway?
What
does that mean?
Well, anyway, just means I was curious if Numpty had what was happening in Numpty's head after me sharing the details related to Lookout Mountain.
He jumped.
Because basically, people dismiss one, so I provide another. If they find an imaginary way to dismiss the Black Swan, I'll just give them another example. And I was just curious what that was doing. But what ends up happening and what you can expose is that people are looking for a way to not understand. They're looking for excuses rather than the truth. So that's
I'm not putting up any real money for my challenge earlier, but I think that's a good challenge still. So like maybe I'd put a small amount, but others would have to get on board. Seriously, without fucking around with camera trickery, show me an instance where you can only see 1.22 miles 1 foot off the water.
yeah, do it like every 17 days for a year.
Yeah.
I just picked a random prime number, right? A random prime number, 17, and do it every 17 days for a year. And
yeah, I mean, whatever, however we set it up, but like, but is the normal, like, I just want to point out, like, you know, how rare it would be if it's at all even possible to get the geometric horizon they claim exists.
Mm-hmm.
That might be interesting, you know, to do what BLMSB did, just from a 1 foot observation all across the earth. Everyone capture.
You would have to set up a buoy or take a boat out, you know, and mark the distance.
You have to do it at the beach. You have to do it at the beach.
Yeah, that would be better, right? To do it along a shoreline. Yeah, that would be the best way. But
that would be really interesting.
Well, here's the thing.
Like, see people capture that. But anyway, go on.
There are spots I know of in Florida where they're like, don't swim or surf like past this point. Does anybody know what that distance is? Because
it's 1.22 miles.
That's the point. That's the point. God.
No, I mean they're far out there. You stand on the beach and you look at that buoy. Is anybody familiar with the buoys? I'm talking about the buoys that are like, don't cross this point because you're probably going to die if you do. Those buoys.
They're about 150 yards. It's nowhere near a mile. Nowhere near a mile.
Nowhere near a mile. Okay.
No.
Really, it's not even a mile out from the shore.
No.
Okay, hold the phone. What if you drop it down to 6 inches instead of 12 inches, though?
She's not going to be happy. I mean,
LOL.
Does that cut it in half?
LOL. 1.22. Hold on. The Earth Curve calculator says that at 0.5 feet or 6 inches, that is 0.865 miles horizon. At 6 inches, it's 0.8658 miles.
How big are the waves, though, that day?
Yeah, I know. Waves can be more than 6 inches.
See, I think what you're describing would actually work very well, but not at the ocean. I think at a place with a weird name called Lake Titicaca.
It works really well.
It's a high altitude and it's very calm in South America.
It works really well in South Texas because if you look at South Texas, it has Mustang Island, and then it goes all the way down to like South Padre. So the only place that you can actually surf is if you're on the other side of Mustang Island. And the little waves that you get actually on the mainland of Texas, most of them are pretty much blocked out by this little strip of land that goes all the way from like, Mustang Island down to South Padre. If you look at that, that'd be actually a great place to try to do it.
Yeah, you're talking about the sandbar that goes from the bottom side of Texas all the way up to pretty much the top of Texas.
Yeah.
To Louisiana.
In the Gulf. Yeah.
That sandbar is here. What's this distance? Yeah, anywhere from 1 to 5 miles across, sometimes even further.
Yeah, so the waves wouldn't be a real big issue, and you got known distances. So if Globers want to come to Texas, you
could just call it the geometric horizon challenge, right? Like, who cares what height or what distance or what they're looking at? All they have to do is provide the math that shows that where they took it from, and then show the observation and show how it matches to the expected, predicted horizon. Just any instance, period.
Dude, if we really blew this up, all they would say would be like, we could make like some, like, their response would be like, refraction, like a parroting refraction, every time.
I get the refraction excuse all the time. It's so annoying.
We could make like some remix and be like, look at this beautiful. We could have somebody make some music. Look at this beautiful flat earth. Refraction.
Refraction's their flotation device when they're drowning in the debate and they're completely overwhelmed because we took away their radius, and they start screaming refraction like fucking give me a life, life jacket.
Well, I mean, it's just like, did you listen to that David Weiss and Professor Dave last night? Did you hear that, Hank? Did you watch it? I guess that's a no. David Weiss talked to Professor Dave last night.
It was painful. Yeah, Dave was really annoying and very he was very.
It's not the type of conversations we have here. We'd have ripped Professor Dave a new asshole. I'm just saying.
Whoa! Take it easy.
My bad. No, but I mean, I love what Dave Weiss is doing, but it was like Professor Dave came in too hot, didn't have any really good arguments. Freaking the whole conversation was weird. Did you?
Overall, it was kind of a bad look. It was just your average normie is gonna be like, yeah, the freaking flat earther got his ass kicked. That's what they're gonna say.
No, sure, and we're used to that, and that's fine.
He literally said that he proved globe Earth several times by pointing at the sky. Literally.
Yeah. I thought that was a part that I wanted people to hear. Like,
I
the
get
critical
that all
thinkers
the
to hear.
time. So I think when people start saying, "Oh, I believe Earth is a globe," you always want to throw out the points you know they're going to say. Oh, right back at them. Like you'll say, "Oh, can you prove to me the Earth is a globe without using the sky and using only the Earth?" Let's wait. I can guarantee that they'll say practically nothing.
It's exactly what they do.
I just wish Derek would have, immediately, he didn't even start calling the other Dave, Professor Dave, out for being a prick until way late in the conversation, and it was already very apparent that he was just being a douchebag the whole way through. He should have called on the moderation, like the people hosting the fucking show, to actually do something about it.
They kind of fucked up the moderation, but
but whatever. He should have freaking said, "Hey, are you gonna let him do this? And if you are, I'm not gonna participate in this fucking conversation." Like, you don't have to go out there and just get made a fool of. You freaking turn the tables on him.
Yeah,
keep in mind there's a plus and a negative to that.
Both of them really. I actually kind of, as far as like there was two people hosting the show, they let Professor Dave and David Weiss just have it out for the most part, and I kind of agree with that. I'm glad they didn't really jump in much. To be honest, I'm really glad.
What I do is when I'm getting poorly treated and they're over talking me and won't let me speak, I just ask them, why are they so terrified to let me finish my point before they attack it? Why are you such a yellow belly coward that you can't let me speak. Why are you so afraid to hear me speak? Why are you such a coward? Over and over again until they shut up, and I don't need a moderator. After everybody sees what they're doing and it's apparent that they're just, winning the debate by over talking you. It's like that's not how you win a debate. So that's one tactic that I found useful.
Sure.
As far as that talk last night, I'm really glad they didn't, the host didn't actually jump in after they, started talking. I was like that. I thought it was really good. I don't think it was great, but I thought
Like
it
in
was
a
pretty
modern
good.
day debates kind of way, where moderation does nothing but sit there and smile. Yeah, you're right. That was really good.
Well, maybe next time Dave will think twice before he or how he prepares for a debate. And by Dave, I mean
It's just like
Dave
that was
Wise.
the first time Professor Dave ever talked to a flat
Yeah,
earther
I'm talking about
in a live room.
the
So
other Dave.
so it's like Dave was kind of caught off guard. He's like, "Oh shit, I'm going to talk to Professor Dave, has millions of views of him debunking flat earthers, and now I'm here." And
Yeah.
so shout out to Dave, man. Shout out to Dave for fucking standing your ground, brother. Shout out to you, brother.
Well, yeah, and just shout out to him for pointing that out at the very beginning, that to the best of his knowledge and even to the best of our knowledge, as far as I know, that was the first time that Professor Dave had ever spoken to a quote unquote real flat earther, as opposed to just sitting in front of a camera and making straw man arguments so he could,
I
destroy
was
the
so
straw man
surprised.
argument.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I was so surprised. I was like, "Holy shit!" He's talking to Dave Wise on a live stream. And that's why I posted it here, and yeah. So I mean, it's like I bet you any money he'll never do it again. He'll never do it again. Not
I'll
David
tell you
Wise.
this: it's
The
a
other
wild
fucking
chance that I ever come face to face with Professor Dave. But if he ever tries talking like that to me, he's gonna get a fucking fat lip.
He's gonna fucking. I know, bro. That's what I'm saying. I was just, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute. Professor Dave's talking to David Wise. It's like we all have our own little style going back and forth talking about, flat earth, but I was like, holy shit, Professor Dave's talking to David Wise?
The problem is that the globe cultists are now going to hold that as the bar, as the standard.
Oh, who gives a fuck about them anyway? We're doing our thing, man.
I know, but you're talking about your regular globers that may have thought about, finding a Discord server about it, like finding this Discord server, who are now going to watch that and go, oh, well,
Yeah, but at the same time, maybe we could get. I doubt it, but we get Professor Dave in here because he really made a fool of himself, in my opinion. And that, sir.
Any publicity is good publicity, they say, right? Yeah.
Nah, sure.
Good.
Maybe.
Yeah, any press is good press.
He might join someday.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Discord is an interesting platform.
It is, but Flat Earth isn't. Hey, Flat Earth, Gospel Bear isn't everything, is it?
I would agree with that statement for sure. Speaking of interesting platforms, a lot of people talk crap about Discord, but the fact of the matter is, here's one fact: they turned down an offer from Microsoft. Okay, don't forget that. And second to that, a lot of people have talked about, well, I'm going to go to Gilded. I'm going to go to Gilded, and it just so happens that Gilded has some incredibly bad behavior. the staff of Gilded as a platform, there is overwhelming evidence that they actively dox people that they disagree with.
All right, so Gilded, for the other people, since we're live streaming, Gilded is a similar platform to Discord.
Yes, and it is extremely compromised, provably so, irrefutably. And as much crap as people give Discord for censorship or anything else, a company has to do what it has to do to try to remain profitable in an insane world. And I'm just kind of, I don't know. I'm giving a hoorah to, hoorah to Discord in comparison to some of the alternatives that
Hey, real quick, I wanted to say that
are even worse.
There's a combination of things happening now. So there's Globers, there's anti-flat earthers, there's flat earthers, and then there's your hold on, and then there's your anti-flat earther that spends so much time with flat earthers that they're a Glober flat earther, and we call them Gerflurfers.
Actually, I call the Glober.
Hold on,
I call the Glober.
Sean Gladflobe calls them fucking Glurflurfers. Thanks. Bye.
Glurflurfers.
Wow.
He's talking about Matthew Learns and fucking Platypus.
All the
Those
YouTube chatters.
motherfuckers. The Platypus and those guys are Glurfers.
Well, no, they're Glurflurfers, dude. They're Globers,
friends.
but they're also flat earthers because they spend so much time here.
They're
How big a
external
group you make
friends.
everybody sound like with these names, like the Globers and the Flat Earthers and the Glurfers and the
They're globe.
You can't even say it. I can't. I can barely say it.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna come up with a different. I'm gonna come up with the Globerfer freaking Globerfer friends of the channel.
Wow.
What about Flat
and
Glober?
of the server. They're just broken down. They want to hang out here 24 hours a day to show that they're dedicated to the anti-flat earth movement. They love us so much and they respect us so much, but they want to show everyone that is new to the server, wants to join or to the YouTube channel. It's like I'm gonna be your introduction to how you found the channel. I'm the Globy. I'm the resident Globy that's going to show you why the Earth can't be a globe.
What are you talking about, Helio? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Dude, you motherfuckers know what I'm talking about.
We have no fucking clue, dude. No fucking clue.
All right. Have you ever been in the YouTube chat?
Yes.
No,
there's,
but
I know what Helio's
somebody
talking
starts
about.
a Glurber for Discord server.
A Glurber
Discord server.
You're like,
how much I like the name, I'm not joining it.
Glurber for all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, because then, hey, listen. Then you just make fun of them making a word up, flurfer. Get out of here, dude. The Earth's flat. You can call us whatever you want. It's ridiculous.
I love Flurf gang.
And to be honest, I mean, yes, I'm being
all right. New opportunity
for a reason. Anyway,
They sound like characters from Rick and Morty.
Hold on.
Yeah, well, it's because I'm being funny. Do you don't understand what funny? What
interruption
funny is?
Interruption.
Go for it.
The opportunity is already gone. I'm always watching the chat, guys, for new people that are coming in. And when I say interruption like 7 times, I'm trying to give a hint that somebody new is in the chat, and I want to give them a chance It's okay. The opportunity's
No,
passed.
My bad. I'm being a dick. Go ahead.
Just be like, everybody shut up. There's a new guy in here and you all sound like retards. Like, just say that.
I do that on purpose because I do that on purpose.
I know, right?
On that topic, guys, Flurfer is here. Speaking of Flurfers, we've got a member VC Verified called Flurfer, been with us for a couple of weeks now. And speaking of other platforms as well, has his own platform. Has his own is it Twitch or Twitter?
It's Telegram. It's literally Telegram.
You fuzzed out. I can't hear you.
It should be flagrant. If somebody wants to talk, they should just go ahead and talk. It's not a big deal.
What's up, Flavor? You're coming in robot-y or something. That's jacked up.
Wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
we're
Is
having
my
trouble
mic coming
hearing
through
you there,
correctly?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Okay,
There we go.
you're coming in fine now. Go ahead.
Alright. Just got a Telegram that has about 2,500. I've been posting flat earth stuff there.
Oh, Telegram? Okay, neat.
Yeah.
And he's been DMing other members with some memes, and we've been posting them for him, and he's been participating in the chats, and is looking for the flat Earth role.
Yeah, Telegram is a neat platform. It seems to be permissive of people that are simply just trying to convey a message, not overly censoring. It's a pretty neat platform.
Yeah. So far.
Yeah.
So neat. That's so neat.
Supposedly you can live stream on Telegram, but I can't find out how.
I share screen and all that stuff on the voice chats. It's just like Discord, but less censorship now.
Gotcha. Yeah, so
Also, if you do make an account on Telegram, make sure you go into your settings and make sure you set it so that nobody can see your phone number. You can make up any name you want. Just the phone number is enough to make an account. But also you want to hide your phone number, if that makes any sense, in the setting.
I've got mine set to my contacts. But yeah, I get you on that. That makes sense.
Yeah, I set it to nobody, but I do occasionally, like, if there's someone I trust, I do give them the number.
Yeah. I had a beautiful conversation with a person from India earlier this evening. It said, Loga sejut bona band karo and phone matlat kao. I like to speak Hindi to the lovely Indians that call me. And I don't know about you guys, but I really enjoy that process. And he told me that I should go have fornication with my father. That's what that Hindi man told me. And I said, Logo sejut bon karo. And he wanted to cuss me out for that. And all that means in Hindi is stop lying to people. So me telling somebody to stop lying to people justified him to tell me to go have fornication with my father. Anyway. I know it's super off topic.
I was on the phone once with one of those guys, and I
wait.
asked them, how do you say hello in your language? And he said, I'm not allowed to tell you because, I'll be fired if I do. I'm not allowed to say a single word in my native tongue. This thing is crazy. Like, if I ask them, how do you say hello in their language, they're not allowed to fucking tell me. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what platform were you on?
That's a scammer.
Oh, no, he called my phone. I get scam calls on my personal cell phone number almost every day.
Yeah, that's a scammer who called you saying I'm not allowed to tell you anything. Like, dude, yeah, that's a fucking scam.
No. It was like a customer service thing. It wasn't a scam. It was a regular customer service. But he's not allowed to say like his. That's part of his job. They're not allowed to say
whatever the fuck you want to on
stuff in Hindi. Yeah, they're not allowed to say that.
Are you guys hearing me, or
It's not
am
the
I?
United States, man.
No, we're ignoring you, Helio.
I'm just wondering which platform Gospel Bearer got that talking.
They called my cell phone from my, they called my cell phone number. It was a scam call, and
yeah. Well,
I
never mind then.
I have learned the different things that I want to say to the Hindi people when they call, and I have backup if they say,
I
"Wait,
never answer calls on my cell
I have
phone.
Gujarati." For if they're like, "What? Wait, what do you mean? What are you trying to tell me?" If they act like they don't know what I'm saying, then I switch to Gujarati. I don't know. Not everybody's interested in these sorts of things, but I I, I don't know. I really like this guy named Scammer
Ain't
Payback.
gonna lie, yeah, I love Scammer Pays Back. I watch those videos hours on end. I love those.
So I've
Dude,
taught myself some of
I've
the
seen a bunch
Hindi
from him.
phrases.
I've seen a bunch from him, and he's pretty good. But there's there's one in particular that I can't think of the name of right now. But he's some like Russian dude, like this Russian hacker. That this dude, anything that Scammer Payback or any of the other dudes you saw, like this dude, like really actually hacks them. He like buries him. He does the long
there's a lot of
freaking hole on
Discord.
him, the
There's a
long
lot of
con.
Discord.
He buries himself into their whole like server room that they have or whatever. Like they'll have like their call center, and he'll like find out the MAC addresses or
There's a
whatever of
Scottish dude that
all the
fucking
computers on the system.
There's a
And then
Scottish
he'll
dude
get
that
himself
actually shuts
embedded on
down
every single
scammer.
one of them. And Helio, I'm still talking. I don't know if
somebody's
you're going to
talking.
start bitching about me talking over you, but I'm still talking. You're just trying to butt in. All right. So, like, they fucking. But yeah, he'll.
I got you.
Yeah, he'll get himself embedded in their whole network, and then like when he'll have their control of their webcams and their
Yes.
calls and their everything, and then
Yes.
like there was one instance where he was there for almost a year, and then he was listening over to a scam in progress, and he was like, oh, I can't let this happen, and he like terminated, like did something to disrupt their call, and then he called the victim on her phone, and she clicked over, and he was like, hang up the phone with the other person immediately. Like, you're getting scammed. Like, I'm like wow, now this is fucking control, this is power. Like,
So what Helio was trying to talk about was a guy named Jim Browning who does that. He uses a lot of high tech information. Jim Browning, and he can hack into the CCTV. He can hack into the local, like like the road cameras, the cameras that are on the government road cameras. Like, he has access to things that are, I don't know if he's contracted with the Indian government, but he gets access to these things, and he can triangulate where they are and watch them walk in and out of the building. These scam baiters and stuff.
He has connections, bro.
Yeah,
Jim,
they're pretty cool.
He does.
These guys are doing quote unquote God's work.
Yeah. I mean, these fucking scammer. Ugh.
They're pretty cool guys.
So disgusting, man. These freaking scammers.
Oh yeah. Scammers
Hey, but you know what? They kind of remind me of these.
the
one
the
anti-flat earthers.
The one where he called the
Flat
victim.
earthers is like they're always in a position who's like, hey, I'm recruiting you to have this conversation with me about the flat earth. And I'm just defending are they defending the standard narrative? Well, fuck, I can fucking defend the standard narrative. I learned that shit when I was growing up.
Yeah, do we have anybody in the YouTube chat right now? Like, do we have anybody that can just try to be a good glober and have an argument right this very second?
Helio.
You don't want to argue.
I'm looking at the YouTube chat. It's just me and KJ and
That's what I'm seeing
Me.
too.
I'm over the top right now.
Multi Tom Tom, Brian S. I don't know who these.
Brian's a Glober.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Brian, come on.
He's certainly in the wrong. I mean, a Glober.
I'm looking for a nice Glurfur shirt. Wow, Brian, come on. Join Discord. I'll unban you and everything.
Brian will never do it. He's there more than any other Glober too, to be honest.
Brian, if you've been banned, I'll unban you. Let's talk.
They're hanger outers. That's what it.
Well, listen, it's the only place that they can hide from reality. Think about it.
They love flat Earth.
We provide them in that YouTube chat for an echo chamber for them to sit and make fun of people because they got bullied a little too much growing up.
Hold on. A person. There was an A person on a server that I had that I was running.
I'm pretty sure a person was in this.
A person's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he's been here before.
I heard something. What was going on? I heard like some guy being angry or something. Did I?
No, nobody's angry here.
He was always angry.
All right, Brian.
That's the thing, Doctor. I'm always angry.
Brian, you said that you'll only come on as a Glurfurfer. Bro,
Yeah.
I will make a new role for you if you can come on this conversation in under 3 minutes.
Perfect.
3 minutes. You just click the link. It's fine. A person. Don't worry about it. There was a person on the server that I used to have. Well, I still have it, but it's just a dead server. And their name was A person, but you're not the same person that was the other A person. It's kind of a
I
generic
remember
name.
that person.
Brian S. Join Discord. I'm watching the YouTube chat. If you're banned, I'll unban. Here, let me look and see if this guy's banned. Can we shorten it up, Glurfer? Yeah, I'll make a role for you, Glurfer. I'll do that. Let me
listen. We wouldn't have to beg for stuff that should be obvious.
Here, Brian S.
Curvature.
There's nobody banned named Brian S. So how about that?
No. Is he saying he's banned? He's not saying that.
No, I'm just preempting
Making
the
sure.
possibility. Yeah. But nobody with Brian S. is banned. So come on. You got like 100 seconds left. Greg T says, I'm not a Brian Earther. No, I had a couple of good conversations today, though, with different Globe believers. It is a fairly invigorating thing to just talk with people that think that and then help them. Sometimes they just run away, like the tranny that was here about an hour ago. Sometimes they just run away from the conversation and don't continue. Sometimes they just stop talking because they're confounded. And then,
to be honest, we actually asked them to go ahead and join in.
I think he's going to mess around with us for the next 15 minutes and then say no thanks. That's what I think.
He's just going to run away.
Come on, Brian. If I come on, will I be permanent? Come on, no, obviously not.
You won't be perma banned. You'll wait. What? What's he talking about?
No.
Weird, man.
If you hang out here on a regular basis, even in the YouTube chat, you know well enough what gets people banned or not. So if you're willing to have a regular conversation, just it's good to go.
Yep. And Brian, listen, I'm belligerent, right? So I'll bow out. I'll just mute and Gospel can take care of it, or somebody else, somebody not me.
I'm belligerent too, so I'll jump out too. I want to hear.
Let's
I want to be sedated. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to be sedated.
24 hours to go.
Lou. Aye. I mean, anybody that's been hanging out in the YouTube chat for like a year or more, or even a couple of days, you learn pretty quick.
You should know that it's just like, hey, one day, even if you find the YouTube chat and you're just like hanging out and just like, oh, this is a cool place to hang out. get your ass in here and freaking talk to us. You know, we're not hardcore. You know, we're
Some people
actually
are pretty hardcore.
well, they're hardcore. Well, we're all hardcore. I mean, you know, as far as
show me
like,
a
some
fucking
stuff
curved adjacent right now. I want a fucking
Dream.
curved adjacent.
Show me the curved adjacent. Anyway, but yeah,
Precisely.
I'm just saying is like as far as this opportunity goes. Hey, you get to talk to Gospel Bearer or me or Gus, freaking Glatflobe, and
You're taking too long, Brian. Come on, bro.
I'm still waiting who can stick an atmosphere to a ball adjacent to a vacuum.
In your imagination, anything can happen, bro. That's the point.
Vacuum adjacent, right fucking
Hey,
now.
I'll tell you what. Here's something that I have to say about that one, Flurver, is that a lot of creationists think that I'm going to whisper it. God did it that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do.
Cloud.
Some people actually do that. It's kind of like,
All right.
no.
All right, Cloud.
Yeah.
I've seen you here before. We talked briefly, but then you kind of disappeared, I think.
Yeah, I did.
That's okay. You got a moment?
I do.
All right. Did you know that we see too far for Earth to be a ball?
I haven't really done much study in like flat Earth.
That wasn't.
I've
It
listened.
was actually a yes or no question.
So can you repeat the question?
Did you know that we see too far for Earth to be a ball?
I did not.
Okay, cool. Would you like to see some evidence?
Sure.
Make sure she's paying attention to live stream voice text.
Yep. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Where? No.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Do we
Live
need
stream
the
2
VC
voice
verified?
text.
No, live stream 1. It doesn't have the number 1. It just says live stream voice text.
I don't see it.
It's above live stream 2. So if you scroll up
Because
from there.
you need the VC verified role.
Oh yeah. You're right. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I got you. There you go. Now you should be able to see live stream voice text.
Live stream. Oh, okay. Yes, I see it now.
All right, cool. At 10 minutes after the hour, you see the graphic that was posted?
Hold on. Is it the recent one?
Yeah, oil platforms. Do you see the oil platform?
Second to the most recent posted.
Yes, I do see it.
All right, cool. So that's a graphic. You can click on it. It'll enlarge it a little bit depending on the device you're on. You'll be able to see it better.
I have enlarged it. I can see it better.
Fantastic. So this is referred to as a modus tollens, which is a logical argument. Are you familiar with logic?
Yes, I have.
Like A equals A does not equal B, the law of non-contradiction, things like that, right?
Yep.
All right. So if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That is the logical statement referred to as the modus tollens. Following so far?
Yep, I'm following.
All right. So the claim is that the Earth is a ball and that ball has a radius. You know, radius is half of the diameter. So that Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. That 3,959 miles is represented with P in the logical argument.
Okay.
If the Earth is a ball and that ball has a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than those numbers, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that would equal Q in the logical argument. And that would be known as the geometric, right? The actual physical horizon, the point at which the sky meets the ground or the sky meets the surface that would be blocking anything beyond that point.
I do see, yeah.
When you put in 12 inches or 1 foot as your height, that provides you a maximum distance of 1.22 miles. If you see a horizon larger or further than 1.22 miles, it invalidates the claim that the radius is 3,959 miles. It could also invalidate the claim that the Earth is a ball in the first place.
Yeah.
And it stands to reason that it actually does invalidate the claim that the Earth is a ball in the first place. But it absolutely invalidates the radius claim. Now, that might not sound like a big deal, but when you reappropriate the math for what is actually seen, that requires the radius to be almost 250,000 miles, which means nothing they tell us about Earth is accurate. Nothing at all. Like the distance from, like, let's pretend that the ball that they show us and where the positions of the countries are and everything, we're talking about like New York to London being not a few thousand miles, but like 100 and something thousand miles. Does that check out?
No.
Not at all. So the fact of the matter is, long distance observations invalidate the claim of a 3,959 mile radius, which also really and truly invalidates the claim of a globe, because that's what is demanded with the
Yeah.
geometry. So that's the point. And this is one observation that's provided, but there's actually lots and lots and lots of observations. I was talking about one earlier, Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, Tennessee. But there's also the Canigou Mountains, the east side of France, guys. Is that right? Anybody? Bueller? Anyway, there's other observations all over the world that also corroborate to invalidate the globe curvature claim. Does that
Yeah,
make
I
sense?
do see where you're coming from, and I understand.
Okay. It's as simple as that. There's other things. There's good other aspects. So one of those would be the claim that gas pressure is next to some type of vacuumous area known as space.
Mhm.
Well, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. It cannot be demonstrated for gas pressure to exist without a container. Gas pressure requires a container. Therefore, we have gas pressure, and therefore we have a container, which defies the claim that people are traveling into outer space. And then there's this story that the Earth is spinning when you're sober, right? Not drunk, but the Earth is just spinning. Axial rotation is the claim. The fact of the matter is that doesn't correspond to anyone's experience. And then, of course, everybody's like, well, I mean, it's a constant motion. You only experience acceleration, blah, blah, blah. Well, when you look at the heliocentric model and you analyze and scrutinize the details, you recognize that they proclaim 11 different vectors at a variance, a tremendous variance of different speeds in these 11 different vectors. The fact of the matter is they proclaim all these different speeds in all these different directions. Our experience is contrary to those claims. And none of those claims are validated. So axial rotation is not part of our experience, and it cannot be, or rather has not been ever proven. Gas pressure requires a container, and we see way too far for there to be any type of curvature. And that's it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Oh, I definitely just learned a lot. Tell you that.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. It can be overwhelming for some people, but the fact of the matter is, you can analyze it and look for yourself. Keep on looking for evidence, and then realize that people lie. Yeah, but this lie is just so big. I mean, how on earth could so many? There's a lot of different answers for that question. The fact of the matter is, not everybody is lying intentionally. It's called compartmentalization and departmentalization. And with those factors, you can understand how there may not be that many people that are fully aware of what they're proclaiming. Some people are just proclaiming what they think to be true based on reification fallacy, using mathematics and modeling for what they believe to be true in reality.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna go again. I was actually just showing a friend the server, and we joined the VC.
Okay. Well, welcome. I get the VC verified. Hang out sometime. If questions come up, ask them next time you're around.
All right. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Yeah. All right. I guess that the other person left. I saw there was somebody else in the VC, but I guess they left him. Did that go okay, guys? I need validation.
Another satisfied customer.
I know, right?
You've been killing it all day, Gospel.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'll give you the props.
I think I was on point that time. I think but the thing is, it's after hours for me, so I'm not distracted by all my difficult work.
Same. I actually finished my work up for the day about an hour ago. So yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I like you guys so much, but I sure do.
I like
Likewise.
you too, Ricky. I might come off a little harsh against you from time to time in regards to etymology, but I like you too.
It's one big happy family. Really is. And I was just
like
happy.
etymology too. Can't we be friends?
Of course.
I was just happy I got Frenchie earlier to say the word flat.
Oh, Platt, the Platt guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
If it's not curving, what is it?
I tell you what. No, we did. I mean, it was kind of a slow week. There was 2 or 3 days this week where for like 10 hours at a time nobody showed up. But yeah. You got to make the most of it when they do, I guess.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we had the map maker that came in today. Indio
I'm not aware.
Oh,
Who?
were you not around? Yeah,
Who?
you were gone because I started the conversation with him, and Indio jumped in and gave him basically handing it his ass. What was his screen name? It was it was a little yellow avatar guy. I can't remember his name.
But they were a
Fluffy?
cartographer?
Fluffy, maybe?
Oh, you're not talking about the Canadian brother and sister.
No. This guy claimed to work for the largest mapping software company, basically trying to claim that, funny that everything that we do is mapping a globe projection.
Oh,
that whole story.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, real funny.
Yeah.
Strawman's
very.
I mean, personally, I think straw man arguments are pretty funny, but only if you recognize them as they are straw man arguments.
Yeah, the condescension was thick with that individual, and
here's my
India.
encouragement: if you're triggered by condescension, just grow a pair, and it's not personal; it's their own problem.
Yeah, what I like most about the server is, and every individual here, we're not trying to convince you of what we're talking about. We're not trying to convert you to flat Earth or anything like that. We're actually just trying to get you to open your mind to what you experience in reality. There is no conversion involved here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at it. I mean, if you guys disagree with me, that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that conversation that I just
I think that's what people think, that we're trying to convert people to flat Earth. That's not at all what we're doing.
Giggler.
That is funny.
The giggler person was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about. Giggler was the map dude, wasn't it?
Oh, okay. See, I was here for the giggler. I missed that part of the conversation. I think the giggler.
I want to respond to what Helio said.
The giggler was. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. You were talking. I interrupted. I apologize. So I want to respond to what Helio said. So you guys know I like to show them the radius and the Earth curve calculator, and I like to tell them to go outside, check it for yourself. So really, what we're offering here is the tools to prove the Earth is a globe.
Mm-hmm.
We give you the radius that they gave us. We give you the Earth curve calculator, and you can go outside and prove for yourself. Right? And they say there's no proof or whatever. Well, that's because they got a wiggling geometric horizon that's all over the place. But if it was in one place all the time, you would theoretically be able to prove that it was globe after what I give you.
Yeah, not even theoretically, actually. I agree wholeheartedly. You would actually be able to prove it.
Because they gave us the numbers, right? They gave us the numbers. Let's go out and test it. And we have.
I tell people geometry isn't hard. Like trigonometry and calculus, in my opinion, those are tricky. Okay, I get them. I did okay, but algebra was pretty easy. But geometry was easier than all of them. Geometry is just, in my opinion, it's the easiest.
Yeah, Pythagorean theorem, right?
So
triangulation.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Hank. We give them the materials to prove that the globe is. And when they put it to the test, they will see the truth. It's as simple as that.
That's just my style, right?
No,
because
cool.
who am I to tell someone else what the Earth is? But let the Earth tell you, right? I'm just a dude, just like you.
Let
Put
the
my
Earth
pants
tell
on
you
one-legged.
yeah, for sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm talking over you, but I'm agreeing. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like if you understand simple math, you can just look at Earth, apply the mathematics, the numbers that they gave us, and see whether or not you can see something you should or should not be able to see. Now, if someone's telling you that the Earth is a globe based on their idea about the heliocentric model, then it's really simple to understand. It's very, very simple to understand. Now, you can believe that the Earth is a globe in spite of what you see across Earth, you can go ahead and believe that the only reason that you can see that is because you just want to believe it instead of actually, using mathematics when you look across Earth. Now, if you start looking up at the sky and making excuses for it, that's on you. You're all astronomical ideas. But when you look across Earth and you see something you should not be able to see across Earth, if the defined mathematics size of Earth, which they can't determine in any, the only way they came up with this size of Earth is by looking in the sky anyway. So
what? Yeah, what do you
there's
guys think? What do you guys think of the Lookout Mountain example that I provided? Right? What's his name took that in and he left. He was speechless.
I think it's solid. It's a solid argument.
It's rock solid. It's literally called Rock City. If you go to Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, you'll see signs all over, spread across for probably 100 miles in every direction. See Rock City, see Rock City. If you're from Eastern Tennessee or Western North Carolina or North Georgia or North Alabama, you'll see signs on the highway and everywhere else. See Rock City, see Rock City, see Rock City, see Rock City. And Lookout Mountain, Lookout Mountain, Lookout Mountain. See 7 states, see 7 states. It's carved in stone. Flat Earth proof. Carved in stone. I like to point to it because it's kind of funny that it's carved in stone and that a nurse from 150 years ago saw proof that the Earth wasn't a globe.
Isn't Kansas the flattest curved state in the world?
No, Kansas is like 6th in the list. It's got a lot of flat spaces, but there's actually flatter states than Kansas.
Bolivia has a
states like I'm in North Dakota. There's actually tons of really, really, really flat areas in North Dakota.
There you go.
But I'm not the only one. There's other states that have a lot of flat areas, and obviously,
wait, is it flat curved or is it just flat?
Flat is the opposite of curved. We know this. We know this. You can play silly games and pretend that up is down, but the reality is up is not down, and flat is flat, and straight is straight.
People will come up with all kinds of things to promote their religion about, Earth being a globe, but it cannot be. Not from our personal experience. You have to believe that the Earth is a globe. You never experience Earth as a globe.
Mm-hmm. Imagination is a powerful thing.
Manipulation.
Yeah, that too. Brainwashing and manipulation is pretty powerful too.
Miguel's asked me, do you have that movie that has been played at the YouTube right now at right top?
There.
What are you asking, Miguel?
I was watching a live stream at YouTube, and there's some kind of clip, some movie about the fake of the NASA. It's being played at the right top. Yeah.
You're talking about one of the gifts?
Yeah, but I think it's a video because it's longer.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just that's a recycled GIF that plays on my live stream. Not sure which
Yeah.
one you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. It was talking about they using the many techniques to fake, like green screens and other instead of harnesses they use a lot of other techniques. Yeah, so it was interesting.
Yeah, sure. I need to add some more. I need to add some more GIFs. Some of those are pretty old, but they're all good. You know, it's like I have a cycle that goes through the GIFs on the live stream. But it's been a while since I've updated it. So
They play automatically. Yes.
yeah. And so I need to add some more. I don't. I should take any away, but I may need to add some more
Okay. Thanks.
into the cycle. But yeah. Hey, Miguel, man, thank you for what you do here, man. You really help out, brother.
It's a interconnection. You guys help me grow up more, and I'm here just to share.
Yeah, there's a lot of silent warriors involved in the process.
I don't usually speak much because I'm Portuguese. I learned English at the school a long time ago, like 20 years ago. So when I get here, it was not easy. So I stay at the background listening, and yeah, it has been a enjoy for me.
Hey, Miguel, let me ask you something. Does it help you to communicate better in English since you've been here?
Yes. My mind, when I came here, I start to exercise my mind to hear, and there are some words I don't I am not familiar, but yeah, it's I grow up more, and wake up other words that I forgot a long time ago. So it has been a awesome journey to be here with you guys.
Awesome, man. We love your input here. Thank you so much, Miguel, for all your input. Good stuff.
Thanks, man. I hope no. I want one of these days do something about Flat Earth here at Portugal, and maybe I join some engineers and surveyors to make something big.
Yeah,
So yeah.
man, you should start something big in Portugal, man. Get it going on.
Yeah, man. 500 years ago, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they divide the world in terms of discoveries. I think when the Templars, when they tried to finish the Templars, many of them with a lot of knowledge, they came here to Portugal, and they hide, but they went to some military at that time. Then they formed a Christ's order, and if you see old ships from that time, from the Portuguese, you can see like a Templar cross, red cross. So, and I think at that time they had a lot of, because they had a lot of ships to navigate and this to do discoveries. So it was, and
Yeah,
they
the
saw
Portuguese
the world as
famous.
flat. At that time they saw the world as flat. I learned that at the school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Portuguese are famous for navigation and ship navigation. Yeah, the Portuguese are famous for that. Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were able to find some information in Portuguese that we may not be privy to in English in regards to navigation, because the Portuguese seem to be very proficient in navigating the seas, and I wouldn't be surprised if you could find some information about how they did that and how the stars might be involved and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was watching some recordings. They did a lot of notes. Yeah, they use sextant and astrolabes, and they before. Okay, so before the Fernando Magalhães, Magalhães. So before that, and even Magellan, he didn't finish his circumnavigation. So I think then Galileo and Francis Drake,
Well,
Francis
even in Columbus's time, Spain and Portugal or pretty much they were subjects to what was happening when Columbus took the voyage, right?
Yeah, Columbus. He was thinking he could go to India, but he found America in his way. But before Columbus,
Right.
before Columbus, 500 years before he got there, the Vikings already have discovery.
No, sure. But as far as like Columbus's voyage, I mean, Spain and Portugal are intrinsically connected because they're right next to each other, right?
Yeah. We share the same origin from Latin, but yeah, it's similar, and yeah. I'm searching for documents. I have
It'd be really interesting to hear more about that.
that YouTube guy Banjo. Let me see. Banjo USA. Let me see here. Okay. I was watching one of these days a flat earth guy from Brazil.
Yeah, Flat Earth Banjo.
Flat Earth
USA.
Banjo.
Yeah.
Yes. So that guy did watch the same live stream as I did. So at that live stream, one Portuguese flat earth guy appeared and said there is a flat earth map, Portuguese flat earth map, and it's not 100% accurate because I think they at that time those maps I think they sell at the coastline, so it's not but there are some interesting things in that map, at least the locations of the continents. So he did a resume about that live stream, so I post the link. I have the original map. Let me see. Here. Okay, here. And in the description of his video, there's a link. You can go to all the documents, and there are a lot of notes there. So interesting. I was watching some of those documents. They tracked the location of the sun when the sun passes. It's not easy. It's not easy for me to even read that because it's old Portuguese, and there are some letters I don't know. I have to know to search more. But yeah, in this map you don't see Australia. But I see a long time ago in the news from Portugal on the television.
Oh, as far as maps and models and everything like that goes, you can't take one over the other. You have to consider one in relation to another.
Correct. There's another landmass that's ignored over and over and over again in modern maps as well, and that landmass is Tasmania.
Tasmania? Seriously?
Yep, they are regularly neglected.
Wow. Maybe they are trying to like erase it from our knowledge or something, I guess.
I don't know about all that, but Tasmania is south east of Australia, and they are. I just watched a video that it's part of their culture to be basically neglected, even on the map level. That's kind of unusual when you think about our modern era and how we're supposed to have all the information. It's supposed, the future is now, blah blah blah, and
True.
Tasmania is hugely neglected. It's peculiar.
Yeah, it's very far south too. Maybe they like don't want people to check out travel there or something, because things are getting odder the farther south you go with how maps and area work compared to how the globe model works. People have traveled around Antarctica, but it takes forever. So yeah.
You know what's really interesting? You know what's really interesting about that is when I was a child,
Mm-hmm.
and Warner Brothers had the Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah. So in the video that I posted,
in the cartoon,
you can hear actual Tasmanians describing being neglected on the map level. I think it's vaguely interesting.
Yeah, in that video.
we actually have a moderator here that's a Samoan that can tell you a similar story.
Interesting. Estrella, are you trying to say something?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't muted.
That's okay. I heard a lot of hot micing, and I just wanted to know if
sorry.
you were
I'm
trying to say
here.
something.
Oops. Sorry.
It's okay.
So I was saying there was a researcher that found out that the Portuguese discovered the Australian continent, but they kept it in secret because they found a lot of gold and other precious metals there. So this map is from 1540, but I found this information. The other link map proves Portuguese discovery Australia, and in that you can see they talk about 1522, and it was 20 years. 2050 years before Captain James Cook. So yeah, and he found that there are a lot of locations, sites in the
I ain't gonna
Australian continent.
lie. I think the Portuguese,
Portuguese names
and the Phoenicians are connected. Then they're shipmen. The culture is.
Didn't the Portuguese eat Captain Cook?
I don't know. do they?
The Portuguese. Damn it, John.
Did they cook them first?
I don't know, but I never learn. I learn at school. First 2 years ago of the school, I learned about flat Earth. About the Portuguese saying that the world for them it was flat. But I didn't learn how to use the sextant and the astrolabe. I mean, there's things that are essential to our Portuguese culture, and we don't learn that.
Sure, with the Portuguese, Spain, the Spaniards, and the English, everyone as far as settling goes. Yes, of course, you're right there on the coast. What, John? QE. What do you have to say? I mean, have you been listening, or Just
I'm mainly heckling.
you're good at that.
So what's the question?
The question is, do you have a fucking curved adjacent?
Awesome.
When you're sailing across the Atlantic.
I'm mellow tonight. What were you asking?
Nobody was asking anything. We were just having a conversation.
Didn't you say
about
QE?
history?
Didn't you say QE? Are you here? Or what do you want?
Well, haven't you heard?
No.
For 1,000 years, they'd be looking at the skies to tell you what the floor is.
Yeah.
Professor
I
Day.
think it was on the topic of Portuguese maps and the history of the Portuguese for some reason.
Yeah, which, by the way, Miguel, always appreciate when you open up your mic, man. You're an awesome dude. And no matter what you say, I'm still going to have a picture of Banjo, Flat Earth Banjo in my head every time you speak. Because you sound just like him.
Okay, thanks, man. I think he's Brazilian, yes?
Yeah, he's Brazilian.
Okay. Yeah.
Didn't the Portuguese eat the Brazilians too?
I don't know.
Same language.
Yeah. You know, they say that the Portuguese discovered Brazil, but there are already people there living. So, and
They said that the Europeans discovered America too. So and there were already people there too. So
yeah, I saw that movie, The Pathfinder, and at the beginning of that movie, it says 400 years before Columbus, and it's a ship from the Vikings. It is interesting, So they discovered America before Columbus, but in the historic books, they still talking
It's
about
sort of
Columbus.
it's sort of a play the way that we phrase it when we say these things, because like they say that the Europeans had the best like recorded history, right? Like there was nobody else who really recorded much. You know, it wasn't until they got there and white man discovered it. So they're just like logging that it's white man's discovery, not that people weren't there. It's just that history books finally actually logged it.
True. They also say that Hitler defected to Brazil.
I saw a documentary. I don't know if it was at Discovery Channel, and it was about looking for Hitler. So they found a lot of clues, and they went to Argentina, and they found a lot of buildings, German buildings, bunkers, and other things there.
Yeah.
So but I listened to someone, that is a Portuguese, but he went to Brazil, so he speaks more accent Brazilian, and he even talked to me a long time ago about that. But I think it was more for first for Argentina. I don't know. I know that those guys that escaped from Alcatraz prison, they are at the Brazilian. They even send a photo to some familiars. Yeah, so they escaped and they went to Brazil.
what the hell?
Yep, there's some very suspicious aspects to the historical narrative.
Yeah, I think the guy that was investigating that he sent this photo to analyze some characteristics of the faces. Yeah, so they could match, but I don't remember too much. But it's interesting, you know.
Yep.
Okay, I was in the other day, you know, in this link from Flat Earth Banjo. You know, at this description, you have a link to these old documents, and they are huge, and there are so many details there. I was watching, you know, they record a lot, the path of the sun and the other things, and there are some even in this video that Banjo talks, there are the words domes, but I have to search more into that. You know, there's recorders, they use the name, the word domes. Yeah, I have to go into deep more.
So did the Spanish basically just come behind the Portuguese and claim all of the Portuguese discoveries as their own? Is there some contention there between y'all?
No, the Spanish, you know, even the Magellan guy, you know, he was a Portuguese, but he did went to work to Spain. But he's like a trader to us because, you know, he did sail in places that he was forbidden. Spain was forbidden to go to navigate there. So yeah, but I think that guy, you know, he has no knowledge, but I think he had still some maps from the Portuguese guys. So even the Colombo guy, there a guy from Portugal. He does the news, you know. Pivot is a pivot at the news at Portuguese television. And he didn't write a book talking about Columbus. He did found that there are some texts from the Columbus that is a mix between Portuguese and Spanish. So the origin of Columbus, I don't know. But I think Columbus had a lot of... he did steal some maps from the Portuguese, so he did had some knowledge, you know. Yeah, so we discover Brazil, but I think we are not, you know. I think when did they sign the treaty, Tordesilhas Treaty? I think you know, they found it, but it was that way, that land it was to the Spanish, you know. But they found, and yeah, so Brazil then expand beyond what they found until that time. Yeah, you know, we are like brothers, but at that time, man, they even invaded Portugal. Yeah, so we had rough times there. Even we had a lot of colonies, you know, around the world. And then the Muslims, the Arab guys from north of Africa, they invade us because we had a lot of militaries out from Portugal. So yeah, we had to fight them to you know, to have back our country. But there are a lot of names here in Portugal that starts with IL. You know, they you know, they use Allah, so we have like Algarve, you know, region. It's a well-known tourist region at Portugal, at the south of Portugal. Yeah, so we have a few cultures from those guys too.
All right, totally unrelated question. Unrelated completely. Except for the fact it has to do with Portuguese. Is anybody here familiar with Ender's Game? Either the movie or the books, preferably the books if you've ever read the book, Ender's Game. Like, it talks about basically this futurist, technocratic, nearly utopian society where they're space traveling and stuff, and they have like this internet. And this book was written like before the internet, but it becomes this like cloud thing, this like assistant, like an Alexa or something like that, but it's called Jane. And but it's all this only happens underneath like a great war and like a World War III scenario, and they're becoming the hegemon, which is like an old Chinese belief, like a couple thousand-year-old Chinese belief that one day on Earth there would have to be one supreme ruler. Now, in Orson Scott Card's book, the hegemon had taken place. China was ruling everything, but everybody's in the books were speaking, and the book was written in part in Portuguese. And I never understood. Like, a lot of that book is starting to be like, damn, this dude, once again, another like sci-fi author who is like way too good on the ball of like future, like the idea of like what's going to happen. You know, they seem to prophesize this stuff. But I'm just curious. I've never been able to place the part about like why Portuguese underneath like a Chinese rule. Maybe there's any insight from anybody.
I don't know. I know that at that time, 500 years ago, they did a lot exchange to the Chinese people. So a lot of porcelain, China.
Well, I mean, I guess it would take somebody who's read the book like to
Yeah.
have insight on this. Like, yeah, China and Portuguese obviously don't have anything to do with each other, but like, why is his vision of the future of us being under Chinese rule in a one world,
Yeah.
like one world thing, but speaking Portuguese as the unified like language, like that's because that's the way it was in the book. It was weird, and I never about why.
Yeah, they are trying to invade Portugal. They into the business. They buy a lot of percentage of our electricity. The main company of electricity from Portugal. It has some hand from the Chinese people. Those guys came here to Portugal. They open shops, stores, and like 3 years they don't pay taxes. But
How
then
do they
these
do
guys,
it? They do the same shit everywhere. I don't know how
so
they do it.
they have a lot of China shops. So and then these guys change, change their name, change location, change their name, and they start another 3 years without paying taxes. Yeah, man.
Well, why wouldn't you though? Right?
Yeah, they are trying to evade us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like China's doing that in a lot of countries, not necessarily invading, but certainly coming in and acquiring a lot of real tangible assets within a lot of countries, including the United States. But I guess when you sell 90% of what the world buys in the form of goods, you probably have a lot of money to go start snatching up real estate around the world.
Yeah, like think back, a couple of decades when the United States provided most of the goods and services of the world. and how nice it was to live here. Man, that was nice to be an American. China kind of feels like that nowadays.
Yeah, unfortunately, their population's not quite as free to do what they want or say what they want. That's
no, but
part.
they're on a huge boom. They're on a rise, and that's a good feeling. Like no matter where you start, going up is a good feeling.
Yeah, for sure.
They have some population control. The one-child policy.
Yeah, they control reproduction pretty closely within their country. But I think they're getting to a point now where the policy was there was something where you couldn't have any female children or something along those lines. You have one-child policy. I can't.
Yeah, I think I remember it was something like they were only allowed 2 children, but because of that, and their culture so much cherished the male over the female, they would, if they had a female child for the firstborn, they would typically like drown it and shit like that, and then just make sure that their first child was a male.
Yeah,
exactly. They wanted to pass on.
Yeah, so I think now they're getting into a situation where this took place for at least a generation or two, and now they're lacking on females for reproduction, or they're going to be lacking females for reproduction purposes for the generations to come after that. So there's always consequences to the actions, especially if they're evil and messed up like that. Hey Lou, is Ender's Game, is that the one where the at the end they meet I don't know if it's a god or what it is. I've only caught short snippets of this. Ender's
Like an
Game.
alien. It's an alien race that's based off of like ants, basically the ant people that live off.
Right, like their exoskeleton kind of looking things. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Do you like my bird, Lou?
Yeah, I think you showed me another one of those one other time. Those are beautiful birds, man. Very colorful. Those are cool.
Yeah. You could probably
we don't have anything that vibrant around here. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and me, having the bird enthusiast role, I was rather excited when that showed up in the back. If you want to rewind the live stream, I'm pretty sure I was having a conversation with Gospel when it flew in, and I was like,
I believe you. I believe you're an authentic bird enthusiast, dude. I don't think you're just like faking it or anything. I think you really do like doing it.
I want to make sure that role stays, and you guys don't try to call me out as LARPing as a bird enthusiast.
Right. Yeah. No, I've seen pictures that I think you took. I don't think they were stock photos or anything. I think you took it.
Hey, let's go back to Ender's Game.
Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it and watched the movie. Yes, and it's if you what they did is they recruited children that played video games well. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it wasn't even so much that maybe that was the way they portrayed it more in the movie. And I don't even think I think they kind of skipped that. But in the books, I don't remember there being much about watching them with video games, but they wore a monitor, like based off of their genetics. So this is eugenics from the very
Right.
beginning.
And so
Like
Ender
based off of
was
the genetics, they were chosen by the government to be monitored. And if
Ender
they were
was not supposed to be born.
right, but they were only allowed 2 children under like the Chinese rule thing, right? But if
Exactly.
you had the right genes, you were allowed to have a 3rd child, and that child was going to be monitored
No,
by the government. Yes, that's the way it was in the books.
sort of.
Yeah.
Well, either way,
That's why Ender was called the 3rd, and he was a freak, and he was made fun of by his peers because he was a 3rd. Because he was different. He wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't supposed to be allowed. He was a special little government kid, and they all made fun of him.
But at the same time, the government exploited him and used him.
Yeah, because he was their property.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite stories, man. I love that book and the series. It's freaking awesome. So they exploited him, used him to destroy. He thought, I mean, spoiler alert, if you don't want to hear it, don't listen, but they used him to destroy an entire other planet or other species or whatever. He didn't even know he was being utilized in this way. He was in a virtual reality thinking he was playing he was like the captain
He
of a
thought
video game.
he thought it was a training mission in a simulator, but
Yep.
but they actually sent a drone to do the work that he was commanding from his simulator pod.
Exactly. And at the end of the movie or at the end of the first book, he figured out what they did and what happened. He still had one of the seeds and he was going to save them because they manipulated him into a position where he had he had no choice, but he didn't even realize until the end that this is really
Is there
that's
an
what I love
audio?
about.
Is there an audio book for this that we could just put on for the people? Because we've already done like most of the work. Like, I mean, now
Yeah,
people
that's what I'm saying.
they
Spoiler
gotta be
alert.
hooked. They gotta be hooked by now. Like,
I mean,
you guys
there's a
want to listen to
movie.
it?
Yeah, sure. There's an audiobook. Yeah, if it's on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, this is just like they put they put him in a position where he was, and the government actually like threatened him and all kinds of shit. They took him away from his family and then manipulated him into all kinds of weird situations and shit. And it's like, hey, oh man, it's weird. Wasn't Harrison Ford was in the movie? I mean,
Yeah, Harrison Ford was in the movie. The movie was okay. It didn't. The thing is like, yeah, trying to put you miss. I mean, I've seen some like books that turned into movies that were done better. You know, like this book. I just don't know if I don't know
the
if it
book
can
is
be
way
done.
better.
It
The
can't
book
be
is
done.
way
It
better.
can't be done in 1 2-hour movie. Like all the stuff that's supposed to take place for this character. You know, like you just couldn't do it.
The book is way better.
Yeah, if you were gonna do that, with video, I think it would be better done as like a series, like a TV series, like
Yeah, bro.
because
That
there's
could be
just
a.
so
It
much
could be
shit that happens to them.
the book is way better than the movie, and that's for the most part, the book is always way better than the movie. But yeah, I just want to say, I mean, Ender's Game it's a good good book. It's a good story, and it kind of reflects kind of what we have going on. Trusted government. I mean, I'm recruited in this
Well, yeah,
program, and
no, it's
I'm
ridiculous. Like when you look at what year, that's what I was saying is like look at what year that was written. Once again, at how sci-fi kind of predicts the near future pretty well. Like they get pretty damn close. They somehow decades, 30 years, 40 years ahead of time, they're like predicting almost exactly what's going to happen. That's fucked up.
Well, so look, I've been listening to a lot of apocalyptic, series like audiobooks and shit. And these series that I'm going through, it's just like, well, this could happen any day now. But I'm not afraid. But at the same time, I'm just like, yeah, this shit could actually happen. And I was like, the whole internet shuts down. What the fuck would happen then? Be over.
Well, that whole what do they call it? Cyber polygon, like that the World Economic Forum and all them, like when they do their simulations and shit. That's the one they did last year, and they've talked about it a lot in the news since. All that predictive programming is there. They're just letting you know how vulnerable we are to cyber attacks and how Russia is likely to hit you or whatever else. That's I don't know about a full like internet blackout, but expect some kind of huge hack to come. It's coming.
Well, sure, but the enemy that they tell you is the enemy, not the enemy. The enemy is you being susceptible, to be honest, to it. But we're also subject to this entire system. So, you can't necessarily, in the mind control aspect. I mean, if you actually believe that, ooh, it's Russia or somebody. I mean, here's the enemy, and somebody did this. But once, if anything goes down, then it's you just believe whatever you'll believe whatever feed they feed you. Just like people believe bullshit nonsense on the news these days. So I mean, you already know how it goes. I mean, most people here do, but it's like if everything goes to shit, then it's
I mean, if you're waiting for stuff to go to shit, like,
well, they're wanting it. It's just like they're looking for it. It's like
all you gotta do is like take a look around you once, like just look a little closer. Like I think it maybe
it
smell
already
it.
kind of has gone to shit as far as like, but this is a precursor, I guess. I don't know, but anyway, it's kind of weird.
I don't know if you realize, but all the rules are out the window. There is no such thing as rules anymore. I'm pretty sure. Like that's the game that's now being played.
There's no such thing as men and women anymore.
Right. No, if they can say and do and believe they are whatever the fuck they want, and when they try the whole part, fine, they're allowed to do that. But when they want to say like, and you're gonna call me Mr. Buju Gaga, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be like,
Mister,
no, I'm
what do you
not.
mean by Mister? Why isn't it Ms. Bougie Gaga?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not putting up with that shit. I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want, and when they say you're not allowed to say that, I'm gonna be like, no, that's not true, because I identify as a fucking prick, and I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I feel like, no matter if it defends you or not.
Hell yeah, that's where I'm at too. I'm right there with you. Yeah, like that napalm. Don't be scared. Hack the planet. I think he found that on the GIF stuff. It's just like, hey man, don't be scared. There is such thing as a man, and there's such thing as a woman.
Helio, there's no biologists in here, all right? Let's stick to the topic. I'm just playing.
No, but it's serious.
No, I get you.
Hey, I ain't scared to say it. And so we do what we do. Or I'm not speaking for everybody in here. If you guys think that people with a penis aren't men, then you can believe that if you want to. That's all on you.
You can believe whatever you want to believe.
You can.
But the truth is the truth.
What is that cricket sound? Where's that coming from? Is that on your end? That's on you, Napalm.
Yep.
Are you
What's
outside?
that cricket sound? Well, them be crickets.
Yep. Them be crickets in my backyard.
Nice. When I go outside, I hear coyotes when I go outside.
We still had snow in the forecast yesterday or today and tomorrow. Like nothing that sticks, but we're still getting like snow flurries and shit coming through. So no crickets yet. There's no leaves on the trees yet. No buds even.
I pulled a tick off of me last week. So it's already started here. Hate ticks.
Yeah, I don't know about snow. I think it was 90 degrees yesterday.
Fucking
Here.
90? Fuck that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It was 75 here yesterday.
Nice.
Northwestern Arkansas. Nice day, but summers here are fucking brutal.
Oh yeah, I'm from the Midwest, man. Summers in Missouri are worse than Florida summers.
Like right now,
I'm in Arkansas, man. Yeah, it's just like I hate summer here. I really fucking hate it.
Right now here, everything is just soaking wet. Like the frost, the frost for the winter is thawing out, and that water is just bubbling up out of all the lawns and everything, and tons of rain. Also, everything's just, the ground is super soft, and so other than that, though, like we're getting like 40, 50 degrees is what we're supposed to be having. Or we're supposed to be even in the 60s. We've been cold. But like 40s, 50s, this is great working weather. I love being able to be comfortable wearing full long pants and long sleeves, and even like a vest, like lots of pockets and layers, and but not whatever. I don't want to be too cold. I don't want to be too warm either. This is really good temperatures.
Yeah,
But,
I was thinking
so
that
fucking
today,
wet.
Lou. I was working today. I was like, oh man, yeah, I want the temperature to be this. It was like 60
Yeah,
Fahrenheit. I was like, I
yeah,
want it to be this all year long.
yeah.
Because
That's perfect.
yeah,
That's
it's just
perfect.
like, because if you're working hard, then you get a little bit of sweat sometimes if you're working hard. But if you're not working hard, you're still not gonna, you're not gonna get
Look,
cold either.
if you're cold at 60, you need to
Yeah.
start working. Like you just
Yeah,
need to like you've been on break too long if you're cold at 60. If you're
Dude,
cold at
I turned my fan on today. I'm like turning my fan on. It was like, all right, I'm sweating now, and now I'm cool. I'm cool. But at the same time, it was just like when you start sweating, then like even at 60, 65, you get the fan on you. If you start sweating, then you get then it starts to get a little chilly. But it's way better than 95. Because 95 sucks ass.
Well, and I just know, again, being an outdoor worker, like I just know, at least around here, spring. Typically, we go from, we could get a blizzard still, next week, and then all of a sudden, the day later, it might be 85 degrees and humid, and like, and then like you're just sweating your balls off. You never know. You get these huge swings. And we basically have like a few weeks usually of like really nice spring weather, and then all of a sudden we're in just the heat of summer. It just turns on.
You're by
That's it.
Milwaukee, right?
Yeah.
I've been over there. Well,
Yeah, I mean, dude, as soon as you get into like, by the time you get into June, like you can start talking about like some sweaty fucking days, like just like the whole summer, like we can have on a we can have 100 plus days with like high humidity during the summer, and then during the winter we can go down to like -50, and this is like so like we see it all with that, and it's all fucked up.
Yeah, we never get that cold in Arkansas. -50. We get like near zero in the winter, but yeah, the 100-degree days. The humidity is really really heavy here. You guys get really heavy, high humidity?
Yeah. The most of the summer is super high humidity. Like it's just like it's not like those Southwest California fucking days.
No. Everybody
Yeah,
in the Midwest gets high humidity. It's fucking insane. It's just like, please get me out of here. It's so insane, bro. You get like freaking 80% humidity. It's like, and 95 degrees. It's like, all right, get the fuck out.
And the other thing too with the summer, once you get the heat, and once the bugs come out, like you're like, oh shit, here come the mosquitoes. The fucking mosquitoes in Wisconsin. Oh man. Last year we got lucky. Last year somehow the mosquitoes was a easy year with them, but the year before they were nasty. I don't know what we're gonna get this year.
I have more problems with ticks and chiggers than mosquitoes where I'm at.
Yeah, we got a lot of ticks here too. But you really don't have a problem unless you're like, going through the woods or whatever. And you know to check yourself.
I live in the woods, so that's why I have ticks and chigger problem.
Mosquitoes are pretty much year-round residents here in Florida.
Yeah, Florida, the mosquitoes are a pretty big deal.
Is that why you all got them Zika heads?
Yeah, Sure.
I'm just fucking around.
I mean, I don't help my situation here at my house because I have some vegetation that holds water in it, so it basically provides a stagnant standing pool of water for mosquitoes to breed in. Yeah. So I don't help my situation much.
Why don't you just put a net over your standing water and they won't be able to breed in there?
Yeah,
What?
you can't really net these things.
Oh,
They're
okay.
Yeah,
plants.
you would have to that would be a really fine net. It would kind of destroy the whole like pond and vegetation and everything you got going on.
Yeah, well, it's these plants called bromeliads, right? The same family as pineapple.
Okay.
They basically have a cup in the top of it that just holds water. And all of them, pretty much every variant of bromeliad has these fucking thorny spike things all down the leaves of it, so you can't toss nets over them. Won't work.
All right, question. All right,
Yep.
has anybody ever figured out like a really good reason for mosquitoes? Like they got to be important to the environment, right?
You're gonna have to ask God when you meet him.
You know, I mean,
Hey,
like if we did eradicate them, would it kill all the bats, or like would it kill like all?
I was gonna say bats and starlings and swallows pretty much survive on those things. So who knows?
Okay, so then what if they all died? Then what?
Then you've got a leak.
Only flat earthers will get that shit. You gotta. You're gonna have to explain that to the other people that don't.
Well, when you don't really know the answer to something,
just fucking let it ride.
We need the bats to eat the mosquitoes, so
yeah.
You got a leak. That was fucking hilarious, bro.
Well, good, real engineer.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be here all night. Dude, I don't know lately I've been on a roll with some of them. Not all my shit hits, but I was on a Zoom call with like somebody really high up in the company. And
what company?
The company that I work for.
Oh, at work.
And,
at work. Okay.
Yeah. And we were talking about NFTs related to work. And I made the joke. I asked the partner, I was like, do you know what NFT stands for? And he's like, yeah, non-fungible token. I was like, oh, I thought it stood for not fucking tangible. And he fucking lost his shit. If you know what NFTs are.
That's a good. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
He's like, I'm writing that one down. I was like, I'm not taking full credit because I'm not the first who said it, but literally lost his shit. I was like, all right, cool.
The thing is I'd love to make fun of this stuff, but I know that there's so much potential of this stuff. Like it's not really going to be laughable in a little bit of time. There's going to be so much money being made off of these things. It's not going to be a joke anymore.
Yeah, but I look at that whole entire system. I feel like we're at a fork in the road, right? And you're really going to have to make a decision on which path you're going to go down. And to me, it's like, yeah, there's going to be a shit ton of money in it, and there's going to be a lot of people diving into it. But this comes back to the the love of money is the root of all evil. Like, I get the temptation. I understand. But that's not my bag, baby. Yeah, I mean, how else are you going to support the virtual world if you don't already start making virtual things that are profitable, right?
Yeah, it's like they ran out of stuff in the real world to fucking commercialize and monetize and make money off of. They had to start inventing them in a fake parallel world and start over. Create everything again from scratch and sell it to you again.
Yep. 100%. And that's kind of what we were talking about on the call. One of my counterparts here in Tampa was talking. He's like, "Yeah, man, they're going to monetize all that stuff, and they're going to sell it all to everybody in the virtual world, and just keep getting money for stuff that's not even real." I mean, it's already starting in video games, right? Like, you pay for stuff in video games. Just wait till somebody
starting. This shit's been around for like almost 2 decades now. Like with these microtransactions of being able to buy skins on guns and stuff like that. It's been around for quite a long time now.
Right. So think about what other layer gets added to that when you start talking about NFTs and basically intellectual property claims to these skins and getting paid a royalty if you own the NFT and all that kind of shit. Like, it's basically IP and trademark for the digital world. Something that should go away in the real world. But yeah, it's being mapped onto the digital world in the form of NFTs.
You just wait till like, a major celebrity, I don't know, Travis Scott might be a good one to say right now, even though I don't think he will be it. He's already going away, right? But like, let's say somebody comes up with their new sneaker and it's just one person gets to buy it. What's his biggest fan gonna pay for the NFT Travis Scott sneaker?
Probably a lot.
These things are gonna go for more than real life sneakers.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Like way more.
Yeah. I wish I could tell you the depth of why the conversation came up at work, but I unfortunately can't. But
what do they call them? Sneakers when they always squeak? When they wear them, they just squeak on the floor.
They call them sneakers, not squeakers.
It's just call them squeakers because whenever certain, like if you use them on concrete or rubber floors and stuff, they squeak.
So did you call them sneakers or tennis shoes? Where I grew up, we called sneakers tennis shoes.
That's what I call them too. But they're not they would call a tennis shoe something that you wear to play basketball. So I mean, that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like when people call every soda Coke. Similar situation.
That's a southern thing. You're from Florida, so
Yeah, that's a specifically
I'm from
Florida
Missouri.
thing. That's a specifically Florida thing.
Oh, it's a southern thing. I mean, I'm from Arkansas.
No, but I mean, in Florida they do it the worst. I'm pretty sure.
Really, I'm pretty sure. Well, you're from Wisconsin. How the fuck would you know?
Because I've been to Florida. I haven't been to every southern state.
All right. Well,
Lou,
it happened in
you-
Arkansas too. We
Lou,
call
you-
everything Coke. Oh, we used to, when I was a
Yeah.
kid. I think we've progressed to soda now. But
See, so my father is from southern Missouri, actually the exact place that QE lives, and they would call it Coke. Me being from the St. Louis area, we called it soda. So when I'd go to visit family down there, like my cousin would be like, "Hey, do you want a Coke?" I'm like, no, I'll take a Dr. Pepper." And he goes, "Oh, so you do want a Coke?" I'm like, "No, I want a Dr. Pepper." Yeah, it was confusing.
But yeah, the first time I was around a pool in Florida, and went to the the poolside bar or whatever, and I just wanted a Coke. I said, "Yeah, let me get a Coke." She's like,
"What kind?"
"All right, we got what kind?" I'm like, "What do you mean, Coke?" And she's like, "We got Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, Mountain Dew." Like I see, I'm like, I just want Coke, and she's like, "What kind?" And we started going in circles, and I'm like,
yeah,
Lou, you
I ain't
can't
gonna
talk
lie. I ain't gonna lie. When I was
you probably call it
young,
pop.
it was like that. In Arkansas too. But we're past that now. Everybody knows that we just call it soda now. Soda. Which type of soda would you like? Good day.
You call it pop, Lou?
No, it's soda. It's soda.
Oh, wait a minute. See, you didn't call it pop when you were a kid?
No, Wisconsin, it's soda.
Well, when I was a kid, I grew up in Ohio. I was born in Ohio. I moved to Arkansas when I was 10 years old. It was pop in Ohio.
Yeah, it's pop in Indiana too.
It's pop in Minnesota too. For Wisconsin soda, though.
All right, cool.
Down here in Texas, we just call everything Coke.
Ah, you still call it Coke?
What kind of Coke do you want?
Right? Yeah, that's it.
What kind of Coke do you want? I want the whitest, most pure Coke that you can get me. Just kidding.
Actually, I just realized what was funny. When I said it's pop in Minnesota, you would think Minnesota would have soda, right? Like
there
they
you
should.
go.
They should, but they don't.
They got pop in Minnesota.
I like it when the old timers say
They
Sody
got Coke in Texas. No surprise there.
Sody Pop.
Pop in Minnesota.
If you've ever worked at a Sonic, you hear the old timers say, "I got a coupon for some Sody Pop."
A coupon?
Minnesotans say a coupon. Is that what they say, Hank? I don't know how many Minnesotans you get there.
How am I supposed to know what Minnesotans say?
Well,
Oh,
you
the
just
fucking
said that.
He said
No, I
Texas,
said Texans.
I know. Well, you said when Minnesotans come to Texas, they say, "Got a coupon." Isn't that what you just said?
Did you hear me say the words old timers?
Oh,
if you ever worked at Sonic,
timers.
you hear the old timers come in. "I got a coupon for some Sody Pop." You ever heard that?
My bad. So that old time Texans, they got a
Shit,
coupon.
we're in
all
a
these
pickle now. Now we're in a pickle.
Old time Texans come to Sonic and say, "I got a coupon for some Sody Pop."
That's right.
All right.
Come on, Julio. Keep on keeping up, man. No, it's funny the way people talk about different shit in different places.
It is.
All right, here's the one that I know Wisconsin has got to be the only one. The water fountain that you all go to drink at, like a drinking fountain, water fountain, whatever. We call it a bubbler. Nobody else does that.
A bubbler?
Yeah, it's a bubbler.
Sometimes you have to have a friend help light the bubbler, right?
No. We have those bubblers too. But but yeah. But yeah, just like the one that might be in the school hallway. Yeah, that's a bubbler. You go get a drink from it.
Wait.
Yeah.
So all through elementary school, high school, everything.
Yeah, it's always been
The
a
water
bubbler.
fountain was a bubbler, not a
All
water
throughout life,
fountain.
it's always been a bubbler.
But everybody in Wisconsin calls it a bubbler and not a water fountain.
Pretty much.
Wow. That's interesting. Bubbler. So, like people in the South, a bubbler is a water bong, pretty much.
But we have, like I said, we have these too. Yeah, I know.
In Texas, you got to say tobacco pipe or you get kicked out of the store, bro.
So here's one. What do you call the thing that you put your groceries in at the store and you push to your car?
It's a grocery cart.
Buggy.
Yeah, I knew somebody would say buggy.
Shopping cart.
In case if you ever need to bug out, grab a buggy, bro. You ain't gonna be able to carry all
Yeah,
your ammo.
shopping cart, grocery cart, whatever, either one. Buggy though, huh?
Yeah, Indiana says buggy too.
I would accept buggy, or I might call it a buggy sometimes, but yeah. No, I never call it a buggy. No, I just say shopping cart.
Yeah, I had a friend that I worked with down here that was from Indiana. And we went to the store one time. He's like, should I grab a buggy? And I looked at him. I was like, what? It's like, should I grab a buggy? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I mean, if you were to say that to me, I would know what you meant. And I'd be like, all right, I've never heard nobody call it a buggy before. That dude's fresh. Like.
I would know what you're talking about, but I would never call it a buggy.
But if you said it with like a British accent or something, I'd be all weirded out.
Dude, imagine what the British call, one of those things. Telling
a shopping cart.
Yeah, well, I mean, depending on which part of Britain you're from, you can call it anything. I mean,
yeah,
they have all kinds of weird sayings, man.
Yeah.
Britain doesn't exist. It's the UK, mate. I'm just taking the piss out of you. Here, you can have your piss extractor back for you.
No, I'm serious though. No, I know what you mean. But yeah, man, there are different parts of Britain. They have all kinds of different sayings for all kinds of stuff. I know that because we talk to them all the time. And
yeah,
they probably think weird stuff about us too. It's just like Hank's from Texas, I'm from Arkansas, Napalm's from Florida, freaking Glat Flow, where the fuck? I think he's in California, there's people from all over the place. We all talk different. Lunatics from Wisconsin will have little idiosyncrasies, the way that we use, the English language, which they came from the English.
Yeah, but typically if you're from like the I don't know, Midwest, like the not where you don't have too much of a southern draw or an eastern kind of their thing or whatever, like that kind of like heartland of the United States sound. That's sort of what like all the actors and everything. That's what they train for when they do voice act or they take voice lessons and on their dialects and stuff like that.
You can actually make money from people from Hollywood that are trying to act like they're from where you're from.
Yeah, well, the thing is like usually like say you have a lot of like English actors and they're doing an American role. When they take voice lessons to do an American movie or something like that, they try not to do any of the really pungent accents that are out there. And in the Midwest, it's pretty tame. Like they tend to train to like a Midwest kind of an accent.
Yeah, I think where
Sure,
I'm
it's
from,
just like I mean, you can
I
tell
think where I'm from in
Go
St.
ahead.
Louis. I was just going to say, I think where I'm from originally in St. Louis, there's what I would say little to no accent.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of pockets in the Midwest where you have little to no accent, where you can't really pinpoint Southern, Northern, Northeastern, right? Like,
yeah, and I mean, there's no such thing as no accent. I mean, if that's your thing, then that's your
Right.
accent, But yeah,
It's neutral,
that's
right?
kind of like the most accepted norm for like this is what American sounds like.
I got a question. Where the fuck is the Midwest? Because everybody I know is from the fucking Midwest. It's like just like everything in between, like Oklahoma and Chicago. Where is the Midwest?
Missouri,
Midwest.
Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin,
Yeah.
Michigan.
Minnesota's Midwest also.
Minnesota, Iowa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about the extent of it, and
Yep.
I wouldn't consider myself a Midwesterner, being from Little Rock. So
Nope, you're from the South.
Yeah, I'm from the South. I'm a Southerner, but at the same time, I fucking own that shit.
But see, you get up in the northern Midwest states, like the Wisconsins, Minnesotas, and the
I'm
Michigans.
really close. I'm really close to the Midwest.
You get those accents that sound somewhat Canadian. Wisconsin, you have that.
The closer you get to the border.
You have the
Wisconsin, you got the
exaggerated.
Polish. You got people that sound like Lou. Yeah, you got people that sound like
fuck
Lou.
off.
Basically.
I'm nowhere near as bad as it gets, man. I am nowhere near as bad as it gets. You should hear the freaking northern of this place, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, in Chicago too. You got Polish influence.
There's people where I hear them and it takes me a second before I understand them. I'm like, oh, you're hitting me with that right now. I'm like, okay. I have to adjust,
Well, it's not. I can't even do that shit. I don't even know how to fake. Holy shit! They have some weird shit. You know who? William H. Macy. You know who he is? Macy, the actor.
I shovel well.
Played in Fargo.
I shovel very well.
Holy fucking shit, Macy, man. William H. Macy. He did the best. North Dakota, freaking Minnesota accent, like.
Yeah. When you get up like the upper Michigan, like the upper peninsula of Michigan or the North Dakota accent, like part of the Fargo movies, like or movie or the show or whatever, like the oh yeah, don't you know? Oh yeah, you like
Do they really talk like that?
Yeah, they really do.
Oh,
they
yeah.
really do.
Yeah. I love that.
Oh yeah, don't you know? I've met a few of them.
I mean, it's just like people ask me, do people talk like that in Arkansas? I was like, yeah, they do.
I don't think that word is spelled the way that you guys think it's spelled.
Dude, Hank already knows. Do people in Texas actually really talk like that?
Dude,
Yeah,
you know what's
they
really fucked
do.
up? If somebody came in from Fargo, North Dakota right now and started talking to us, you guys would all call them trolls and throw them out in like less than
we would
3
laugh
minutes.
for over an hour. I think we
You
would
guys
just laugh for over an hour right now. It's like, you're really from fucking Fargo? Holy shit, this is fucking crazy. No, yeah, brother, I'm really from Fargo. But he'd be like, yeah. I don't even know how to fucking do the accent. Holy shit. But yeah, dude, you're right, dude. If somebody came in here from Fargo,
Well, what
actually,
I'm pointing, yeah, I'm pointing out, like I don't think I've ever heard anybody with that like North Dakota that really thick accent that you're talking about. I've heard the accent in real life. I've never heard it in here, which is kind of weird. Come to think of
we
it.
do have a member here from North Dakota. You know who it is?
Well, no, I know we
He's
do, but
not
I've never
from
heard
North
the
Dakota, but he lives
accent that
there.
I'm
Yeah.
looking for. I've never heard the accent that I'm looking for.
Yeah,
That's the
I
problem.
know.
Maybe
Well, we
maybe
need to
there's
get on.
maybe
We need
there's
to get
so
on him to get some
maybe
more
they're just
people from North
so rural,
Dakota.
so woodland that they don't have internet and shit. They haven't figured out, like, they haven't found Discord yet. Don't you know?
Yeah, fraud. Get your ass to recruit some more people from your North Dakota people. Get them in here so we can hear the North Dakota accent.
Yeah, get the funny sounding ones. Fraud.
Come on, fraud. Come on. You can't be the only North Dakotan flat earther.
North Dakotan? Is that a real thing?
Well, it must be.
Is that serious? Yeah,
It
because
must
Helio
be
said it.
because I just fucking said it.
North Dakotan?
What do they call people from North Dakota?
I don't know. I was asking.
Well, I'm
No,
just
that
saying.
sounds right. That's probably right. That's probably right. North Dakota.
All right, fraud.
North Dakota's a mythical land as far
Shout
as I'm
out to
concerned.
fraud. Get some of your North Dakotan flat earthers to come in here and plague us with their North Dakotan accents. Not plague.
Yeah, what do you think
We
people from
just want to
Wisconsin are
have
called?
we want to have a talk with him because he's the only person from North Dakota that we have in here. So plague, I mean fraud. I just
Helio, what do you think people from
probably
Wisconsin are
listening.
called? You got, I think you got North Dakotans, right? What are people from Wisconsin called?
I don't know. This has something to do with cheese. I don't know.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with cheese. Why would it have?
Pasteurized.
Come on. Think about it, Helio.
Was I'm at a loss.
Helio. It's South Dakotans, bro.
Oh, did you say South? I thought you said Wisconsin.
Yeah, no, yeah, where I live, like, you know how somebody from North Dakota, fraud, you said he's a North Dakotanite, right? Or something like that. Or no, North Dakotan. North Dakotan.
What do they call Wisconsinites?
Well, that now you got it. I just gave you the answer because I fucking blew it. You said North Dakota.
So you're Wisconsinite.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
All right,
Yeah,
cool. So, what do you call people from Arkansas?
an Arkansanian.
Oh, that's not. It's an Arkansas.
Tell you what we call them around here. We call them.
I'll give it to you. It's an Arkansan. What do you call people from Texas?
Texonian.
No, Spears and Queers, guys. Come on. Spears and Queers. You know the joke. Come on, guys. Counting on you. Fucking counting on you guys. Don't leave me down.
No, but
Don't let me down.
seriously, fraud has to fucking come to lines with this. He's gonna have to show us one other at least one flat earther from North Dakota.
So I could drive to their house right now. The Texans. I know
Fraud.
they're out there.
This
I
is
know.
shout out to Fraud. Bring us one North Dakotan.
Please, Fraud.
One North Dakotian that is a flat earther. And we're gonna wait for that on it. So we have an Arkansan that's a flat earther. We have a Texan that's a flat earther. We have a Wisconsinian.
It's a Wisconsinite.
No, Wisconsinite. You had it right.
Well, I'm both a Floridian and a
Do you
Missourian.
wait? Let me ask you this: do you want to be an ite? That sounds like
Dude,
a
I don't
fight.
get to choose. I don't get to choose. That's what it fucking is.
People from Phoenix are Phoenician.
I'm a San Louisian, by the way. FYI.
I don't know about that. Sounds like you got a messed up medulla. I'm like, say it again.
I'm totally so comfortable with being Arkansan. Holy fucking shit.
San Louisian.
Arkansan is just like, I'm not actually an Arkansan, but I just happened to grow up here. Holy fucking shit. All right, so but at the same time, you know, it's really cool to respect the area you grew up in. I don't know. I mean, it depends on who your mama is and what she thought and what she told you. I don't know.
Does anybody know who the mama is? You believe this woman's your mama?
You are not the father.
You and not the mama.
Not the mama.
You remember
Not the
that,
mama. Not the mama.
that dinosaur show? Not the mama. Not the mama. You remember that show, dinosaur show? Not the mama. Okay, maybe you guys don't remember that show. Not the mama. And it was just
Helio, I said at the same time as you, bro. Did you not detect that I was aware of the dinosaur show? How'd you not know?
I know. All right, so we're on the same, but it's kind of a slide.
Even
It's
as
like
a kid, I tried
it's
so
like
hard to
two,
love
three,
that show,
it's
and it
like
sucked.
2-3 slides. It's 2-3 slides. Like boom, boom, boom. Not the mama. Not the mama. Not the mama. Bang. Everybody on that Not the Mama show didn't have a mama, but that's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not their fault.
Since we're not talking about the flat Earth, I have a question. Could we talk about like know the you know the flat Earth Sun Moon app? Could we talk about that? Because it's like not open source and stuff.
You want to talk about?
Wait.
You want
Hold
us
on.
to talk about David Weiss's app? It's not our app. We didn't create it. You should talk to
No,
Dan
I
Weiss.
know.
Hold the phone. I do know something about it. What do you want to say about it? You have a question about it. What do you want?
Just like to have an informative discussion. I already know I'm not going to use it because it firstly not open source and secondly it's only for Android and I have to emulate it for it to work on my PC because
That's
I don't have
not
a
true. Hold on before you start. It actually is, and Android has the app as well. I mean, why would you lie about that right up front? Android has the
That's
same
what he
app.
said. It's an Android app.
That's not what I said at all. I said it is
Well,
only it is
that's
for
not what
Android.
you said.
It is what I said.
Hold
It's
on,
for
didn't he
Android.
just say that he would have to emulate the Android app on his computer? Isn't that what he said?
Yes, that was what I said. Yes, and I'm not going to do that. And also, it like uses Google services to like track your location. You can opt out.
Holy fucking! Dude, you need to break it down really quick. Since you really
You need to freaking chill out real quick.
I'll chill out. But this guy,
How do you do holy fucking? If holy means separate, and fucking is someone you unite with.
this dude is
Sound like
really
something you say?
tripping because he's
But why
making
is
shit
the
up
source code
about
hidden? Why
David's
is the source
app,
code hidden?
but
Why does he hide the source code? And also, why doesn't he publish it
I
for
don't even know I don't even know, Dave. But I'm saying if you bought the app
No.
or if you know anything about it,
Helio,
do you
really,
know
you should probably
something
just.
about
My God, man.
This is
First off,
funny.
you're not understanding his question. You just want to get in there and start talking about something that you opened up with saying that you don't know the guy, even though it's like you're
I
there to defend him.
promise
So
in
don't
about
defend him.
15 seconds, everybody's going to figure out what I'm saying. But anyway, you guys.
Okay, because I'm sure it's very profound, Helio. I'm waiting for it. I'll shut up. My fault.
Continue with your profundity.
So the app is for iOS and Android. I have iOS and I have it installed. And how many apps do you have the source code of in the App Store? How many apps do you have the source codes of?
Well, you should
Right.
if you have an Android phone, you shouldn't be using the App Store. You should be using stuff like
That's not what I asked. How
Android.
many apps do you have the source code for?
Okay, I don't know.
You use
Probably not a
different.
lot. And
Right. So
you shouldn't be using App Store.
So you use apps where you don't have the App Store, the source code for, but you find it a problem that.
Boom, bomb diggity. This
I don't
nigga
have a
don't
phone. I
know
don't have a
shit.
phone. I don't have a phone. I only use a PC and I use Linux on it.
Okay.
Only open source
So
software.
how many games do you play? How many applications do you run where
There's
you don't
no
have?
thread here. Nobody worry about it. Fuck this asshole.
I wanna hear what is he exactly trying to explain? He's talking about some app or code, whatever that is. What are you exactly trying to? What is your point?
The app from Dave
Well, I'm talking about. He's hiding the source code. He doesn't publish it.
Listen. So I want to ask you, how many games do you play or apps do you run on your PC where you don't have the source code from?
Let's
Not
say
very
no.
many.
Let's say no.
So I run Discord on my browser, so that's not an application that I use. The only thing that is proprietary on my system is firmware drivers, which is there are some of them that I use. I can use open source variants, but
So you're using like trying to backwards, like you're trying to use it backwards, and instead of actually implying anything that you want to talk to us about. All right, you know what? I don't want to fuck with this, but you guys, it's like he came in here implying that something about David's fucking
He's implying that somehow he's stealing data.
He's scared. He's scared, isn't he, Roger? He's scared.
Me? Am I scared?
Yeah, you're scared as fuck.
I don't want him tracking flat earthers.
All
and
right,
stuff.
cool.
That's
All
kind
right,
of
cool.
dangerous.
So you want to talk to us about flat Earth? You want to talk about it?
Yes, that's what I kind of was doing because you weren't talking about.
Okay, but you came in talking about David's flat Earth software, which has nothing to do with us at all. So let's talk about
but
flat
it's
Earth.
flat Earth.
Yeah, this is us talking about Earth itself. No, Earth.
Not an app.
Earth.
It's more relevant though.
It's not an app. No. Earth is not an app. This is where we live. There's no Earth.
Yes, it is.
There is an Earth, but this globe. I know I'm being silly. This dude's being an asshole. So yes. So where's this globe that you might think exists or not exist?
I
Tell us,
don't think he
is it German?
believes it's the globe.
Is it German or is it flat earther?
Yeah. So you know what you do if you have concerns about your data being stolen from an app. You don't.
I know, but
don't download
I'm talking to other
it.
people who
I don't use
don't know about this. That it's not open source, and that's a problem. It's
Well,
like
I would hope that people that are on this topic
Quite familiar
would
with what
would
Dave
have
has going on with his app,
Helio,
and
bro.
that it's not open
Helio.
source that way.
Those shoes are made for walking all over napalm? Is that what the fuck's going on?
Appreciate it, Hank. No, what I was saying was, if people are into this topic, and typically they're into researching many things, and if they have concerns about data being stolen, they probably wouldn't download the app. And if they have downloaded the app, they would probably also understand that most applications are mining your data. I think people are probably aware of that.
yeah, if you
I
don't
think it goes
research
without
about
saying.
anything about that, you probably
Well, then ideally get an open source operating system. That would be ideally the best thing to do, basically.
Yes,
Instead of just an app.
Yeah, that's my that's
the
how I
ideal choice.
Yeah.
If you actually don't want to be tracked or whatever, because you can manipulate the system however you want and check what is going on there. Essentially, have a full understanding of it. And you
I'm
can
only using
manipulate it however you
BSD and
want.
Linux.
Yeah.
I'm only using BSD and Linux, so I'm completely
Yeah, I thought of it. Yeah.
You think you're clean. Even if you use all sorts of stuff, right, they can still piece back
It's made
together.
by others, yeah. It is made by
You got
others,
a
so you never
VPN.
really know. That's true.
The best thing you can do is like avoid it. That's
Go
would
out,
be
go
even
outside.
better.
Just go outside.
You know what the best thing you can do is act like a dickhead on the internet and pretend that the earth cannot be what it obviously is, and just go off and fuck off somewhere.
Well, the best thing you can do is be a
I know
globber
it's
on the
flat.
internet and fuck off somewhere.
What are you talking about? I'm a flat earther.
I bet you
Don't
are.
look at them.
I bet you are.
Yeah.
Well, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, bro. I don't think he was talking about you. I think he was just talking.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I was
Is this Helio talking?
Yeah,
Is
it
it
was
the alcohol
me. I
talking?
was just like, if it makes
Are you
sense.
sure? Are you sure it's you, Helio?
It's me. If it makes sense, then it makes
Here's
sense.
podcast.
Then, if it makes sense, at the end of the day, just let it make sense to you and to everyone else. I mean, to be honest, all of us at the end of the day, some of this shit doesn't make sense.
What if it
but
doesn't make more than 50 cents? Do you get a refund?
50, all right. 50 cents, that's a probability, right? So it's half. That's half.
Half truth.
No, it's
That's
three
half
quarters. It's 3/4, right? Because remember back in the day, we could get a 40 for like $1.50. Remember that? So it's like three. It's a third.
It's quarter truth now.
How
It's not
the
half.
fuck are we supposed to mess with these fucking idiots on the internet? I mean, fucking A.
What the fuck is going on? 50, 40 cents.
Helio.
What the fuck does this have to do with flat Earth? What is this shit?
No, it really doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth directly, as far as the argument.
I kind of get it.
These idiots that just want to feel like they can come on
The internet and fuck with the drunk guy. Sorry. I get so excited.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry. I like having fun. I'm sorry if I had too much fun.
There's nothing wrong with having fun.
Come back, Helio. I wasn't done with you, bro. Helio, come back.
When was the last time some YouTube channel came and raided this server?
Oh, a mod got him. Damn it. I'm not
Well,
gonna
I
go
remember
against
watching.
mods.
I remember watching a video of some guy from UK or something. It was two guys that raided this server. I think they were doing flat Earth trolling. Yeah. I watched it just
a
recently.
whole two.
Yeah, me too. I just watched it like an hour ago
Yeah,
again.
literally a few hours ago. It had like 5 million views. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, but I'm not
Who
sure
was
if
it?
they're paid or just.
Post the
No,
link.
that's
Who
trolling.
was
They
it?
were just trolling.
Yeah, I understand. Who was it?
Yeah, obviously. Memulous.
Memulous.
Memilous, I think. Or remove the O. Memulous. Meme.
It's
but
an
it's
O
connected.
too, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't watch that guy. I was just watching. Just curiosity, really. Didn't find it really funny or anything. Just didn't have just more like a neutral feeling towards what I was watching.
Yeah, entertaining.
Say so. Yeah, I remember. I just as soon as I saw the shot, I seen some people that I actually know from this server, and I recognized that it was this server specifically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Said 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you post
Yeah,
at
I
certain
recognize it
moments.
by the purple colors of the admins, the green, and also the gold, and some members too.
Yeah.
I don't see the video on his YouTube channel. Is it on the
Just go ahead
YouTube?
and I will find it for you. Actually, wait. Let's see.
Yeah, it happens here often. People come in, record.
Yeah, the video is 3 years old.
Have somebody like gotten
Yes.
Have somebody like gotten wrecked the other way? You know, like we have, like you have, proven them wrong and stuff, and they kind of like failed the video and stuff.
I just looked this up. It's the third video, I think. It's Memulous trolling flat Earth or something like that.
Would be very cool if they could stream it to that channel. Then you could maybe catch them live. You know.
Up to them. Oh, is this a German guy speaking, by the way? The guy that seemed like he was a troll.
Me?
Oh yes, you.
No, I'm not German. I'm not a troll.
Are you French?
I'm from Norway.
Ah, Norway. I see.
Oh, no shit.
Oh, no way, dude.
No way. No way, dude.
But yeah, I'm not trolling.
Well, I
just have strong
really
opinions on free software and stuff, and being open about what software you're publishing. I'm not morally against people publishing software without the source code, but like it either shows that you're lazy or that you like are trying to hide something from people when
Look,
you are not showing.
I'll tell you this, man. I'm not here to defend his app, but he seems like a pretty cool dude from his videos and shit. I did buy his app and I had it, and the moment he added the friend finder function, which is why it wants to know your location and stuff, the moment he added that, I deleted it. Okay, like he's selling this to a crowd of conspiracy theorists who don't like apps with unnecessary permissions and shit like that. I thought that was a little bit weird myself.
Yeah,
So
why
like
doesn't he
you
like
know,
even publish it to PC or just Windows or whatever? Like that would be way more seem a lot more like trustworthy in my opinion, because the PC is a lot more controllable.
You know what I think you should do is you should maybe just drop him an email, David Weiss, and let him know your thoughts on the situation.
I probably think he won't listen.
I'm sure he
I
probably responds to emails.
yeah, you would find. I think you would find that he's like a very
Okay, so I
open
actually
dude,
have.
and yeah, like exactly. I think you'll find him straightforward, honest, and open, and that's what I'm pretty sure. You know. So
Okay, so to
like he's
respond to
hiding
your
Hey,
point,
hey,
Michael.
hold on. How pretty sure are you about this, Lou?
Well, he sure presents himself that way.
Okay,
That's all I'm
well,
saying.
why are you talking about his app when you haven't? Nobody's actually. I mean, some people have talked about his app before. I mean, this guy,
No,
whatever. Why did you fucking? I'm pretty sure it was
So
you, the server, muted me in here tonight.
I'm gonna do it again.
All right, well, I can
So-
unmute myself again. It's not going to help you.
So David Weiss did come in here and he talked with the group for a while, and he links our server in his app. I am exactly the same as Lou. As soon as he started the friend finder thing, I immediately deleted the app as well. But he does promote our server in his app as
Yeah,
well.
he does also promote Eric Dubé, but he still talks shit about him and saying like
Yep.
this
I
his ego and stuff.
I talk shit about Eric Dubé myself. You know, I
I-
don't like his arguments either. You know,
And here's the thing: Eric Dubé
No, but
has put out information that has, not to sound new agey about it, but has resonated with people and encouraged people to look further into the subject. So it is what it is.
No, I don't know what you mean. Can you just say the words,
all right,
please?
check this out. Check this out. Most of the flat earthers that are out here doing what we do, especially a lot of the members here in this server, we don't always agree with each other. We do have different arguments. We don't always agree with each
Yes.
other. And
It's about the flat Earth.
no, it's not.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the price
the
correction?
flat Earth. Listen, it's not. Oh, it's about the flat Earth. You sound dumb. You say, "Oh, it's about the flat Earth." That sounds really dumb.
Helio,
Right,
bro.
because
Take it
there's
easy.
a
it's literally
bigger,
called
there's a
the Flat
bigger
Earth
conversation going
But-
on. All right, I'll shut up. You guys fucking
Just relax. Relax.
No,
man.
Elio,
You don't-
what were you trying to
you don't
say? What
sound
about the
dumb.
flat Earth? What about the server? I wanted to hear
No,
what.
he said, "Oh, it's about the flat Earth." What the fuck is that?
The random? You mean that was
I just
random?
answered it.
And pointless to say?
Yeah, the flat Earth discussion is much larger than you might think if you're fucking totally ignorant about flat Earth. Go for it. Everybody else talk. Please.
Yeah, understandable, yeah.
So earlier I was saying about Eric Dubé, yeah, he might have Eric Dubé linked on his app. He has us linked on his app. He probably has a lot of information, and he might not agree with everything that all of those people say. Most of us don't agree with everything that all of us put forth, right? We have disagreements with one another. But what I was trying to say is everybody takes in this information differently, especially when they're first hearing the information, and everybody's receptive to different types of ways that the information can be provided to them or spoken to them, right? Like David Weiss is pretty good for the average person off the street who's maybe heard of the subject but hasn't really heard much of anything about it. David Weiss might be able to captivate that person and at least get them to thinking along certain lines. Same with Eric DeBay, same with maybe somebody like QE, maybe Nathan Oakley appeals to people. We don't all agree, right? Not all of us. And we all have different approaches. Everybody has different approaches. But the one thing we do agree on is that the Earth is not a globe.
And some of us disagree with everything that's on David Weiss's app.
But then you're global if you disagree with everything.
Yeah, that would be Matthew. He's a glober. And you know what?
And you know what? That's okay.
Yeah,
sorry,
we keep Matthew around. We like having Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew is demonstrated the fruits of the Spirit more than once. You know, humble guy, temperamentalness.
Hey, let me ask you something. On that point, Matthew, what do you agree with about us creationists, as opposed to all of your atheist globe denier or your globy people? So where does the globe? Where's the globe involved with the accidental theory? That's what I call it. That's what I call it, Matt. That's what I call it. Is what I've come up with after I've been through this for many years. I call it the accidental theory.
Yeah, that's
Where
a great
does
way to put it, because
accidental theory come from, Matthew?
yeah, so basically the thing that we agree on is that the universe is evidently designed by an intelligent creator. So intelligent design would be the generic way of putting that. And I think it's really clear that there's evidence of intelligent design all over the place.
All right, cool. Such as?
Such as the fact that life contains information, and information comes from intelligence. It doesn't just get manufactured. DNA, if you have a DNA mutation in one of the DNA letters, it like almost always is for the worse. The probability that DNA would encode for an actual useful protein is very, very low. So it had to come from an intelligence. So stuff like that. And also the
fact that God made a spinning water ball in a vacuum, Matthew. Like, that's design right there. Like, how do you think he broke his own laws of the universe in order to do that? That's a tough one, right?
So in places like that where we disagree, the places we disagree about are the specifics of what that might look like about the Earth and those things. But the bigger picture is that design is evident. Even if some people say, oh, well, God made life and he did it quickly in X number of years. And other people say, no, he did it slowly over a much longer time.
Wait, what is X? What is X, and how could it have been?
X means question mark in algebra.
Yeah. Sorry, I just meant people disagree about the specifics. I admit that, but we do agree on the bigger picture.
Well, it took you academia people a while to catch up, Matthew. Honestly, I'm surprised that it took you guys so long, because in the early 20th century, academia was saying that the universe was eternal, and the Bible says that it had a beginning. And then Hubble came along and said, you know what? Maybe them Bible fellers were correct, right? Because it looks like there was a Big Bang, right? A beginning, if you will, a red shift, a blue shift, right? So the Doppler effect, finally, they caught on and said, you know what? The universe had a beginning, just like the Bible says. So I'm really proud of you guys for catching up. You're a little behind, only about 3,000
Well,
years.
so yeah, if theology marries science today, then tomorrow theology will be a widow, right? That science moves, and so you shouldn't put those things together. I mean,
hold on. So, starting with my accident theory that you agree with me with, we're both on the same page. I mean, without going into the details, right? The accident of the spontaneous creation of matter. Say this is some of the things that you're avoiding, Matthew, and this is what's frustrating about what we talk about.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to avoid on purpose. You were asking
You're not
where do we
avoiding it
agree?
on purpose. Are you avoiding it on accident?
No, I'm talking about where we have agreements. I thought that's what you asked.
Okay, well then, yeah, you're a creation guy, right?
Right, that's where
So
we agree.
we're on the same page. So where did this start? Did it come from God?
Yes, God made it.
Okay, God did it. Okay, from the beginning. Now, time. Go ahead, Hank.
You want to discuss time?
I wasn't trying to say anything, bro. I was trying to let you drive.
No, I
Oh, well, you
just,
mentioned
this
time.
is so weird that he would just like, I believe in God, but I believe in time, space, and
He can believe
you know,
whatever he
time,
wants to. He's a
space,
grown
time.
ass man.
He is a grown ass man, isn't he?
He can believe whatever he wants to.
Well, you can believe, but you have to experience what it's like to be out in outer space to actually know that it's actually there. That's the thing. You only believe in what you have been told to believe in. Essentially, you're told what to
Hey,
think.
Matthew, you're a grown man. Tell us your story about this space-time creation. Tell us how God created space-time. Tell us about this.
But before you do, you numpty dipshit, why don't you tell us about the science? Right? What science with the Big Bang? Tell me all about that. TenderClan.
Well, science is wrong about the Big Bang. They say that it happened just through natural causes, and I think that's false. I think God caused the beginning of the universe.
So is there any physical evidence? Is there any physical evidence for this ever happening?
The fine tuning of the electrical charge of the electron versus the nuclear strong force and weak force. If they weren't exactly right, it would not even be possible to have atoms and you have matter. So that didn't happen by accident because it's so finely tuned. That's evidence that God did it.
That's really a study of something that actually already exists from the creator.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We know that there was a creator because electrons are exactly the right amount of charge.
But it has nothing to do with space-time or
I thought it was a force. Aren't you like the Jedi? Don't you believe in the force? You don't believe in charges, Matthew. Come on, bro. Electric universe? You know that's been debunked like 5 or 6 times, bro.
Electrons have a charge. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, but is that the strong or the weak force that this charge is? You know, because the charge, you know, you're either in court or you're talking about electric universe stuff.
Electromagnetic charge of an electron is what I'm talking about. And if it were slightly too small or too big, then atoms wouldn't work.
What does that have to do with anything with the history of man?
That things are too perfect to be just happening randomly. They have
That's
to be
right.
created
Yeah,
because
that's
it's too
because
perfect.
we were talking about the beginning of the universe and did God create it? And I'm like, here's evidence.
So this isn't really the point where you want to disagree with him, Julio. I was just asking, questions. It's a cool story, though. I think it's theoretical what you're saying.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this is all theoretical. We're talking about philosophy of like the beginning of the universe, and none of us were there, so we don't know.
So you as a man have lived for however many years
51.
you lived, and I've lived for as many years as I have lived. What does that have to do with that?
Essentially, what happened beforehand. Why do you care so much about what happened before? Something to do with time. Is that what you're talking about? The creation.
I don't know.
Because you haven't experienced
I lived through a lot of shit here on Earth. I promise you, there's been some craziness, but it has nothing to do with space time. Everything that I've been through has nothing to do with space time.
Hey, remember that time you broke your leg and you had to get a surgery?
Yeah, I remember that shit.
You were at the wrong space at the wrong time, homie.
Yeah, it was fucked up.
But no, Matthew. So when God's designing stuff, do you think that He designs the light bigger than the house He needs to light it, and then to compensate for His mistake, He puts it, I don't know, 93 million miles way the fuck over there?
So you're asking specific things about how God designed our specific reality. And we agree that God designed it, but we probably disagree about the exact nature of his design. And that's okay.
Well, if you really want to understand the exact creation, essentially nature of his design, you would have to be God himself to actually understand yourself. That's the thing.
Oh, no, he gives us
Your question is questioning you as
minds.
if you are God. I don't think that he will be able to answer, really. You can only assume because he is not God.
Yeah, but God gives us the minds to look at his creation. He makes it available to us to understand certain things about the creation.
Well, yes. So you are free to think. You have the choice to think and actually observe things around you to try to experience them to know that it's true, essentially.
Yeah.
Through experience. That's what life is about. Through experience, you learn, essentially.
Yeah, God gave us the creativity and smarts and intelligence to understand electromagnetism and material science well enough that after those fields matured, now we have iPhones, where we didn't 1,000 years ago. And that's because of God's gift to mankind of intelligence and reason.
So God gave us iPhones. Come on.
iPhones.
That's bullshit, bro.
No, God,
Come on.
God, nature gave us matter because matter is everywhere essentially, and we can utilize it however we want. It depends on how we utilize it, whether it's for good purpose or bad purpose. And when I say bad, it depends whether it harms you, your own well-being, or not. Basically, because if you think about it, all matter is natural, just there by nature, by God's creation. But it depends on how you use it, basically. And if you try to mess with nature, nature will backfire at you. It's that simple. It depends on how you use it. Yes, we will make mistakes sometimes. Even other animals make mistakes too. Yes, we do have the choice. But through mistakes, you learn through experience, basically. So you have to figure out the right thing for you to not mess up your well-being, basically. Because we utilize nature's matter, nature's creation, we utilize it around us, essentially just like a sandbox, like how a kid would just find rocks and just play with them, but sometimes he will hurt himself, and then he will understand that he doesn't have to touch this object because it will hurt him. And through mistakes, we learn, through experience, basically. That's why a lot of technology backfires us, and we try to essentially get around it and try to find better alternatives.
Only way you will ever find this, and you guys can freaking shut me off from anywhere.
No, go ahead, man.
Only way you will ever find the source is through this discussion. If you argue and say, well, God is this and God is that, and all of this, even if you're an atheist, that's your God. You will only find this from the source of what you've already discovered. It comes back.
Dude, it's your perception. The source is your perception, what you perceive. That is your God, your nature.
So it's going to come back to you. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that you are God. I'm just saying that you have some type of weird perception of God. And that's what I've discovered just from listening to a few discussions tonight. It's like, bro, this is not too hard. It's just like, hey, well, even if I'm wrong, at least, I mean, you should make a better argument for yourself. You know what I mean? To come back.
Oh, you mean what I believe in? You mean what I believe in?
I don't give a fuck what you believe. To be honest.
No, because I explained something. You said you are making some weird, like something weird to you. What are you implying? I don't understand. I mean, what are you exactly talking about?
I'm quite familiar with all of the religious arguments. It's not a big deal.
No, I'm not religious. I don't follow any religion.
Okay, me either.
I'm just saying that your perception is.
But what I'm saying is, I am familiar with all of wide spectrum of the religious arguments. It's just like from listening to other people here, my bad. You guys, I'm just fucking. I'm making joke. Oh, here I am joking again.
I am not a fucking Jew, White.
Julio goes to the bar and he
You're
says,
a Jew.
I want a glass
I
of
believe
juice.
you're a Jew now.
And the
I can
bartender
believe whatever I
says,
want.
No,
"We don't serve juice
Oh,
here."
you're a Jew.
And then Helios
You're
screams out in
shill.
front of
Dude,
everybody,
you're shill.
I don't serve Jews!
I
What the fuck
fucking
is
love
happening?
all you guys. I fucking
What
love
the
all
fuck,
you
dude?
guys anyway. I'm all the way out there, and to be honest, you guys can fucking boot me out all the way. If you don't like what I say, then fuck
You
off.
fucking Jew.
Julio, man. You fucking got the Norwegian guy and he hasn't said a word since you said that to him, and now you're calling this guy a Jew. I don't know what
No.
I haven't
This is
said
trolling.
anything
This is trolling.
because you all were
It is
talking.
trolling.
I wasn't supposed to interrupt.
Shit.
We're having a pisser. We're laughing. We're having fun. How dare
We're
us?
just trolling. That's all it is about. We're just having fun. That's your perception. You take it as. You just don't take it too
Fun
serious,
hours.
dude.
It's the fun hours, people.
Was muted before when I interrupted last time, so I don't want to do that again.
That's
You can interrupt all you want. Go ahead, man. I give you a pass.
Yeah, me too.
Go for it.
Oh.
Your
So
mic,
I haven't like
your mic's a
fully.
little low anyway, so you can interrupt all you want. Good luck with that.
I haven't fully listened to everything you have said, but what? Okay, this might be a stupid question, but why? What is there a? Why does it matter if there is a god or not? That's a legit question, by
It's
the way.
because in human nature, essentially, if you were to say you were born on an island and be completely free of conditioning from other people, basically out of the society that we're in right now, this environment, by nature, you will eventually at some point start to question your reality, your own existence, where you came from, and so on. Therefore, you start to theorize things and just come to the conclusion there has to be a creator. It's literally in human nature if you were to not be conditioned. If you were to go to any tribe or civilization, you will come to the conclusion that by nature they essentially come to the conclusion there has to be a god. They start to theorize, start worshiping objects, whatever that is, because they want to essentially find answers why they're here. Essentially, it's in human nature.
Who removed value from this guy? Whoever did it made us.
Yeah, it's because I rejoined. That's why my other account got locked out. Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to give you that value again because, so I want to answer the question now. So, why does it matter if there's a creator? Because if the state is your creator, even though man created the state, the courts and everything to do with it.
That's not my creator. I hate the state.
Yeah, no, but listen, bro. Listen. If the government is the creator, even though man created the government, then you're putting yourself in an unnatural position where the state can take away your rights. Now, the state might be able to take away your rights physically, right? But can they do it morally? Not if you have a creator. If you have a creator and someone takes away your rights, well, those are your God-given rights.
Yeah, karma and stuff.
But if you know that you have God-given rights, if you know you have God-given rights, are you easily going to throw them away? Are you going to snitch on yourself when the cops say, "Hey, come into the tiny
Depends what
room,
the
sit on
God-given
the
rights
tiny"?
are. I guess.
Well,
I guess it depends.
what are the God-given rights? Are these not self-evident?
I don't know. I just my morals are like you shouldn't fuck with anyone else, you know. And
Yeah, my morals are the same.
Yeah, baby. Me too.
And I think it kind of goes with mind your own fucking business. That's how it goes,
yeah,
right?
but like a Jew and a Freemason, they don't think like that. So they might think their God-driven rights is like more than other people's.
Good for them.
So I think it's like subjective, in my opinion.
Well, morals are subjective, yeah, really. What is bad and good is based on your perception.
I gotta put
So,
my
so
headphones on.
some other people might think there are other God-given rights. Yes, okay, that's not a big point. I'm just saying.
What do you mean by other God-given rights? As in what exactly? Like, say God gave
I
you the right to
mean,
do something, like say harm people as an example.
where do you people get this idea of a God-given right?
But explain what do you mean by God-given right? What do you mean exactly?
Yeah,
Can
I
you
don't
elaborate
know.
on that?
I don't think I was the one. Did I bring it up? I don't remember.
No, it
I
was
think it
me.
was you.
Okay.
Oh,
No, it was me.
yeah. Could you
Yeah.
elaborate on that?
So no one can tell you what your God-given rights are, right? Only you know, right?
Oh,
So for
yeah.
me, it's obvious, right? My God-given rights are listed. Some of them in the Bible, some of them in the Constitution, some of them in other literature, right? So we all know that we have the right to freedom of speech, right? You know, like
Liberals don't.
inherently that you have the right to choose your own religion. Nobody can force religion on you, right? Does
Yeah.
anybody have to tell you? So,
I
and then,
agree. My morals are in line with that. Not everyone else's though.
well, most of the West agrees with this,
We
kind of
need.
cultural Christianity, where the individual is, the ruler over himself rather than rulers being over us. I'd like to think that's a Western Christian culture idea.
I thought this was
I
church
could,
or something.
nah, that's got nothing to do with the church.
All right. Sorry, I don't
Nothing.
know that much.
It's okay. Yeah, nothing to do with the church. So, like another right? I have the right to shoot my gun all day long at paper targets, right? So I shoot my gun,
Yeah.
pow, pow, pow. And then a homeless man comes up and he says, "Hey, can you spare any water? I've been walking for hours in the Texas heat." And
You
he
shoot
steps right in front of. No, I don't shoot him.
I'm joking.
Right. So my right to shoot my target ends where his right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness begins, right? So even though it's my land, I don't have the right to shoot him, right? Because all he did was say, "Hey, can I get some water?" And I'm like,
Yeah, that's
"Oh
So
yeah,
by
sure. Let
so
me."
by choice, essentially. So by choice, you choose to not do something that you feel like
This is
wouldn't be beneficial for you, basically.
yeah, but if he chooses robs, if he then robs you of water, you can then, in my opinion, after my morals, you can shoot him, and I wouldn't do it personally.
No, you can't shoot him for robbing water, bro. If he's stealing
You can try.
something,
I mean, he
if he's
shouldn't
still
be doing that. Why? He could
listen.
ask.
No, he shouldn't be doing it. But if he steals your water, can you get more water?
Yeah, I probably could. Yeah, if he asked, I
Bro,
would
if he
probably do it.
steals your child, can you get more children? Yeah, you can get more
No,
children, but you can kill him for trying
I
to
would.
steal your
I would
children.
definitely kill him if you try to like fuck with his.
Exactly. Yeah, if he now you tries got to it. steal anything, if he tries to attack you, then you should shoot him. Yeah, if he's To trying to steal protect your you, life. to protect your family and property, you should shoot him. Right. But if he's just stealing water or
You
crops
might feel
or farming,
bad about it, and you
Okay, so
should
this is just
because it's a bear.
arbitrary. You are arbitrarily setting values for different things. Like if
no,
you,
this
we
is
could
common
use another
sense.
example,
No, I'm
like a
not.
Yeah, this
super
is a
expensive.
standard. It's a standard.
It's not
Yes.
arbitrary. It's not arbitrary. What I'm
Yes,
trying to say
whatever.
is
This is a
time, place, and
standard.
manner. Time, place, and manner is how you exercise your right. Do you have the right to be as loud as you want to on your own property after 10 a.m.? Yeah, but playing like 15,000 watts of fucking bump on your speakers when your neighbor's got to work in the morning, you don't really have the right to interfere with their sleep patterns, do you?
No, that's a complicated issue. Yes.
Hey,
Yeah,
but
so
but
shoot
if
your neighbor for stealing water.
hold on, if they come over and knock on your door and say, "Hey, can you turn your stereo down because my family's
Absolutely.
trying to sleep," then you can be like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that." You're not
Yeah,
going to
you
shoot
are.
them in the face for
You're
that,
audibly
you know.
Well, you have the choice to do so or not.
assaulting them.
That's the thing.
You're
But
you can look at it as they are audibly.
Auditory assault.
Yeah, but it's like it's You have to take things to the extreme with this kind of logic, in my opinion.
No, if someone's trying to threaten your family, kill those motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, obviously, yes. I thought you
Well,
were
that
talking
depends.
about somebody was talking about like speakers being loud and stuff. I was responding to that. Okay.
Oh,
And
well, if somebody says, "Hey, if you don't do this, I'm gonna hurt your child." If you have an opportunity to take them out, take them out.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
But
it's
if
always
somebody's calls the cops because your music's too loud, you ain't gonna freaking take them out, and you just turn your fucking jukebox down.
Put some headphones on, man.
Yeah, something like
Headphones. What kind of barbarian would just put headphones in so that they didn't have
that. Dude, I use headphones all fucking day. I listen to you assholes all fucking day long. So fuck that. You know,
Me too, man. I listen to you.
just like imagine if I went to work and I had you assholes blasting through speakers all day. They would fucking hate me if I went to work and had you fucking idiots blast through my fucking speakers all day.
Yeah.
Heard those conspiracy theories all.
I know. It's just like I doubt they would be.
Like, what the hell
they would even consider. They'd be like, "Can you turn that shit off, please?"
What the fuck are you listening to, man? What are you listening to? I don't know, man. I just put it on the radio. I don't know what the hell is. I don't
Turn
know.
those conspiracy theories
No,
off,
to be
please.
honest, all the people I work with know exactly what I'm doing. So they never ask me a fucking one question at all, because they just know better.
Yeah, but Helio, do they know about your Satan nap on your lunch break?
My Satan map. Oh, I
Satan map.
see. We didn't even get to the Satan map because that person left before they actually showed us the Satan map. Fuck.
No,
Fuck.
Satan nap.
Oh, Satan nap. Where you? I take one of those every day at lunch. Don't tell anybody. Only Satan knows.
Jewish secrets.
I ain't gonna lie. I do take a lot of. I like, instead of eating at lunchtime, I take some naps, like 30 minutes. Bro, you wouldn't believe the shit that I see when I take 30-minute
I
naps.
thought Helio had a lucid dream.
Dude,
and a lot of people say that it's astral projection, but it's just a dream.
No, it's a lucid dream. It's just an illusion.
Dude, I had a
know.
crazy one today. I had a crazy one today.
Dude, I met the queen in mine.
Sometimes
I met the queen.
Sometimes you feel like you're like.
She didn't like what I had to say.
Like you're. I do jerk sometimes, and sometimes you feel like you're screaming, and I was like, "Oh shit! Did I just scream?" And then I'm like, I don't think I did, but I probably did.
Yeah, it feels so real and vivid. I had similar shit happen to me. It's so crazy.
It's like I have a 30-minute lunch, and I just lay down, and I'm just like, fucking hey, did I just fucking move? Did I just twitch? And did I move? And did I just scream? And I was like, hey, it was just like, holy fucking shit. Did I actually just do that? And I'm worried, wondering if other people in the shop heard me fucking, go off. So yeah.
Why are you wasting your semen on nothing?
No, it's not semen. It's SEEMEN.
Man.
Spiritual.
What the?
You got
it. Man.
You see, once you see it, once you see
like the dream casting.
Well, it's not dream casting. It's just,
dude, Helio.
Hey, look at me.
Who the fuck is paying you, Helio?
I'm telling you, I have the weirdest fucking dreams at lunch. Instead of eating lunch like a sandwich at lunch, I lay down and set a timer for 30 minutes, and I see some shit that none of you motherfuckers would ever believe.
Can you like tell us a story? Like what exactly? Something that would be too crazy?
I just, I mean,
Anything.
like today. Well, today I saw some. It really is kind of relation to. It's in relation to my my area where I work, and I'm always kind of like, it's like, hey, I'm laying down, and people are gonna find me here, like laying down in the corner. But they already know that this is where this is what I do at lunch, so they're not gonna come fuck with me. But I always have these weird dreams about like the whole. I work in a big shop, right? It's a big warehouse kind of, but I work in a shop. But they're not gonna come fuck. But I have. I have the weirdest.
That
I
didn't
had this
sound
weird dreams of like these balloon people that were like looking at me, like laying down on the ground.
I'm a
Dude,
balloon.
it was so freaking weird. I know you guys.
Balloon people. I'm a balloon people.
Not balloon
We are
people,
all
like
balloons.
people. It was people, but they had these balloon costumes.
Dude, we have true
And
balloons.
shit.
Look on top. Look in the
Are you
VC. We have
smoking weed?
the two accounts
Are
with
you
the balloon.
smoking
No, this was
They're
me
here.
sober at work taking
No,
a
they're
nap
here.
at
The balloons are
lunchtime.
here. It's in the voice chat.
Are you talking about Missy Elliott?
See, this is why I never talk about it. I mean, should I ever
it's
talk
interesting.
about some of
We're
these
not
weird
laughing at you.
fucking
We're
dreams
laughing
that
with
I
you.
have at lunchtime?
Tell us
I
more. Tell
love
us more.
balloon people, man.
Maybe this is why you never talk about.
wasn't
This is the
balloon
dream you
people.
said you had
It
today.
was
What was
like,
your dream yesterday?
today, it was, dude, I remember this one from the other day. It was the balloon. It was like this party that they were all having. It was just like, hey, we're all here. And they had these like weird balloon costumes on. And this is within,
about Missy
this
Elliott.
is within
How come
20
Missy
minutes.
Elliott black suit?
Hold on. This is within 20 minutes. When I lay down, 20 minutes, I lay down, close my
You got
eyes.
like 5 hours
I
worth
have
of
a breathing. It's like 5 hours. When I do this, it feels like freaking 6-7 hours.
Yeah.
These fucking weirdos
Balloon
come up
people.
with these fucking balloon costumes and shit they're wearing, and they're like, "Hey, I'm looking at you," and
I wish I
I'm
had.
sitting there. I still have.
Hey, were they squeaky?
I can wake myself up
You
by
ever?
like
Hey,
flicking
Elio.
my head.
Elio, you ever
What do you mean by
squeak the
wake
balloon?
yourself
You ever
up?
squeak the balloon, Elio? You're squeaking. Were they squeaky like you know how the balloon squeaks when you rub your finger on it? You know.
I know that works, but that has nothing to do with it. Hank knows what I'm talking
You're getting
about
trolled so hard.
when you really get into. It's like, dude, I'm sleeping. I'm not really sleeping.
It's like you're in two dimensions or something.
reset,
Like
man.
like 3D and 5D just stuck in between. You just see
Dude,
things in the 5D
I
while
can
you're in the
come.
3D.
Seems
I
like
can
you're
come
connected
out.
to a spirit realm or something.
I can come
Seems
out
like it, yeah.
anytime.
That similar
I
experience is
already
crazy,
know
dude.
I'm in there, and if I get freaked out, like I kind of did today, there was some weird shit that I saw today. And I have a 30-minute lunch. I have a 30-minute lunch. It takes me about 5 to 10 minutes to get into it. Doesn't always happen every day, but I always try. But I like it and hate it at the same time. But
Why do you hate it?
because it's
overwhelming.
it
I
gets
suppose that's overwhelming.
fucking
Yeah.
freaky. It
I
gets
wouldn't.
I really
sometimes.
want to have weird dreams. I don't remember any dreams really.
Whoa,
Then you should probably try
This
sleepwalking.
isn't necessarily a dream.
Then be
It's
straight.
just
You
like
probably.
you put yourself in a certain state where you're just like.
Are you meditating
Oh,
or
yeah.
something though?
I guess it's a sort of meditation.
It's not hard to do.
Oh, it's a
I actually
lucid
know how to do
dream.
it. Lucid
How do you do it?
Literally
Hold
just lay
on,
down. Just lay
let
down.
Hank.
Yeah.
Have you experienced this the same way or
Lucid,
something?
bro, I
I
taught
have.
you how to lucid dream.
I know,
Okay,
and
so what you
it's
do?
freaking me out sometimes. It's just like, holy fuck, this is fucking crazy.
So it's real easy. What you do all throughout the day, you do reality checks. So one of them would be like, if you try this clap on, right? In reality, that shit doesn't work, but in your dream, it fucking works. So the reality check. Are you with me so far? You know about the clapper? Clap on, clap off.
Clap on,
Yeah,
clap
turn
on.
the lights on when you clap. Okay, I'll give you another one. Set the alarm for an hour, a quiet alarm on your watch or your
Mm-hmm.
phone, and make it go off every hour on the hour. And when it
That's how
happens,
it works. So I set the alarm on my phone, and that's how I get in there.
so
Well, you need some sort of thing
when
that
the
you can
alarm
check whether you're in the dream or not, basically, to compare it to
check
reality to
reality.
know whether you're dreaming or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So when you check the reality, there's different ways to do it, right? You could try to breathe underwater, right? That's one way. Another way is you could try to
Lost you, Hank.
Yeah, he's
You
underwater.
might have broke
He's
up, but
underwater.
he's
I think
the
he's underwater.
one that introduced me to this. So
No,
all
he's
you really
underwater.
have to do
just
is
all
just
woke
like
up.
if
We
you
just all woke up. You were
everyone.
dreaming. We existed.
No. I'm telling you, anytime you have a break, and if you just have a break,
Dude,
just
what if we are dreaming right now when we don't know it? What if this whole thing is an
no,
illusion?
it's not.
It's all a
No,
dream.
no.
What if this whole thing is a lucid
Dreams
dream?
are way. These type of dreams are way different than
I
what.
get what you
so I
mean,
was
but
almost done. I was almost done.
what
I
if
got
it's
a
a
phone call. I
dream?
apologize.
Yeah, you
What
broke
if
up,
it's a
brother.
dream within a dream?
You
What
were
if that's
going
the case?
underwater, Hank.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, so this is how it works. You do a reality check. Something that you can't do in reality, you can do it in your dream. Like you can
Julio.
float off the ground. You test the laws of physics, right? And in your dream, like you'll start to realize that you can do whatever you want once you realize that you're dreaming. So you can fly whatever you want all throughout your dream. Go anywhere you want to go. Talk to whoever you want to talk to, as long as you've met them before.
Okay, so
You
when I
have to
dream,
start.
and the ones that I remember, which are very few, I
You
can't
don't have
really
a dream
control
journal
them.
then.
And if I try to control them, the opposite happens of what I want to happen. That's always what happens in my dreams. If I want to fly, I can't jump or something. And
You feel like
yeah,
everything just opposes you. Just like say you want to fly in this reality right now, you just can't, essentially, because things will just oppose you and not always go your way. It's just like in dreams,
Let
basically.
me ask you this: when you're dreaming, do you know you're dreaming? I mean,
As in
that's
fully
the
aware.
first. That's the first
very
part.
rarely I've actually done that, but that nothing really happened. Sometimes I woke up
Can
because of that.
during your dream, can you wake yourself up?
I think maybe I've done that once, like consciously made me
Yeah,
wake
well,
up.
I do that all the time. When I have
Doesn't
some
really
freaky
happen.
shit going on, I can wake myself up. I have a trigger that
That
I
would take practice.
use.
But
Yeah.
usually I have nightmares. I had this in the past a lot, and I usually never could wake myself up from them.
You have
Very rarely
nightmares?
could I.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's because you don't have full control.
No,
That's
well,
why.
it doesn't have to be a nightmare, but I mean, I've had some freaky stuff happen, but I'll tell
You see
you,
the shadow people?
if there's some,
I have seen one
yeah,
actually, and
I've seen
it
some
was
freaky
me
shit.
being awake. Yeah, I
So,
was
but
actually
I
awake, laying
know I'm
down.
dreaming, and I have a trigger. Yeah,
Crazy,
my
Leon.
trigger might not be the
Wow.
same trigger for everyone
Crazy.
else, but I know how to wake
Never been
myself
there.
from that dream. I know how to wake myself up. So,
See, it could be conditioning, it could be your subconscious, could be something that is actually spiritual, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm always thinking just this. It could be just your subconscious, essentially, just manifest your thoughts
Apropos
manifest into a dream. But
Shadow Man and stuff.
well,
You
yeah.
have
So
shadow
essentially, what
people?
happened?
Yeah.
is that
there's
my
no
essentially
reason,
my
no
so
reason to fear dreams, though.
No, not at all.
But
No.
just make
Talking
sure
about
that
shadow people.
Let me explain to you my experience. So I just essentially something told me like I just felt like I just to lay down in in this certain position, lay down, turn off the light, and at some point, I remember seeing I close my eyes, my physical eyes, and I feel like they're open at the same time. So I
Yeah.
am fully conscious, but my body is sleeping. I know that he's sleeping. Essentially, my body thinks that
Hello.
he's sleeping, but I'm aware of me just being awake. And I started seeing these light orbs.
no,
Well, no, not
Hello.
really that.
no, you're
Yeah, we
asleep.
can hear you. Yeah, so I started seeing these light orbs floating around in my eyes and in this darkness right under my eyelids. And at some point, I opened my eyes and they started tearing up basically. As soon as I opened them, it was really fast, as if you have the eyes open for hours. And
Holy
a
shit.
tear comes out of my left ear and then it goes, no, it comes out of my left eye and then goes to my left ear. And
Holy
then
shit.
I just understood this message. Something, my
What are you
brain told me that
talking about?
my experience, but let me explain to you. It's pretty crazy. Then something told me that I was gonna get some sort of message with like my ear's gonna be used for communication, and then I started hearing this really fucking high pitched sound.
Can you guys be quiet so I can listen?
No, I started hearing this really high pitched sound. It was something that was just completely new to me. It's like what is it called? I don't know what it's called.
It's
Just
called
to me like
Revelations, man.
Right, no, he's talking about your
yeah.
ear
So
ringing.
like it's like a
Talk to
whistle,
spirits.
high pitched. Yeah, something like that.
Can you guys
This
shut
thing
the
that you
fuck
usually
up and let him talk?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I hear this sound, and then I look to my left where my leg was looking at. I don't see the fucking cover that was covering my body. It's like it was just not there, so I can actually notice what is underneath it. I look to my left side, and I see, imagine like a shirt, and then you only have the arm basically just left out, essentially the piece of clothing from the shirt, right next to my leg. And I look at it with my eyes. I'm literally aware of everything that is happening in my room, and everything was so vivid. Essentially, just me being awake as if I'm sober right now, basically. And then it just moves, it waves to me, and I look up and I see this fucking huge, long shadowed person. He did not have any features, but I can just sense that it was somewhat like masculine and feminine at the same time, but more leaning to the masculine side. It was really tall, this round head basically with no hair whatsoever. And it spoke to me, but it was not like a language as if it's like there were subtitles I can actually hear the sound. I just understood it by just me being there essentially.
Yeah,
He just
I've
told me
heard
that
that shit before too.
yeah, so think of it as if it just wanted to get my attention essentially, like quote, hey, we're here, you're not alone, basically. And then
Yeah.
yeah. So during that state, right before I seen this other person, I remember just experiencing as if I was teleporting elsewhere, as if I was in my bed, but I was stuck in some other fucking realm, like some spiritual realm, like say some other dimension or some other place that was just
Did you
not
take
perceived by a
ayahuasca?
human eye. Yeah, I literally felt like I was stuck in between two parallel like realms or something. That's why I was able to see it, and it felt like there was a lot of things around me, just like this presence, basically. And then just everything, essentially, my brain told me that okay, this was enough for you. And then I just closed my eyes, and everything just faded away, and I just woke up instantly, basically. And now this was not a dream. This was very real to me, and I was fully aware of it. It was pretty crazy. Oh, and yeah, so when I sensed that I was like essentially between two dimensions, realms, whatever you want to call them, I remember having this like spiral vibration in my whole body, like this spinning thing in my whole body, and I felt like I was really grounded to the bed, as if I was being heavier, like getting heavier.
Yeah, that's sleep paralysis.
I've heard this
Yeah, but
story
it
so
was
many
I
times
never
by so
experienced
many
something like
That
different
this.
people.
is not sleep paralysis.
I had the
He said
same
he
thing
couldn't move.
happen
What
though.
would you
Dumbass.
call it?
I have the same
He said he couldn't
experience
move.
though.
Go
I
ahead,
have the same
Leon.
No, I
experience.
was able to move my eyes and so on. I did now. I knew I could actually wake up, essentially just move around, but I
That's
just
the
didn't.
type
I
of
just wanted
sleep
to let it
paralysis.
happen. I consciously wanted to let it happen and just see what's gonna happen. I just sensed that I have power over myself.
Once it starts, just let it happen.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool though. Yeah.
it's like something told me to just let it happen. It was destined to happen. I just didn't because before it even happened,
It
something was
has
telling me to wake
nothing to
up,
do with
essentially get in
any
the proper position.
sort of psychological or physical ailment. This
Yeah, I
is a
think science
spiritual.
bullshits you. They
This
lie
is
to
a
you
spiritual
just to
thing.
defy,
When
something
you
else existing there
experience
beyond
something
the
like
physical.
that, don't psychoanalyze it. Just let it happen. I mean, if it ends up,
It's
That's
gonna
your
reveal
opinion.
things to you.
dude,
Yeah.
this shit happens to me all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, people are saying,
Oh, call your doctor because you had some. I fell asleep at lunch and I had some weird dream. Fuck you.
Well, yeah, science will tell you it's your subconscious and there's just thoughts and hallucinations and so on. But even hallucinations are real. It's literally within your head. It's you can see them. They are
No,
real to you.
no,
That's
this
the
is
thing.
spiritual. That's spiritual,
But
bro.
yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
it's a
don't let anybody tell
hallucination.
you
I think
anything
it's very
otherwise.
real.
Fuck them.
When
Man.
Yeah.
I when I was a child, I usually had I had a recurring like nightmare type thing, like with some type shadow people type
Oh,
thing.
shadow
Uh,
people.
I don't know. It's how I remember it. It was like I was sitting in a bed and everything was black and white with some kind of weird filter on it, and it also was like a non-Euclidean space. Like perspective was like very fucked up and stuff, and was like constantly zooming in and out in weird ways. And also it was a door in the other end of the room. Like I saw directly on it from the bed, and there was a door, and a shadow man was like walking in and out and stuff, and sometimes coming on the bed or something. Very
Can I
very
explain
creepy
this?
dream.
Can I explain my theory on this? So it turns out that the visual spectrum is actually very, very small compared to the light spectrum, and the audio spectrum that humans can perceive is very small as well. So if you had a being that was vibrating at a higher or lower frequency than you could detect, what would you see in its place?
It's
Would you
shadow.
see
You will see its shadow. You're
absence
not
of
actually seeing the
light?
being. Oh, I think it is its
Right.
shadow because you don't. When you look at the shadow, you don't actually see features. You see the shape of the being that is there, and those beings are constantly shifting around. You don't really know what they look like. You just see the shadow. That's about it. That's what usually happens. I think that's my explanation. Because I was not able to see any feature whatsoever. I just sensed his presence, and I just felt this energy, like sort of sense what it's masculine or feminine, or whatever that is. And I just knew it was really powerful. It was more about the feeling, and that feeling literally manifested into visual. You can actually visualize it by feeling it. Essentially, that's literally what happened to me. And when I hear that sound, I just myself something told me that it was like some sort of divine like language, whatever that only gods or some really powerful beings can speak. I understood it perfectly, but it was more about a feeling. It was not like words or something. That's literally what it felt like to me.
It was emotional language, I guess.
You could, yeah, it's a feeling. You feel it and you just understand it. It's like you're telepathically communicating, but you cannot really describe it to words. It's like you are receiving some sort of message from the other being. That's what it's about. Yeah,
It's nonverbal communication.
Yeah, essentially, it's like it's like atoms using like electricity to communicate with each other. Like say when you touch something, that's something similar, basically. It's through
Okay, so
sound.
a question for any here who isn't like tied to religion like Islam or Christianity or Judaism or whatever. What do you think like happens when you die? And not asking atheists either.
Well, I'm not religious, but I think that your energy still stays in the universe. As in, you are the matter, and you're still part of the universe. Still, that's the thing. You don't go elsewhere. So essentially, when you are, where you are right now, you still stay here, even though you quote die. But probably right now, when you are in your physical body, you are aware. Essentially, your perception of yourself, perception of everything around you is limited. But when you die, when you quote die, you become aware of something that is greater, bigger, probably. Essentially, it's like
So this
you
is what
get out
you
of the vessel,
believe,
something
right?
like that. Yes,
So
probably,
this
yes.
is
Well, here's the thing. It is only a belief because I haven't experienced death yet, so we can only assume. You would only
I've heard
know.
many like
Just
gurus
one
and
second.
stuff.
You would only know what it's like to be dead if you actually experience it. It's the same thing with the globe, whatever that is. If you were to come back from this, say, like die and then come back, that will be considered a near-death experience. So yes, you have to experience it. We can only theorize because we have not experienced it yet, and nobody can prove it really, no matter what.
Yeah.
We can only
Have you heard
speculate. I
about
think.
that? Have you ever heard of that Osho guy?
Reincarnation, is that what you trying
No
to talk
Osho,
about?
man. No Osho.
What exactly?
Nope, never heard.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Well, yeah.
he has a thing about like you can die before you die, like
Cool,
and
man.
dying is
Sounds interesting.
You die
yeah,
before
and
you
it's
die, as in what exactly?
I'm
like a good
by the way.
What was you gonna say?
We
Something?
say near-death experiences in English.
All right,
Close
it's
to
not
that
the
is
same
almost
thing.
die.
you die and come back, or almost died. Essentially, it's like you die, but then you come back.
Flatliners,
So
man.
it's not really
Right.
absolute death. So yeah, you would have to absolutely die and never come back to be considered dead. Basically, it's that simple, and that would be the
Hey,
experience of
I
death.
know somebody that died, and when they died, they floated up and saw the flat Earth and came back and said, "Give me my iPad." And he said, "Fucking typed in flat Earth." I swear to God, Hank, it's a true story, and it's a really
I
good
interviewed a
story.
lady.
It really
I
is.
interviewed a lady that died one time, and I asked her, she said she got killed by someone on a motorcycle, and they did this experimental surgery where they literally had to like attach her head back to her body because her neck was so fucked up.
Oh
So
shit!
anyway, she told me that when she died, and that went through this like experimental surgery, like when she died, she was sitting there in the darkness, and she could tell that there was two shadow beings next to her.
Oh shit!
And she felt very like safe and guarded, like they weren't trying to harm her, like they were trying to protect her.
The shadow people are not always there to harm you. It could be that
I don't
they
think
want
they
to get
can.
your
I
attention
don't
and so
think
on.
they can
So
harm
don't be
you.
conditioned. Don't be brainwashed to think that they're bad. Just because there's like some sort of spirit, it's not there to harm you. It's that simple.
Interesting.
Because I remember when I see it, based on my experience, it was only trying to get my attention. That's about it. I did not feel anything that is bad because I wasn't brainwashed to think that just because you see something that is not quote natural or something, doesn't mean that it's bad. You just have to break the fucking brainwash and just unplug yourself.
Yeah, the supposed God is also supposed to be supernatural, as far as I know, and he's not
It's
supposed
natural,
to be bad.
supernatural. As in, there's some. It's just natural. That would be
It's
just
natural,
nature, really.
man.
It's natural.
It's really bitchin' natural, bro. Cool. Check it out. I'm fucking.
Actually, about that natural and artificial stuff, I recently saw a video about a guy who said they were the same thing and something.
Dude, if I don't make fun of all of this shit along the way, you guys kick my ass, okay? Because I find everything funny, whether it's spiritual.
Well, yeah, humor is everywhere, man.
I
Humor
just
is
fucking roll with it. I make so much fun of everything, and it works for me. I don't know. It might not work for you guys.
No, I agree with you. It's fucking hilarious.
It is. It's hilarious. Like,
everything.
oh shit, that kid fell down and hit his head. That's
This
fucked
whole
up.
fucking experience of life is just comedy, really. A lot of shit happens.
Maybe
It's funny.
maybe the point of life is like dying and taking your own life or something.
No. Why would that be the point
That's
of
a
life?
shitty
Then what would
fucking
be?
outlook, man.
That's not
I
the
think
point
it's
of
the
your
beauty
life.
of
Holy
life.
shit, man.
It's kind of anticlimactic, but why not?
No, I think it's experience. I think it's about experience. You experience as much as you possibly
death
can,
is
and
an
then death will be also an
experience.
experience. But why would you?
We're going to the
but
next
again,
level, man, after this fucking place.
wait. Let me make it simple. If you were to die, kill yourself right now, then you essentially got rid of everything that could be possibly explored or whatever that is. Like say, feeling what it's like to be happy inside and so on. Naturally, by nature, you die eventually. So that happens by nature.
Hey, what do you
if
guys?
If you kill yourself, then you are going against nature. You're just essentially.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Your body doesn't want to kill itself.
Yeah,
It doesn't want to take its own life, but you're opposing nature.
It's really hard to kill a human, man. I've heard it's really hard. Anyway,
especially yourself.
You kind
Your
of
body does not want to kill itself. It wants to live as much as possible.
You buy a gun, point it at your head, and you trigger the gun. It's kind of easy.
It might kill you. It might not.
It's very easy. Yeah, but then again, imagine you fucking miss. Imagine you miss and you're disabled for the rest of your fucking life. Or imagine you overdose and then you find yourself in the hospital.
Guys, give me a second. Yeah. So this channel does not condone, nor this Discord condone suicide talk. If you need help, please reach out and get the help you need. I'm sure that your country has a 1-800 number or something, or a website that you can go to. Guys, be quiet so I can moderate, please. Yeah, mind sobriety. I'm going to unmute you now. I'm going to ask that you don't talk about that subject again, please. You can talk about whatever you want, but this is one of those things that's not really worth joking around about or talking about publicly.
Coco,
so I'm going to unmute you now and
talk.
ask you not to talk about that or the other thing that we're not supposed to talk about. Thanks.
The cocoa and the
You could just say instead of beauty.
Anyway, talking about like I want to ask you guys, man. So we're at a high level, man. Everybody in this room, everybody's been around here, everybody I listen to in here, I'd say like 90% of them are on a super high level of awareness of where would they live. And we are figuring shit out left and right and talking about space and time and fucking curvature and everything that most people don't have no interest in. They only give a fuck about which football, soccer team they fucking won today. And they, you know, I think we've been through this fucking rodeo before, and we're going to the next level when we leave this fucking place, man. We are going completely next level. We are going high up next level after we leave here, man. And that's why we're here, man, to figure all this bullshit out and figure out where we live and how it works. And then we go next level, man. That's my
I think
thing.
there'll be, yeah, I think there will be the I purpose say of right life. now. The goal of life is to experience, essentially, understand this whole existence and what it's about, basically. Nature trying to understand itself, essentially. That's what it's about. You could say God, nature itself, the source, trying to understand itself for eternity, probably.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
a constant
in a
process, and
comedic
it's fun,
sense,
you know?
We can't.
in a comedic sense, I would like to say that Gilbert Gottfried, he has never said anything worthy of repetition.
Right. I totally agree.
But his voice is interesting.
It's very interesting, no doubt. No doubt. Anyway, that's pretty comedic. I like that, man. Bringing some comedy, some levity to the flat earth. Hey, levity. I just did it, bros.
Yeah, one little lump ruins the whole party.
I levitied this fucking bitch up in here.
Do you have a scientific formula for that levity?
I do. I got
Yeah,
a
proof,
fucking
science,
total.
studies, give me studies,
It's
proof,
the
sorry,
X
please.
over the Y times the Z up in your face.
You put the ping pong ball in the beer.
Give me the math.
Put the ping pong ball in the beer and then try to take a drink.
And take a drink with the ping pong ball and yeah, be good. Yeah.
Oh, it got caught in my throat. Oh,
oh, it's horrible. I'm telling you, it's horrible. Ah, shit. I learned a lot of comedy from Flat Earth comedy from a great friend of ours, Jibby Jedi. Long lived. Jibby Jedi, man, but he would make fun of all this shit and didn't always do it in the nicest way. I try to do it a little nicer, but he was funny as fuck. And we were talking one day. He's like, dude, we're in the flat earth rocking chairs, bitch. You know, we're like the old men of flat earth. We've been out here so fucking long, man. Killing it, man. And it's been great.
hilarious. It's hilarious.
And
we
it's
keep on
fun.
exploring. We keep on exploring and experience. And we learn more. That's what it's
I have
about.
a question for the mods. Could you maybe like make a parallel server for other types of chatting applications such as Matrix?
Yeah, bro.
Or,
If you want to go downstairs, if you want to take anybody with you downstairs, there's a lot of rooms where you can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
There's
You
chill
just
chat.
can't post. You can't post anything you want to post.
Yeah, don't be posting like you can post a link, but don't.
I wasn't talking about that.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You can go to chill chat with your friends, right? And you talk about whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Any subject you want to.
You didn't
Okay,
talk
but if
about
you're
flat Earth. There's no way, though. So.
Well, obviously, the
Bro,
obvious answer would be just not break Discord TOS because that would get the server banned. So yeah, don't be stupid and break Discord
Yeah,
TOS.
I'm not gonna do that.
Anything.
So
Well,
don't
we're
post
just
anything about the jibby jab, right? Don't post, anything to do with, 19, 19.
19,
You know how
111.
Australians, they say 19, 19.
19, 11.
Right. Good day, mate. So you leave the
Morning,
Australians off the table.
Don't be such a twig.
Crikey.
You fucking prick. I'm from Ireland and I fucking hate the Welsh.
Oh shit! You fucking get on there, fuckhead, fuckheads. You ain't a fucking bunch of fucking fuckers, I tell you.
You fucking cunt face.
I fucking
I
Scottish.
knew that was coming. I knew.
Scottish are the best, man. The Scottish are the best, man. Every word sounds like fuck, you know. It's like a fucking did a fucking thing, a fuck. I'm like, whoa, man.
Well, I worked at a company where.
Oh shit! You dropped out just there, man. Dropped out.
Oh yeah, the Scottish guy, he could get away with.
Yeah, you fucking cunt, fucking
Yeah,
cunt.
shouldn't we all go to chill chat? Wouldn't that be a good idea?
We're fine, man, dude. I've been around. We're good. We can say.
You're not talking about flat Earth.
All right, you can go there, man. I'm gonna hang out here for a bit.
You were talking that. You were saying that to me when I was bringing something up.
Oh no, man. Just do, man. I like to go to VC check-in, but nobody's there, man. So that's cool. That's my favorite. One of my favorite places in the world, man, is VC check-in.
Anyone cussing Scots?
Yeah, they in Scotland they just tear it up.
Scotland,
tear it up.
Scottish, mate.
And that's like a mix between Australia and Scotland, kind of. It's good. It's good. Work on it, man. I'm no good at these fucking accents.
It's really hard. It's almost impossible to master.
I know some people that are really good at getting the inflections and the words. You got to have the right language too, man.
British.
I'm British, mate. You have a bunch of crumpets and drink some tea. In it, mate. Lolly day in it, mate.
I'm telling you.
You might.
The Queen's English, my friends.
But also with Australian, anything that's like bad.
Australian.
Accents are great, man. Accents make life really fun and interesting. It's really
more to explore, dude. You listen to your accents and you learn them and shit.
I learned to understand words in different accents, because some people enunciate differently in different languages. And,
people in the Midlands there in Norway they speak like I can't understand shit what they're saying. It's like the same everywhere. Like the Midlands is always the place where people speak like people can't understand them.
Yeah.
But I think it's the same all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Even
I
in
literally
America,
I can't have a conversation with them, even though we speak technically the same language.
Right. Yeah, well, we got Canadians, we got Northern, Southerns, we got.
Yeah, but that's like the second biggest continent on Earth, I think, still on flat Earth, I guess.
America.
Well, I think there's a difference when it comes.
I mean, landmass. I mean, a country.
America. Fuck yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a difference.
Nobody laughed. All right, cool. Never mind. Carry on.
I sang the song for you.
We did, just in the background, man. We can't be rumpusing.
And I sang the
You
song.
can rumpus. It's rumpusing hours. Did you not know that 11 to midnight is rumpusing hours? You can do it. It's totally free. Free speech, man. It's free speech hours, man. If you got something to say, man, step up to the microphone and drop it, because that's gravity, bitches.
Yeah.
I was talking about suicide and was muted, so I guess not. Anyways,
dude, how many?
Bro, is that something you really want to promote? I mean, don't you want to promote like peace and love and goodwill towards men?
Maybe but maybe in a twisted way, maybe that's peace. I'm not advocating for it. Forget about it. Let's not talk about it, I guess.
All right, let's move on. I totally flat smacked this dude today. Bought him a hamburger and fries, and flat smacked him, and gave him some cigarettes. Anyway, he was like totally into space and wormholes and light speed, and he knew his shit, man. He knew a couple of things, dude, right? And I'm like, okay, cool, man. This guy's primed for fucking flat Earth. So I whip out my phone, I show him the flat Earth map, and I start explaining to him what's going on, and how space is fake and satellites are fake, and like, dude, man, you got to get caught up quick here. He's 30 years old, man. So he's ready. So anyway, I primed up a good flat earther today. I think he's going to be great, man. He knew shit. Now once he gets into it, he ain't gonna stop, man. I can tell.
Dude, it sounds like fun, knowing a lot about flat Earth and, essentially being able to actually prove other people wrong.
Yes.
It sounds like a lot of fun. I want to get there at some point,
So fun,
be fun.
man. It's kind of
to
fun.
argue with people. With their brains,
You just
Fuck
like,
their
hey,
brainwash.
man, it's like, dude, man, you gotta deprogram them slowly.
Yeah, do it in here.
This place is amazing at it, by the way. You can do it here all day, all the time.
That's true,
man.
yeah.
Go to VC checking.
I convinced my dad a little bit more today to the flat Earth idea. I was nagging him about joining this server, but he doesn't seem to do it yet.
How old is he?
He's like 50, I guess, 51 or something. I don't know his age.
All right.
About that age.
Cool, man. So yeah, you can do it however you want to do it, man. Things will come to you when they come to you. You can go looking for all kinds of shit. You're not gonna find it. But all of a sudden, man, you'll be like not looking for something, and it's right there. You know what I mean? I don't know. I build shit for a living, so I'm moving.
Eureka!
I'm moving tools around all day, every day, man. I'm like, fuck, when I really fucking need something, I can't fucking find it. But all of a sudden, man, when I don't need it, I'm like, oh fuck, there it is. Shit, how did I miss that, man? I'm a fucking retard, man. Fuck.
I think I have the most meaningless life here. I'm just like getting free money from government, even though I hate government, because they ask me to give.
Well, there's your
give me free
problem
money,
right there.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Pull your own weight.
I'm putting it in crypto though. That's a smart thing I do about it, and
Okay.
also other assets like.
Hey, you're here, man. I'm gonna give you some pretty good points for just showing up here with your time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm. I don't know what. I just. I'm not the one stealing the money. You see, they are like see it as.
I get it, man. Yeah, take your money. Fuck them, man. Fuck it. Just do your thing. You're good. Be an artist.
You can actually opt out
creative.
of taxation, I guess, too. So it's kind of voluntary, but not really at all.
Learn to tune pianos.
Oh,
Make some
shit.
cash.
Fuck, dude.
Fucking Northern, man. Fuck. Oh, he dropped. Damn.
But I know friends, so that's it's kind of balanced that way, I guess.
Cool,
What?
man. I've
Hello, friends.
Hello. Hello, fly. We are such
Sound like Martin Liedtke.
We are such flatters, and
Hello, flapping
What the fuck is going on?
Discord.
This is a funny hours. Funny
I think
hours.
he's a Discord staff, like actual Discord developers.
I don't know. Dude, what the fuck happened to the YouTube chat? Did I fuck the YouTube chat up? Is anybody YouTube chatting? Nobody. Nobody's in the YouTube chat. Really. I don't know, man. Maybe I fucked something up, man. Let me check it out. Carry on.
You guys
carry on, mate.
I love you all.
Thank you.
You are my new friends.
We haven't met publicly though.
Well, I was just expressing there,
Well, the internet helps us link up
I do
and, understand each other.
theater and music and bullshit like that.
Music? Did somebody say music? What?
Music. That's
yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, I do theater and music, and sometimes I'm a little theatrical.
I'm in the music business myself.
I'd like audio programming. I'm actually having a pure data session open right now. Nothing in it right now, but it's very fun to program with audio.
I would really love to have my latest band broadcast.
Well, we can do that. I think
Awesome.
We can make that.
Well,
I'd love to listen.
First things first. I think the band actually has to record the music, so don't get ahead of ourselves here.
You got to play music to record music. That's right, man. That's how it works. It's pretty easy to figure out.
Is this Jack Nicholson?
Well,
yeah, I'm about like 75 years old.
Cool, man.
Wow, you don't sound like that.
Nah, you sound great, man. You sound younger than I. You sound younger than I am. You 61?
You sound like between 30 and 50 or something.
Okay,
I guess.
cool, man. How old do I sound, man? Anybody got a number on my ass?
Actually, I have no clue. Actually, when it comes to age.
Nobody's got
You're my age.
clue.
33.
Hank, you already know, man. That's not fair. You already know how old I am, Hank.
I don't know how old you are, but I thought you were my age for a long time.
Who else besides me is 33?
Oh,
that's
Illuminati confirmed. Illuminati confirmed.
You can't have that birthday.
I'm trying to live up to Jesus. I'm not very close.
He died at 33, right?
33 forever.
Yeah. As well as Julius Caesar, he also died at age 33 and was killed by other people.
Programming cucks, I'll call them, man. Programmer cucks of our history and shit.
Yeah.
They just love to put their little stamp on shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think actually the Jesus guy lived and was a good guy, but I think the resurrection story was okay. This might sound very blasphemous, but this is my personal opinion, as I'm not religious. That the resurrection story was not real, but that's just my opinion.
Hey man, I got an interesting thing, man. Hey, I got a quick thing, man, called
What year is it?
Michelson-Morley. You guys know about that experiment?
I've heard the name before. I don't know what
they did an experiment like in the late 1800s, and they buried this experiment, man. The universities buried it. They didn't teach it, but they proved that the Earth wasn't moving and that the ether's moving. They redid the experiment in 1986.
But what do we have experimental proof of the ether matter or
they redid the experiment in 1986 at like one of the major universities. I can't remember where. I think it might have been Ohio State. Anyway, they published it in Nature magazine, and the publication on Nature magazine, the number of the issue was 322. I just
322.
That's the Skull and Bones number.
Skull and Bones number. That's the issue. That's the only reason I remember. They were talking about it yesterday on Globebusters, and he was talking about how they redid this experiment. It should have been, and they confirmed exactly the same thing that they figured out in the 1800s. It was exactly the same experiment. And it was buried, man. Both of these fucking scientific experiment proofs that we're not spinning on a globe were fucking buried, man, in the fucking dirt, man, because they don't teach it in any of these institutions. And that's a fucking criminal offense as far as I know. And they're fucked. And we're not. So thank you.
That's awesome, man. You're beautiful.
You are so beautiful
to me.
Are you drunk?
No, he's only a Jew.
Not yet.
He's underwater, and he sees balloons.
There's
My
drunk
nostrils are
people
above.
in here
Right,
every day.
right.
Yeah, this Discord is basically the best thing to exist. I think it's proof of
of
what's
God.
that? What's that one of
Nature.
astrology sign? The one we're moving into?
Aquarius.
Aquarius. I think Discord.
Yes.
Okay,
this
what
server
is
is
The new
Ophiuchus?
age.
Guys,
this
what
new
is
age.
Ophiuchus?
Aquarius.
I don't know.
Aquarius is the water bearer, right?
Listen, guys. What is Ophiuchus? It's
The
like the
13th constellation.
13th. Yeah. What is that? The 13th sign.
Got away, man.
It's the 13th constellation from the old calendars.
Hey, we
All
got
calendars are so much more based, actually. All of them have 28 days, except they have one
28
extra
day.
one sometimes.
Yeah, 28 day, 13 months, bitches. Get
That's-
on it. Get on that.
28 days later.
You talking about Donnie
28
Darko?
phalanges on your fucking hands. You guys know that?
Ooh.
28 phalanges on your hands. If you
I'd
count,
like to meet her.
if you count the outside marks on a turtle, any turtle, pick a fucking turtle. I don't give a fuck what turtle. There's
So it's
28.
13.
Listen,
And they
there's
had, like-
28.
I
There's
know.
28 marks on the outside of the turtle shell, and 13
on
on the
inside.
13 on the inside.
Yeah.
On every single turtle. I'm not making this shit up, man.
I know, it's
Yeah.
true. I checked it myself.
Crazy, man. It's crazy shit that's right in front of our faces, on our hands. 28 phalanges, man.
There are no coincidences, in my opinion.
None.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Shit's created, man. Motherfucking, it's like right in our faces.
I mean, I don't really
Where'd you get it
agree
from?
with
That's
like
cool.
that logic. I think like things like kind of just like are and have. I think the Earth may have existed forever. That's just an additional thing, but I think just like the Earth is. I don't think
Forever
it
or
needs to be
since the
created.
beginning?
I don't know.
If there's a
but,
beginning,
I think that nature gave birth to itself essentially from within itself, basically. Like the source, God, like say,
Yeah.
imagine a light bulb.
Yeah, the Earth
that
is
gave birth
God
from
in a way, in my opinion.
Yeah, nature is essentially nature. What we are experiencing right now gave birth to itself from within itself, essentially.
Yeah, I don't believe in like in like a creator that like destructs things and stuff. I think that's
No, of
like
course not.
just that part
It's we.
of Earth.
It's essentially us. Nature is always there for us. God is already there for us, but it depends on how we utilize it. If we use it in the wrong manner, then it will backfire others. It's that simple. That's why we experience hell.
Do you think we
here.
caused the flood?
Flood? What do you mean by
I don't-
flood?
Yeah, the biblical flood is
biblical
referring
No,
to.
the mud
I
flood.
don't know. I
The
haven't
biblical
experienced it. I don't
flood are
know.
the same
I have
thing.
no
Mud
idea.
flood.
There's
Mud
not
flood
evidence.
and biblical flood are the same.
No. Then I don't think they are the same. I think, but they might be actually when I think about it. But you can
Yeah,
see
might wanna
like
think about that a
arcs
little
in
longer.
very old pictures and stuff. Very interesting stuff.
Like fossils and old things, basically.
Well,
Yeah.
fossils.
I don't think the mud flood
No,
is the
not
same.
fossils. No.
Well, if you look at islands, they're literally just spots of giant trees. If you really
I don't
examine
think
them.
the mud flood is the same as Noah's flood. They're not even the same thing. Mud floods are supposed to be periodic events that happen regularly over the
almost sounds like a
surface
reset.
of the earth, and they wipe out like local
Every
areas.
flood is a mud flood.
Yeah, but then again, here's the thing: who exactly wrote those things, and how do we know them? Because if there were to be a reset, like a flood, then everybody would die, every being. Then who would there be there to write those things? That's the thing.
You know what the answer is to that.
I don't know actually. I'm not sure.
You know.
Well,
actually
the
not
fact that they didn't report those things means that it didn't happen. It's all
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Explain.
I got a question.
Well, it's double negation. I'm sorry, I can't explain it.
Hey, is there any way to confirm that there's two magnetic poles? Anybody got that one by chance?
On Earth? No.
On Earth? Yeah, anybody got
I've
that?
heard people claim that the compasses don't really work in the south. I have not seen experimental proof of it, but would be interesting to like experiment that, yeah, or see one of that.
Dude, what if there is not even fucking minus and plus? What if it just bullshit?
Yeah, I've thought that for a
It
long
just
time.
is. What if it just is? It's the same thing with good and bad. It's just about perception. Essentially,
Yeah, it's a monopole or
we
something.
perceive
Yeah.
things as different. Like there's degrees of good and
Or
bad. There's degrees of plus, minus,
or
and so
like the
on. Negative,
positive
positive,
is up in the center and negative is
and
down
that there's
in the
also up
center.
and down, even though it's literally just one. Yeah, even up and down or whatever that is, it's all just one. It just is essentially, just like the Earth. It just is. There's no up and
But
down.
we sure,
Huh?
okay.
So there is no up and down.
There we go. I've thought of that one. No up and
Perhaps
down.
we perceive them as they're separate, though.
Dude, I got
if they
it.
were, and
I had
create
a girl,
meanings for
man.
them.
I had a girl. She's like, dude, man, trees grow upside down in our reality. And I was like, whoa, interesting.
You know what's I've been thinking about that since I was a little kid. Does anyone
Maybe.
have any idea how this
What is
upside
going on
down
with Discord,
eyes thing
man?
works?
I'm more interested in the giant trees, to be honest.
Word of sign, please.
Trees are delicious.
It's late night.
Yeah.
Discord.
Eyes, right? Allegedly, we see things upside down, right? Or the
Right.
image is flipped, or how does that work?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right, Kenny. It's late now. I should chill out, but I'm just trying to get to know the new people. I'm trying to listen.
Shit. We got new people?
Yeah,
Who's
this is
new?
too
Who's new?
mind-boggling for now. Perhaps maybe
Your
we can talk about it
brain
later.
works just fine.
Well, I don't know Gregory very well. I don't know
It's
Leon very
mind-boggling.
well.
I'm
It is
sorry.
mind-boggling.
I got to know Leon last night a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But there's also who's the guy from Norway? Northern Rebellion?
Me?
Northern.
Yeah, him. What's your name?
He just dropped. He just fell off. Mine's sobriety. Sobriety?
Yeah, that's the nickname they have given me. Yes.
Oh, okay, I see. Mine's sobriety. Yeah, so I'm just you guys have fun. I'm just trying to, learn everybody's perspective.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, Hank. You're always a good moderator, man.
Hank, who's Hank? He's the guy in charge. Awesome.
No, he's the moderator here. He can kick, mute, whatever, but he doesn't. That's not
From what
his-
I can tell,
not what he
there's
wants.
a few clinging on to space, unfortunately.
Clingy. Hold on. I got a vacuum cleaner. I'm gonna hold on to. Please. It's gonna
hold your
Help! It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. I need a cream that I need to apply with a sock in my car because I was so ashamed.
So yeah, comedy. How dare you? Anyway, Gregory's hilarious, man. I love you, bro. Keep it up, man. Don't be shy. Hey, there's a time in this server. It's great. It's serious. Fucking, we're breaking down shit. We're fucking doing math. We're sciencing the fuck out of shit all day, every day. But there's got to be a break, and just like laugh. But that's what the memes are for, too, right?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah,
As
this is
long
my
as-
favorite time of day on the
I always
server.
have to have the reminder, Got to piss on the globe.
I'm here to piss on the globe, man. I don't know if you guys might have made that statement. I might have that puss put on my fucking headstone if I get buried.
By the way, how the fuck is the channel not? Yeah, by the way, I was gonna ask, how is the channel not censored? I checked and it's doing pretty well. Like you
Yeah.
have 100 views almost every day. How
What's
is it not censored?
Who's
If you're
censored?
constantly talking about the flat Earth, how
They don't censor flat Earth no more, man. Once Coco came, man, they gave up censoring us. Now they don't. Now we're not going to get algorithms that's going to get us fucking 200-300 people watching us. And
I
then
think it being a live
that's
stream
never
helps.
going to happen, man. I wish it would.
Oh yeah, true.
But
I think it's hard. It's hard for these AI to mess with these live streams. I don't know the detail.
But they do limit our viewership
The amount of shit that gets
and
talked
promotion.
about, it blows my
They can
mind.
take away subscribers. They can do a lot of things for sure, but it's not as much as if you would just upload a video and have a title for it that has trigger words and description and so on. It's not the
I
same
mean,
thing.
trigger words get said all the time.
All the time, dude. I've said 9/11 a couple of times in the past like week, you know.
Last night, people were drunk and just saying trigger words on purpose to see if we could like do some shit.
But now that Coco's
Yeah,
here,
you guys
Who
figured
knows,
out the
man?
Matrix. You broke it.
yeah, jet fuel can't melt flat Earth. I love that. That's one of my favorite memes this year so
That's
far.
pretty good.
I'm gonna go with that one. Hey, there's no fuel in jets. Do you guys know that? Fuck.
Yeah, that's a good one too. They have to be light, man. You don't want all that fuel flogging around in the
Flogging around in the
Yeah, man. We don't know shit about what's going
We
on.
don't
It's
know
hilarious.
fucking shit. We don't know shit from Shinola. I used to hear that one. Man. You
Yeah.
don't know shit from Shinola.
There would be fuel trucks out the ass at airports. Do you see any?
Really? How many
I mean,
million?
how many fuel trucks do you see?
They put them in tanks. They're big, giant tanks outside the airport, and they fill those up.
Right.
And then they pump it, and then the guy shows up with the little truck, and he puts the thing in the ground, and it's got the hose, and he put it in there, and he climbs a little ladder, and yeah, I've seen the fueling process for jet airplanes, man, many times. Interesting. You know, the guy's like in and out of there with a 1-inch hose. I'm like, damn, that's pretty good, man. Yeah, maybe
Oh, it's so good.
2 inch. It might be 2-inch. I don't know, but
How about the new jets? They have like a hybrid engine. Like they take off the ground using like fossil fuel or maybe battery, and then once they get up there, I think they just ride the lightning, man. I don't know. I could be
You're
wrong.
100% right, man.
exactly what they're doing, Hank. 100%. That's exactly what they're doing.
I mean, think about it. They're planes.
Airplanes,
It's
man.
just-
They run on air. For
Oh,
fuck's
it's
sake.
incredible.
Come on.
Air
And
is
they're on a plane, on a flat plane. Air on a flat plane. Damn. Yeah, they figured out how to
It's all
Yeah, but how
honestly,
the
it's all
fuck-
about the
compress
altitude.
the air, man. Compress the air.
But how do these planes move? Essentially, those airplanes. What do they utilize as energy?
Same thing that birds do.
Ah, I understand.
Whatever
yeah, I was
that
thinking
is.
of that. Free energy. Yeah, there has to be free energy. Yeah.
Gotta be. It's gotta be.
You're saying planes flap their wings to fly?
Yeah, I always thought. I thought so for a while that there's definitely free energy and
Birds
people
fly
essentially
all the time
they got
without
the
flapping.
the people of control know
They
about it.
fly the same way. They thrust differently.
I get birds over here, man. They circle and circle and circle for fucking hours, and they're not flapping nothing, man.
Yeah, I'm right on a plateau, a mesa.
Fuck.
And there's big falcons all the time that won't even look like they're moving. You know, they're just hovering there. It's pretty awesome.
I forgot
Updraft
falcons were
from the mesa, from the
so
plateau.
this is, do you guys know about the sacred geometry that is like some sort of shape? If you utilize it, you can somehow levitate and do a lot of things. I've seen some videos about it.
Old schoolers, man.
It's lost
Have
knowledge.
you heard about Red Mercury?
What can you tell us?
I have no idea, but it was some sort of some sort of guy. He was outside and he discovered a bee nest under the ground, and when he went above it, essentially there was earth in between. I don't remember what his name is, but he when he laid down on the ground, there was some sort of bee nest right underneath him, and he felt this weird energy like pushing him up. Essentially, this weird feeling, this heavy feeling. He went underneath, and then he figured out that there's a dead bee nest. Essentially, it was empty. He grabbed part of it, took it at home, and then he essentially studied the bee nest part of it, and he discovered that he has this.
Jesus.
Yeah, he discovered the shape. He essentially analyzed it and replicated it, and then he found that there's the shape of the bee nest, like those. I don't know what they're called. Like triangles.
Six-sided hexagon deals or whatever they're.
Hexagons. Those hexagons actually exist almost everywhere. He found them in some sort of bug, like the wings, basically. and he somehow managed to make a one wing levitate another using that
Yes,
same.
I've seen the video.
Oh, wow.
So interesting.
It's fascinating. I think it's amazing, but
I mean, I personally think that the government definitely knows about free energy, and they just don't want to
there,
tell us
man.
about it.
No
The
doubt about
reason why they would not, the reason why they would not release this to us, essentially give us free energy, because
Right.
we would end up figuring out how it works. We would essentially break it down, and then it would be independent, and there would be nothing to be.
They want dependence. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they want us to depend on them. It's just, yeah, exactly, yeah,
I've
exactly.
seen
I'm
some
sure that they know
theory
about it.
about the like power lines, like they are actually harvesting energy right from the air, but we have to pay for
I bet they are. Yeah.
the power and stuff.
I
But
mean,
they are not.
dude, we have sun, we have
Interesting.
water, and the water evaporates. We have dense, air. We can just harness that air and somehow utilize it. Somehow put in a battery and utilize it. They for sure have it figured out.
And you
Don't
can
you
also
think?
use solar panels, actually.
Well, yeah, it's about harnessing.
That's
That's all we
free
need to do.
energy, actually.
And
Think about
magnifying
it.
glasses from the 90s model TVs. The big magnifying glass inside.
Yes.
Mm.
Just don't have the beam in phase where you get it hot. Keep the beam
Something to
out
do
of
with
phase.
magnets for sure, with the magnetic field or whatever that is, electromagnetism, basically. Something to do with how atoms, because atoms have a electromagnetic field, and they just use it to communicate with each other, basically, like
Do we really
thoughts,
know if
everything.
atoms exist?
We don't know shit about atoms.
Well, we assume, yeah, we don't know shit. That's to be honest. Yeah.
Have you guys heard about red mercury?
I've heard it. I don't
Some
know. I don't know
substance.
any details. What do you know?
I want to know more about it. It's very hard to find information about it because some
This is
people
a good
claim
place
it's
to ask.
yeah, because some people claim
Dude,
it's made
even
of
if you make a device, if like say you somehow figured out how this energy works, and you would have to actually put a device, essentially make an actual device, and you'll be discredited for it. There's going to be people that want to oppose you. And the government most likely will not accept you because they already know about it, essentially. So for sure they will.
Yeah, you shouldn't like patent it and stuff. You should like do
Utilize
it
it for your own purpose. Yeah, utilize it for yourself if you could figure it out how to make one.
or just
Like
doing it
some
the
energy
agorist
generator.
way, you know.
Like sell some things, but do it on a smaller scale. That'll be the ideal way to do it.
What do you
So
guys think
like,
about?
I don't know.
What do you guys think about growing your crops in a vacuum changer full of CO2, and maybe hitting it with the magnifying
Well,
glass out of phase?
you see about that stuff. I have a channel on YouTube. They have proven like disproven basic concepts in mainstream chemistry, and one of them is photosynthesis. So I'm not sure if it would work, but we're interesting experiment. But let me show you the channel. It's called Peter and Pete. Very interesting stuff. They have like proven that water is not made of H2O. So yeah, we really don't know anything about
Exactly.
chemistry.
When people say they've lied about everything, I mean, you can't really have a.
Dude, hell, even physics, really. Hell, even physics, they probably lied about it, and we just think that
Yeah.
physics is actually something real. We don't know, dude.
You
We
can't have a
follow
limit
the
to it.
scientific method. They gave us the method, and we follow it. We're not really using our own method or whatever that is.
Yeah.
It is literally a method given to us by them. It's the same thing with information, like the flat Earth or whatever, and we go by
I wonder
it.
if there's something to the water thing, right? Because when you get electrolysis going, you put something in the water to get good electrolysis. But by itself, just distilled water, it doesn't do electrolysis very good.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. One of the points about it. Yes. I'm first going to show the photosynthesis one. I'm seeing if I can show an entire playlist, or if I have to link a bunch of these videos, I guess. Okay, I'm just going to link one first. You can search their channel for more of the photosynthesis one. They are like more long videos,
Gotcha.
but if you're interested, very interesting videos. But they are not like bad at speaking fast, so they speak a little bit slow.
I'll just speed them up if they're slow talkers.
Yeah, they're like British and stuff. Let me find their. Yeah, they have like 50 videos against proving that water is not H2, and all of them are like long. Or many of them are long and stuff. Some of them are short and easy, like short proofs and stuff. All right.
So we talked about stuff that we do know. We do know we need salt to open the cell walls to let water in, right? So most people that are dehydrated probably aren't dehydrated for this reason or that reason. It could be multiple things,
Yes,
right?
like electrolytes and also maybe water.
So you got to have the right amount of minerals and salts, and then you got to have the right amount of water.
Yeah.
You need balance. That's what you need. Too much of
Your
something
body
cannot be good.
regulates it. I don't like keep a record of every single mineral I eat. I just know some certain foods have
Intuition, yeah.
some important minerals. Like I eat it's called paranuts. And what's it? No, it's not called that in English. It's called Brazil nuts. Sorry. They have a lot of selenium. That's one
Selenium.
thing. Sorry.
Yeah, but don't they have phytic acid though? A lot of people cannot digest it. They don't have the enzymes.
Yeah. What
That's the
we
issue.
do is I soak them in water
Yeah, that
for
helps.
many hours, and then
Well,
I
then, but so that gets rid of the nutrients, right? Essentially, that
no,
gets
it doesn't actually.
breaks it down.
It
Oh,
as far as I know, it doesn't remove anything other than phytic acid, and then I put 30 degrees Celsius, which doesn't remove
the
anything
nutrients.
really. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't. No, not at that temperature and slowly. But I mean, uh, as far as I know, it maybe does, but like it's very minuscule.
I can give
As
you,
far
I can give you a good suggestion if you want to actually help with the digesting nuts. If you just can't digest them at all, you can just use raw honey. Raw honey, essentially unheated honey. Make sure it's raw. That's what it's raw essentially. Because
well,
if
I
you
don't
compare
like
raw
to
honey,
eat.
wait. Well, let me just explain to you. Raw honey, if you were to compare it to regular honey is essentially pasteurized honey. It's heated, and when you heat it, you destroy pretty much all the enzymes, and you just have sugar. That's about it. It's
Sure.
essentially just consuming sugar. But if you don't heat it, you have about 90% of enzymes that actually help you digest food, and that actually helps you dilute the phytic acid in the nuts to actually helps you digest it, basically. If your body cannot handle the nuts.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
Sure.
Organic food.
Yeah, also mix
You
it
got
with fats. You need fats like egg yolks or butter. That helps too. Yeah.
Also, if
Yeah.
you got
Sure.
organic food with no pesticides, just real fast, and you preserve it, you're going to allow the enzymes to grow like crazy inside the preserve. The longer, the better. Or and preservative food is really good for you. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah. Well, if you have something that is covered in pesticides, the best thing you should do is not just eat it directly with the shell. Like say an apple, peel it. That's very necessary for you to peel it. Wash with water first, and then peel it, and then just consume it just like that. Eat only
Well,
the flesh
sure.
and don't
I
consume the
just
external
I
fiber.
I see that it's probably a lot healthier than normal honey that you buy in the store. But the thing is, honey has a lot of carbohydrates, and it's not good for your pancreas or your liver or many other
Well, you consume it
organs.
during intuition, more like a snack, of course. You don't just eat it all the time. It's just
Yeah,
slowly a snack.
I
Like
agree with
say,
that.
yeah,
Yeah. You
yeah,
shouldn't, and
sugar,
also
like even
you
fruits.
shouldn't eat
Yeah,
it together with protein or fat because then it will glyco. It's called a name. I don't remember what, but it's like a bad like reaction that happens if you eat like a lot of protein and fat together with glucose or fructose, I guess. But
that's interesting.
yeah, it's you can watch a guy called Dr. Eric Berg. He's on YouTube. Has a
Oh, I
lot
know
of
that
good
guy. Yeah, I
videos and
recognize him. Yeah.
yeah, very,
You can
very
also look up
much.
a guy called Arjunus Wonderplanet. There's a book by him called We Want to Live. He talks about health, basically.
Oh, can you share it in chat?
Yes, I will. Hold on. This one interesting. I haven't read much of it, but I know that he has a lot of good information about health. We Want to Live by Arjunus. I hope that I wrote the name right. You can get the book for free. Just look it up online.
What do you mean for free? Is it on
You can
archive.org?
look it up for free. It can be bought, but you can just find the free version. Just do your research online. You'll definitely find the PDF version. A lot of people just share it for free.
Sure.
But yeah,
I like to use like archive sites, but yeah, you can probably just find a PDF. That's
it's a
easier.
great book about health. Yeah, talks
Cool.
about the koku and a lot of things. The jab
And
and
one
a lot
thing
of things, and how to reverse a
about
lot of disease just with health, with food. Really, nothing else.
yes. But you have usually with these things you have some weird, wacky alternative that is way simpler and is also way healthier. But it's I'm gonna say something, but it might be kind of controversial. But it's based on fact and reality and proof and evidence and everything. And it's called urine therapy, and that's basically drinking your own piss.
Oh, I've
kidding.
heard of it. Yeah, I heard.
All right. Okay.
I have heard
Probably
of it. Yeah.
someone here in chat is all cringing really hard right now and think, "What the
No, I've
fuck are
actually
you
heard of
talking
it.
about?" I'm
Yeah.
talking about the others maybe. But yeah, you have a guy called John Armstrong, I think his name is. He has a good book on it called Water of Life. You can find it on Internet Archive.
Could you write it down in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I can see if I can provide a link, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
And I will provide also instructions on how to operate, not operate, but how to use Internet Archive, because it's kind of fucky with, like it only lets you read so and so much at a